On the 1st of July 1911, the Panther, a small German gunboat 2 years overdue for scrapping, anchored off the port of Agadir on Morocco's Atlantic coast. The Wilhelmstrasse claimed the ship, soon followed by the more impressive cruiser SMS Berlin, was to protect German citizens in the region. The only problem with this explanation was that there were no German citizens in Agadir. The Foreign Ministry had to find the nearest representative they could 70 miles to the north and order him south as soon as possible so he could pretend to be evacuated. The spectacle was an obvious farce, but everyone understood it had a deeper meaning. The Germans had once again returned to challenge French influence on Morocco. In fact, the Agadir crisis, as it became known, was another example of the Germans actually being in the right, but as usual serving up a diplomatic disaster class where they manoeuvred themselves into the wrong. Since the Treaty of Algeciras in 1906, France had consistently flouted both the agreement's spirit and provisions by tightening its political and economic dominance over Morocco. Attempts in 1909 to settle outstanding differences between Paris and Berlin had fallen through, and in April 1911 a large force of French troops was dispatched to the Sultanate, allegedly to protect international citizens from a rebellion that had broken out in the interior of the country. None of this was particularly unique for the early 20th century, but the Germans were also well within their rights to protest this growing control without due compensation. The stunt with the Panther, however, poisoned talks from the outset. Not that the French were particularly interested in talking, at least officially. The government at this point was split between hawks and doves. The new Prime Minister, Caillaux, was in the latter camp, but was opposed so heavily by his own belligerent Foreign Office that he had to secretly bypass it and conduct talks unofficially with Berlin. The Foreign Minister, Justin Deselve, in particular was opposed to any compromises. This, even though the Russians had just repaid the favour of abandonment in 1909 by informing Paris they wouldn't be prepared to fight for another 2 years at least. Fortunately for the French, the Kaiser was, as before, uninterested in Morocco and certainly had no intention of going to war for it. Negotiations were effectively left to his foreign minister, Alfred von Keitelin-Vashta. Big, blonde and brutally blunt is how Macmillan describes the German. Keitelin was a deeply combative statesman and, though not a warmonger, determined to advance his country's interests ruthlessly if necessary. His idea of ruthlessness, however, tended to involve bizarre stunts like that with the Panther, which exasperated almost everyone both in Europe and the Wilhelmstrasse. Keitelin also had no interest in Morocco per se, but he meant to show that Germany could not be ignored and hoped to display this by demanding extravagant compensation from the Congo. How anyone was supposed to guess this ultimate master plan at the time is unknown, as Keitelin refused to make it clear to either the French or his own government. A further issue for Keitelin was that since the Kaiser had no interest in another Moroccan adventure, he took to whipping up the nationalist press instead to back his policy. This gave him a short-term swelling of popular support, but it proved an unfortunate decision once the Panther's sorry appearance did not immediately convince the French to fold. Throughout Caillaux's clandestine negotiations with Keitelin, the shrill screech of German ultranationalist newspapers demanding a share of Morocco was heard throughout the foreign ministries of Europe. Keitelin understandably got the blame for failing to keep a hold of them, though the reality was that all governments in the last years of peace were finding it increasingly difficult to engage in foreign policy, with a general public that was slowly but surely winding itself up further and further with every new crisis. In the midst of all this, Britain decided to force itself into the conversation. London had initially pressed the French to compromise on the Moroccan issue, believing the Germans had a case, but the stupid dispatch of the Panther brought the usual harpies circling. Tyrrell thought that though French actions were stupid and dishonest, it was a vital interest to support her on this occasion. Bertie announced that if Paris suspected Britain would not back them over Morocco, they would look to Germany for an alliance instead. Crowe decided that unless London stood firm in support of France, Paris would settle with Berlin by trading away British influence in Morocco. This was basically the fruits of relying on the spirit of the Entente instead of its actual terms. France and Russia, who had the formal alliance, repeatedly told each other no in diplomatic crises. Britain, with no such formal commitments, had, according to the masterminds in the Foreign Office, to back France and Russia in any spat they got into with Germany lest the agreement collapse. As Churchill muttered, we have all the obligations of an alliance without any of its advantages. At a cabinet meeting on the 19th of July, Grey revised his initially moderate view and now advocated telling Berlin that unless they agreed to a conference on the Moroccan question, we should take steps to assert and protect British interests. In other words, Britain had to be involved in any settlement. On the 21st, Lloyd George, dogged opponent of arms spending just 2 years earlier, gave a rousing speech at the Mansion House in London, announcing that a great power like Britain could not be ignored. Grey followed this up by telling McKenna that the High Seas Fleet was mobilised and ready to strike. In reality, it was scattered and the Germans had no intention of concentrating it. On the 23rd of August, the Committee of Imperial Defence agreed that in the event of a Franco-German war, a British expeditionary force would be transported to the continent. As Christopher Clark points out, to a greater extent than either of the two original quarrelling parties, Britain was willing to consider the possibility of drastic escalation. In the space of about a month, the British had gone from gently prodding Paris and Berlin towards concluding a fair settlement to working themselves up to the point they seemed prepared to fight the Germans on their own because of Morocco. Nonetheless, British actions got Berlin's attention and shook the generally Anglophilic Kiedelen, who after a meeting with the Kaiser on the 1st of August agreed to negotiate seriously. He rapidly reached an agreement with the French ambassador who Callio was working through. Germany would recognise France's hold on Morocco. France would cede a small chunk of its Central African imperium to Germany in compensation. A few months of haggling over the finer details ensued, but the treaty was signed without further quarrel on the 4th of November 1911. As Christopher Clark notes, the strange thing about the crisis was that the two sides' aims were not inherently irreconcilable, yet the powers had allowed a squabble over trading rights in an impoverished North African country to once again bring the continent to the point of war. For France, any objective analysis should conclude the eventual treaty a victory, finally ending the Moroccan question in their favour, but as in Germany, the crisis had whipped up press and public opinion enough that many saw it as a defeat. After all, if Morocco was a legitimate French acquisition, then offering Germany any compensation, no matter how small, was to imply weakness. Caillaux soon found his secret diplomatic machinations leaked, and he thus fell from office in January 1912. The patriotic wave instead brought to power Raymond Poincaré, a committed French nationalist and Germanophobe, who made an ominous observation about the recent series of crises. Whenever we have adopted a conciliatory approach to Germany, she has abused it. On the other hand, on each occasion when we have shown firmness, she has yielded. Germany, Poincaré decided, understood only the language of force. In Germany, the affair was also seen as yet another defeat. Are we always going to retreat before the French and put up with their insolence? The Empress asked Kiedelen, as the foreign minister had whipped up the press on the basis of defending German interests in Morocco, to then barter the North African state away for the sake of a few Central African swamps seemed like cowardice. Once again, the Germans had tried to challenge the Entente and come off looking weaker for it. There was probably no way the Germans could have split the Entente in 1911, indeed that hadn't really been Kiedelen's aim anyhow, but they certainly needn't have strengthened it. Had Kiedelen positioned himself from the start as merely trying to uphold international agreements in the face of their violation, he would have greatly empowered Grey's critics in Britain and gone a long way to restoring Germany's international reputation. Instead, his preference for sabre-rattling and the stupid stunt with the Panther had only confirmed Britain and France's most committed Germanophobes' opinions, all whilst whipping up public opinion at home and driving an ever greater wedge into the European system. For many Germans, it was 1911 that finally brought home to them the reality of encirclement. Britain's dramatic, almost belligerent intervention really cemented the idea in the minds of both the public and the government that the Entente was a real power bloc, forming a hostile ring designed to curtail Germany's legitimate ambitions. Another naval law soon followed in 1912, but Tirpitz's fleet was, after 10 years of gorging itself on the military budget, about to be upstaged. What followed the Moroccan crisis was a revolution in German armament spending. For a decade, Tirpitz's schemes had siphoned off more and more money from the German army. The result was that in 1911, as in 1905, German leaders were unsure as to whether they could actually defeat France in a war. And about to make the situation worse was that within a year, it was clear Paris wasn't even their main rival on land anymore. To the east, the Russian bear, so many years passive, was rapidly recovering. The resurgence of Imperial Russia after its catastrophic defeat at the hands of Japan in 1905, to the extent it seemed prepared to overawe all Europe in 1914, is one of the most remarkable facts of the pre-war world. Indeed, it may be the most important fact in explaining the war. Nobody doubted that Russia always had the potential to be a juggernaut. Its population, geography and natural resources made it so, but it was plagued by a series of problems: a poor population, endemic corruption, inefficient agriculture, low literacy, a small industrial base, and the tyranny of distance in a world not yet fully modernised. The revolutions of 1905 and 6 had very nearly destroyed the monarchy. It survived only by mixing strategic concessions with military crackdown. Though the fundamental laws of April 1906 reaffirmed the Tsar's control over legislation and absolute power over all issues of national security, it was only by 1907 that the danger had truly passed, and Nicholas was able to change the electoral laws for the Duma to give it a more conservative character. It was nonetheless clear that deep and extensive reforms were needed. Witte was quickly sacked, but this wasn't necessarily a disastrous move. He was a competent man, but his industrial strategy had mostly just produced high-cost failures for Russia. It would be Nicholas more than Witte that spurred on the major reforms over the next decade, if only by basically getting out of the way. Before the Manchurian War, he spent much of his time trying to micromanage ministers and pursuing his own policies behind their backs. Henceforth, he at least accepted such meddling was no longer a possibility, at least to the extent he once had done. This new appreciation for ministerial power culminated in the appointment of one of the most remarkable politicians of the pre-war world, the man most associated with Russia's resurgence, Pyotr Stolypin. Prime Minister from 1906, unlike many of his peers, Stolypin had grown up in the provinces and made a name for himself as governor of Saratov, a deeply rebellious territory during the revolution, which he handled with skill and firmness. In 1906 he was appointed interior minister and then made head of the Russian government. Tall, upright and personally very brave, he was respected by almost everyone that met him, including the Tsar. As a country squire, his main concern in office was agricultural reform. Russia was woefully inefficient here by European standards, with yield per acre being less than half the European norm, and as little as 1/7 of that attained in England. This was partly because the Empire's land was generally poor quality aside from the Black Earth belt of southern Russia and the Ukraine, but the main factor was the way the Russian peasantry operated. Most were still burdened by redemption payments to the government for the abolition of serfdom a generation earlier. These were usually not made individually, but by the Mer, a sort of rural commune in which most peasants lived. The Mer owned the surrounding agricultural land collectively, which it would periodically divvy up between households, offering something approaching fairness, but it was deeply inefficient. Nobody cared much about making any improvements to their plot if they were going to lose it in the next redistribution cycle, and the land they were given was usually non-contiguous and small. To oversimplify, Stolypin basically wished to destroy this system and make the peasants private landholders. Those that wanted to farm would have a laundry list of restrictions removed, allowing them, for example, to take ownership of their current allotment, demand the unification of non-contiguous plots, and use their newly granted land as collateral for the first time to buy better equipment. Those that did not want to farm or failed at doing so could now sell up and move to the cities, freeing the labour market and allowing for more productive larger estates to consolidate the tiny small holdings. This, Stolypin hoped, would improve both the efficiency and wealth of Russia's agriculture, turning the peasantry from a hotbed of revolutionary activity into a stable foundation of support for the Tsar, a wager on the strong and sober as he put it. Most of these ideas were not really new. The difference was the crisis of 1905 finally forced Nicholas to listen. "You want a great upheaval, we want a great Russia," Stolypin snapped at socialist deputies in the Duma. In spring 1907 he forced through laws that enacted a progressive system of taxation and extended insurance benefits for state workers. In 1908 a bill was introduced that intended to address the Empire's low literacy by providing schooling for all children by 1922. Railroad administration was overhauled and labour laws extended. Land reform, though, was ultimately the meat of the Stolypin reforms. The government first cancelled the redemption payments in their entirety, then it freed peasants from their obligations to the local commune, allowing them to take ownership of their land. Over the next decade, 2.5 million peasants took up the offer. Incentives were offered for those willing to colonise Siberia and Central Asia. Another 3 million responded. From 1910 onwards, St. Petersburg encouraged a new system of local agronomists, agricultural experts who would offer talks and seminars to the peasantry, teaching them about modern equipment, helping to supply them with it on generous loans, and then supervising their use of it. Russian agriculture had been so backward that even just buying modern tools for the peasantry would have probably doubled yields. But taken together, the reforms massively increased productivity in the acreage of cultivated land. Combined with a series of excellent harvests from 1909 onwards, by 1911 Russia had achieved an export surplus of 13.5 million tonnes of grain. In 1913 this rose to 20 million. The result was that from 1910 onwards, government revenue increased by 6 to 7% year on year. This series of rapid and comprehensive reforms was combined with a relentless crackdown on all forms of revolutionary activity. Establishing a series of special tribunals, more than 3,000 people were sentenced to hang. The noose garnered a new nickname, Stolypin's necktie. But the repression worked, order was restored, the revolutionaries were broken and scattered. Without war in 1914, Lenin would almost certainly have died in exile, ignored and unknown. We should nonetheless be wary of assuming these undoubted successes solved all of Russia's problems. Much of the peasantry continued to prefer the communal model. Those that embraced the new changes were often resented and abused. As Giorgiani puts it, statesmen and scholars alike were entranced, indeed blinded, by the vision of progressive farmers breaking away from their backward villages and setting good examples, and they simply could not see that the backward neighbours, far from following the shining example of the heroes of progress, were quite likely to kick their enlightened heads in. Provincial governors were just as bad, blocking or resisting changes dictated to them from hundreds, even thousands of miles away, while senior bureaucrats in St. Petersburg constantly intrigued against Stolypin himself, whose abrasive style quickly won him a list of enemies to rival even Rasputin's. By 1911, having alienated even the Tsar, the Prime Minister's dismissal seemed only a matter of time, but in September, whilst at the Kiev Opera House, an assassin in evening dress calmly walked up and shot him. "I am happy to die for the Tsar," he dramatically declared, and did so 4 days later. Nicholas came the next morning, repeating over and over, "Forgive me." Although Stolypin's reforms survived him, continued by the extremely competent Minister of Agriculture Alexander Krivoshein, the number of peasants taking up the offers and incentives was waning by 1914. Granted, in many regions, this was not for a lack of peasants willing to do so, often it was simply a matter of the local authorities being overwhelmed by the number of applicants, but certainly the movement did not snowball at the pace the government had hoped. Even so, these caveats should not prejudice the ultimate conclusion that in less than a decade, Stolypin had completely transformed Russian agriculture, relieving the burdens of a peasantry that had for so long been left in the Middle Ages. When a new wave of disturbances kicked off in the cities from 1912 onwards, the countryside remained quiet and passive. There did, of course, remain structural problems with the Tsarist system. St. Petersburg's trade policy was the most striking failure of imagination, whereas Britain's industrial power was showing signs of relative stagnation because her tariffs were too low. Russia's struggled to even get off the ground because her tariffs were almost comically high. Witte had intended them to kickstart domestic industrialisation, draw in foreign investment and presumably restrict imports to save for the gold standard, but all it had basically done was lead to the cartelisation of hopelessly uncompetitive Russian industries. The cack-handed nature of the policy created bizarre oddities where, for example, a domestic shipbuilder would have to pay exorbitant prices for iron because of the tariffs, but could import a completed ship duty-free, thus greatly retarding the industry. A byproduct of this was that foreign trade also remained incredibly low, 40% being conducted with Germany alone, whilst Russia accounted for just 12 to 13% of German trade by contrast. The usual problems like corruption of course were a permanent blight on Russian governance, and raising tax from a still very poor population was an unenviable challenge. Incredibly, about a quarter of state revenue continued to come from the government's monopoly on vodka sales. Of course, no nation is perfect, and in spite of these very clear flaws, after 1909 the reforms facilitated a recovery in Russian power that would have been thought impossible just a few years earlier. Broke after the Japanese War, St. Petersburg's coffers were now rapidly replenishing, and the Tsar knew what they would be used for. The Bosnian humiliation of 1908, unhelpfully dubbed a diplomatic Tsushima by the nationalist press, burned the Russian psyche deeply, perhaps even more so than the defeat in Manchuria. For many, Russia's military weakness was the obvious underlying cause of the debacle, although Stolypin cautioned against being swept into a more aggressive policy in response, declaring instead that Russia needed 20 years of peace. Even a man of his stature could not halt the coming armaments drive. Between 1908 and 1914, desperate to avoid any more humiliations, military spending ballooned rapidly. Interestingly, the figure that really leaps out at you here is naval spending. The Russians spent an absolute fortune rebuilding their fleet in the face of fierce objections from the War Department. It also focused on dreadnoughts, rather than the less expensive submarines and mines which would have been adequate for coastal defence. Much of this was down to the new naval minister I.K. Grigorovich, who was extremely competent and did well in both rooting out corruption and reforming the Navy's administration. Like Tirpitz in Germany, he was also a good politician and regularly able to charm the Duma out of budget increases. From 1912 onwards, Russia actually outspent Germany on the Navy. But like the German High Seas Fleet, Russia's naval rearmament was always of dubious benefit. The Duma insisted all dreadnoughts be built in Russia, even though Russian tariffs and inefficient dockyards meant it cost maybe 60% more and took twice as long to build one domestically than it would have in Britain. Even then, the result was the unimpressive Gangut and Imperitsa Maria classes. Being able to produce dreadnoughts was the mark of a great power in the early 20th century, but the determination to build everything in Russia meant the government saw very little benefit from the policy by 1914. Still, the naval programme was a sign that Russia was dramatically embarking on a search for great power status once again, especially when coupled with what was spent on the army. In 1909, the new Minister for War, Sukhomlinov, also began a massive reorganisation of the Russian army. Like Stolypin's domestic policies, the reforms were deep and wide-ranging. They implemented, just as one example, a territorial mobilisation system. This meant instead of drawing from all across the empire, regiments, divisions and corps now recruited from one geographic area, making mobilisation swifter whilst also giving the men a stronger sense of identity. Older and incompetent generals were retired, equipment was improved and standardised, army regulations were revised and updated to improve tactical flexibility, a strategic reserve was created, the once confused organisation was simplified, and the high command overhauled. The departure point for all my measures, said Sukhomlinov, was the goal of securing the creation of a Russian army equivalent to the German army. Now, its performance in World War I is evidence enough that in this the Minister of War comprehensively failed. The German army in 1914 was still better trained, led and drew from a more able, literate and motivated pool of manpower. Some of this was Sukhomlinov's fault. His main talents as war minister consisted of navigating court politics and preserving his own power, cycling through 5 chiefs of staff in 6 years, hardly ideal for any sense of consistency. Some of this was not. The War Minister did bitterly complain about spending such exorbitant sums on the naval rearmament programme before the army was ready. Ultimately though, it was the systemic problems that so badly dogged Russian martial prowess. A low literacy rate, deficiency in skilled labour and corruption. These were solvable, but would still take decades to fully correct. Stolypin was entirely right in believing Russia needed 20 years of peace. Even so, Russian reorganisation and military spending impressed foreign observers. Sir Ian Hamilton, who had witnessed the Russian army in action while serving as attaché to the Japanese army in Manchuria, thought after watching the army's manoeuvres in 1909 that it was once again a first-class force, containing better soldiers than even the Germans. The growing strength of the military and promising domestic situation gave Russian diplomats newfound confidence. Though they were reluctant to challenge Berlin right up until 1914, elsewhere forward policies were tentatively adopted once more. Less than a decade after its defeat in the East, they were again able to exert influence there, forcing China to offer autonomy to Mongolia and concluding an agreement with the Japanese in 1912 that gave Russia supremacy in northern Manchuria. Had war not broken out in 1914, Russian energies could well have ended up being diverted back towards the Far East. The chaotic internal situation of Persia made it ripe for Russian penetration, even if it was bound to annoy their British ally, whilst as we shall soon see, the Balkans once more became a focus of Russian desires. St. Petersburg was even confident that by 1918 they would be in a strong position to renew the highly disadvantageous treaty they'd been forced to sign with the Germans during the Japanese War. If this sounds like a particularly random mix of aims and objectives to you, you'd be right. There's no evidence Russian statesmen sought a war, but Stolypin was long dead, and this was still the same clique of schemers that had brought about the Japanese War, nearly destroyed the French alliance at Bjorko, and bungled the Bosnian negotiations. Lord Salisbury had many years earlier observed, "It is very difficult to come to any satisfactory conclusion as to the real objectives of Russian policy. I'm more inclined to believe there are none, that the Emperor is really his own minister, and so bad a minister that no consequent or coherent policy is pursued, but that each influential person, military or civil, snatches from him as opportunity offers the decisions which such person at that moment wants, and that the mutual effect of these decisions on each other is determined almost exclusively by chance." It's in some perverse way reassuring to the diplomatic historian that the entirety of Russian domestic politics could be upended. New ministers could come and go, but this one constant would always remain. Unfortunately for the world, giving this government a very powerful military to negotiate with did not necessarily bode well. For Russians, though, the stain of defeat in Manchuria almost seemed to have been overcome. In 1913, the Romanovs celebrated the dynasty's tercentenary. Large crowds throughout the empire gathered to commemorate 300 years of Nicholas II's family. For many observers, both foreign and domestic, the festivities seemed to symbolise a Russia that was undergoing a remarkable recovery of pride and self-confidence. "No hope seems too confident or too bright," wrote a London Times journalist. For Germany and Austria, though, confident and bright may not be the best descriptors of their feelings. The resurgence of Russia changed the game fundamentally, and if there was one reason the First World War began, it's this. For nearly a decade, Germany had been able to throw money at its navy, Austria make increasingly aggressive moves in the Balkans, all predicated on the fact that Russia was weak and unable to seriously stand up for itself or its interests. That time was now over. Every action, every diplomatic move, now had to be made with due respect to a titan that only seemed to grow stronger every year. The first major sign that Russia was growing in confidence again came only a few months after the Bosnian debacle. In October 1909, Nicholas II travelled to meet the King of Italy, Victor Emmanuel, taking a long detour so as to avoid having to cross Habsburg territory. The lengths some people will go to avoid ethnically diverse areas really is incredible. At Racconigi, the Russians and Italians agreed to jointly oppose the advance of any other great power, that is to say Austria, in the Balkans. The Italians also said they would support a future Russian request to open the straits, and in return the Russians offered to support any Italian advance on Libya. Italy was, like Germany, a newcomer on the international stage, having finally unified around the same time, but unlike Germany, its status as a great power was always questionable. Why on earth should Italy demand more territory, a Russian diplomat asked Bismarck at the Congress of Berlin. Has she lost another battle? Whilst the northern states like Venetia and Lombardy were rich and fertile land, much of the south remained brutally poor. The result was that Italian military spending was less than half of France's, for example, but nationalist statesmen were determined that the country should carve out a place at the European table. Beyond steady and patient economic growth, there were two potential ways of doing so. One possibility was to capitalise on the nationalist mood of the day and seize all remaining land in Europe containing Italian populations. This, though, mainly consisted of territory held by the Habsburgs. Vienna was technically an Italian ally via the Triple Alliance, but many Austrians, Franz Joseph among them, despised Rome as the enemy that had robbed them of their influence in the peninsula earlier in the century. The disdain was most blatantly put on display in the Bosnian annexation of 1908. Italy felt the spirit, if not the actual terms, of the Triple Alliance entitled her to compensation for any Austrian advance. Yet Rome wasn't even consulted, let alone offered anything. Fighting Austria alone, though, was clearly beyond Italy in the early 20th century, and so, whilst they made increasingly friendly gestures towards the Entente, few Italian statesmen liked the thought of an outright breach with the Triple Alliance in 1911. The The other option for expansion then was colonies. Like Germany, Italy had come late to the imperial chessboard, and its initial attempts to stake out a claim had ended in humiliating debacle when they were beaten by an Ethiopian army in 1896. Since then, the Italians had bided their time, and one territory in particular caught their attention. Libya, or Cyrenaica and Tripolitania as it was then known, was a poor, and since the British occupation of Egypt, disconnected province of the Ottoman Empire. With the Italian fleet far outclassing the small Turkish navy, the province seemed ripe for the taking, so long as no other great power intervened, that was. The country most likely to object was France, until the turn of the century an imperial rival in North Africa. But in 1902, both nations privately came to an understanding on colonial matters. Like the Entente with Britain, the agreement had a wider symbolic meaning. Italy did not leave the Triple Alliance, but the likelihood of her ever siding with it in a war was greatly reduced. Over the following years, Italy came to secret agreements over Libya with Britain, Germany, Austria, and finally in 1909, Russia, all designating the area as a region of special interest to Rome. The spark for the Italians to finally act, however, was the consolidation of French control over Morocco in 1911. France's advance in North Africa gave Italian statesmen an excellent opportunity to demand compensation. Rather than Italy's allies in the Triple Alliance though, it was actually the Entente that encouraged her to take swift action. When told by the Italian ambassador that his countrymen in Libya were being mistreated by the governing authorities, Grey responded that he would understand if Rome's hand was forced. Russia urged Italy to act in a prompt and resolute manner. By contrast, Italy's German and Austrian allies were not consulted, with Rome correctly guessing they would object to any destabilisation of the Ottoman Empire. The Italians could with some justification huff that this was rich considering the recent Bosnian debacle, and so on the 29th of September 1911, Italy declared war on the Ottoman Empire. The Italians were superior in everything from numbers to technology, even deploying aircraft for the first time in combat roles. They quickly secured the key coastal cities, but elsewhere the small Ottoman garrison and local Arab tribesmen resisted with surprising determination, preventing the subjugation of the Libyan hinterland. The conflict thus quickly bogged down into a frustrating stalemate. Whilst the Turks committed to fighting the war, their problems in establishing a more successful resistance became immediately apparent. Most pressing was their lack of naval firepower. The Italian fleet dominated the Mediterranean, and the Ottomans were reduced to smuggling supplies and officers, including one Mustafa Kemal, through Egypt. At will, the Italians could seize the Dodecanese islands or bombard the straits. Only fear of the reaction from the other great powers prevented Rome from undertaking more ambitious naval assaults elsewhere. Despite this obvious strategic disadvantage and thus small chance of ever ejecting the Italians, the Ottomans continued the war, fearing the loss of prestige and potential crumbling of the rest of the empire if they accepted defeat. As it turned out, prolonging the conflict did more to ensure this than surrender would have. With Italy threatening an even more expansive naval campaign and facing pressure from the other great powers, peace was finally concluded in October 1912, with the Porte recognising the loss of Libya. More than any previous crisis, even ones as consequential as Bosnia, this relatively small conflict has often been seen as the ultimate origin of the Great War. The first thing to note is how it changed Rome's relationship with the Triple Alliance. It was the Entente, not Germany and Austria, that offered Italy the key diplomatic support necessary for the invasion after all. The country's drift, thus, by one calculation, surely contributed to the war in 1914, emboldening the Entente and frightening the dual alliance. But this is to somewhat oversimplify things. The French, with large investments in the Ottoman Empire, became more skittish as the war dragged on, and old colonial squabbles soon re-emerged. St. Petersburg, as usual, overplayed its hand completely by trying to cajole the Turks into a deal where Russia would defend the Dardanelles from an Italian attack in return for sole passage rights through the Straits. As everyone except those surrounding the Tsar could have predicted, it ended up in a stupid debacle, concluding with the Russian foreign minister disavowing his own ambassador in Constantinople. Aehrenthal, by contrast, after initial outrage, spent the conflict trying to restore good relations with Rome rather than exploiting Italy's weakness. This is not to argue that the trend of Italy slowly detaching itself from the Triple Alliance and moving towards the Entente is wrong. Indeed, once Aehrenthal died in 1912, the drift became more pronounced as Italophobes took control in Vienna. Rather, I mean to point out that we should be careful of drawing a straight line between 1911 and Italy's complete abrogation of the alliance in 1915. In the short term though, far more consequential was the war's impact on the Ottoman Empire. The Turks had fought with surprising tenacity throughout the conflict, but the longer it dragged on, the more its many other enemies grew in confidence. The resulting sense of weakness kicked off what has sometimes been called the War of the Ottoman Succession, the consequences of which were to play a lead part in the final countdown to 1914. As with all empires in decline, even the slightest tremor could bring the house of cards crumbling down, and the Libyan War was a tremor felt throughout Europe. It seemed that at long last the sick man was finally ready to keel over, and one region was ready to pounce. The rise of nationalism in the Balkans had been a thorn in Turkey's side since the end of the Napoleonic Wars. The new nation-states that had emerged here throughout the 19th century provided potential liberators, or new oppressors, for the many differing nationalities that lived in this troubled melting pot, each with their own competing claims and ambitions. For 30 years, the shrewd Ottoman Sultan Abdülhamid had enabled his empire to survive by playing the squabbling Balkan nations off against each other, allowing him, for example, to fight the Greeks alone in 1897, a war the Turks had won to the surprise of many in Europe. But his hand was always a weak one. Sprawled over 3 troubled continents, with a chronically unproductive economy and impoverished population, dependent entirely on the rival jealousies of Christendom to prevent a general division of the spoils. No great power, not even Russia after 1878, was enthusiastic about the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire and the chaos it would bring, but nor did anyone, save maybe the Germans, wish to see her grow strong once again. Ottoman finances were by this point in the hands of Europeans. Their public debt administration controlled a large swathe of the empire's income sources. Tariff and tax revenues were turned over to this foreign commission, which then paid off Constantinople's many international creditors. It would be going too far to call Ottoman sovereignty a fiction at this point, but it was certainly severely curtailed. For all of this, Abdülhamid had proved a surprisingly competent monarch, holding his empire together in these most perilous of circumstances. As Sean McMeekin notes though, his methods were often brutal. The Armenian massacres of the 1890s, for which he was blamed, had deeply angered his former British ally. Journalists despised the strict censorship and secret police wielded by the regime. Educated women often resented the Hamidian revival of Islam, which threatened to undo all progress towards civic equality. Above all, ambitious Turkish politicians and military officers despaired at the Sultan's absolute rule through arbitrary decrees and his cuts to the military, leaving the army's pay chronically in arrears and stagnating the officer corps' career progression. These tensions finally boiled over in 1908. A movement known as the Young Turks, mainly consisting of disgruntled officers, forced Abdülhamid to proclaim a constitution. A year later, after a failed counter-revolution, the Sultan was deposed for good and replaced with a more pliable relative. The Young Turks announced an agenda of modernisation and centralisation, but almost immediately the instability was seized upon by the surrounding vultures. Austria annexed Bosnia, still legally a Turkish territory. Bulgaria, nominally a vassal, declared full independence, whilst Russia tried to drum up support for their own military access to the Straits. Albania soon after exploded into a revolt which ended with Constantinople conceding autonomy to the territory. Then, in 1911, the Italians swooped. With the Turks locked in an exhausting fight across the Mediterranean, their Balkan territories suddenly began to look like an enticing prize. First though, let's try and unpick Balkan politics as it stood in 1912. Wish me luck. At this point, Romania was theoretically a paid-up member of the Triple Alliance. King Carol, who had personally negotiated his country's entry into the pact, came from a junior branch of the Hohenzollerns, the dynasty which sat the German throne, and placed great value on familial ties. But he always feared his subjects' reaction to discovering they were pledged to militarily aid the Hungarians, who ruled over and in Bucharest's eyes abused a large Romanian minority. Therefore, Carol astonishingly kept his part in the Triple Alliance secret from his own countrymen for more than 30 years, informing only a few select ministers. Bulgaria and Greece tended to be the most independent of the nation-states. Both were Orthodox, but Foxy Ferdinand, as the Bulgarian ruler was known throughout Europe, had pretensions that seriously clashed with Russia's. In 1908, when Bulgaria formally declared independence from the Ottomans, he had taken the title of Tsar, to the annoyance of St. Petersburg, and Ferdinand's ultimate designs on Constantinople were hardly a secret. He even had the full regalia of a Byzantine emperor specially recreated for his future triumphal entry into the city. Even so, Ferdinand increasingly saw the Russian connection as the most likely to advance Bulgarian geopolitical aims, at least in the short term. In May 1912, he disclosed to Russia the tentative feelers Bulgaria had received from Vienna during the Bosnian crisis about an alliance to crush Serbia. The Russian foreign minister found this extremely interesting. Finally, there was Serbia and Montenegro, the most openly pro-Russian of the Balkan states. Since 1895, the Montenegrin army had been subsidised by St. Petersburg, whilst Belgrade had been left as furious as the Russians by the outcome of the Bosnian crisis. The provinces had not been of much interest to the Serbs until 1908, quarrelling as they were with the Bulgarians at the time, but Belgrade had still hoped to eventually inherit them, and felt entitled to compensation elsewhere for this Austrian forward move. The Serbs coveted in particular the Slav-inhabited Sanjak of Novi Pazar, another small territory Austria had occupied but withdrew from in 1908. Izvolsky had bargained Serb compensation away that year, and Aehrenthal refused to budge on the issue thereafter. To have done so would have been to humiliate Austria and publicly accept the Serbs had a legitimate claim to territory based on the ethnic principle, obviously deeply dangerous for such a diverse empire. Serbia had mobilised, and Austria had almost gone to war with them, only avoiding this when the Russians finally informed the Serbs they would be unable to intervene in any conflict. Why had the Austrians not settled this account permanently in 1909, once they secured a German assurance of military support, which they got from Moltke in January 1909? Why did the Habsburgs not take Serbian mobilisation as a casus belli and crush them? As we have seen, the Russians were under no illusions about their ability to intervene at this stage, and the Austrian Chief of Staff, Konrad von Hotzendorf, staunchly advocated a military solution, but instead Vienna preferred to take a diplomatic triumph. The Emperor Franz Joseph distrusted the reliability of German promises at this point. Other military advisors were pessimistic about the Common Army's ability to win a Serbian campaign quickly, and even a localised war in the Balkans was considered intolerable for Austrian finances. Ultimately, the truth is that in 1909, Serbia was, in Aehrenthал's words, a rascally boy pinching apples from the Austrian orchard. What was the point of spending lots of money and further infuriating Russia just to crush an irrelevancy? Aehrenthal, who we must remember never actually wanted the European-wide crisis his actions over Bosnia caused, had thus been insistent on not escalating any further and settling the matter diplomatically. The long-term result, though, for Austria was to fall between two chairs in the Balkans. They infuriated the Serbs and turned them into a committed enemy without destroying them. No formal alliance was ever negotiated, but Belgrade and St. Petersburg grew consistently closer thereafter, and it was from this springboard that Russia began to play an ever more active role in the peninsula. Russian influence in the Balkans had always been of dubious strategic benefit. Alexander III suspected as much in his time and mused that the Straits were the only object of any real significance in the region. The Balkan peoples had no instinctive loyalty to St. Petersburg, and it was hardly like there was some great economic benefit to be gained from Russian encroachment there. French rather than Russian investment was the most prevalent in the peninsula. From a hard strategic point of view, they would almost certainly have done better to try and rekindle the détente with Austria that the Bosnian crisis had destroyed. But there was another growing strain of thought in Russia, which argued that rather than cutting the Balkans loose, the empire should become even more involved. Pan-Slavism was always a vague concept, emphasising the ethnic, religious, and somewhat mystical unity of Russian and Balkan Slavs. As a doctrine, it was usually despised by the cosmopolitan Russian aristocrats who made policy in faraway St. Petersburg, and the failure of the 1878 Russo-Turkish War had left Pan-Slavist ideas out of favour. But there was undoubtedly a certain attractiveness to the ideology, even on a strategic level. If the Ottoman Empire was to break apart at some point in the near future, an event almost everyone in Europe expected, then influence in the neighbouring Slavic states would be vital to securing Russian interests, so it was argued. And since the new constitutional freedoms of 1906, Pan-Slavism had become very popular with the press and public. The Tsars had always been sensitive to public opinion anyway, but in the aftermath of the revolution in particular, it was something Nicholas could not afford to ignore. Greatly influenced by this was the new Russian foreign minister, Sergei Sazonov. Sazonov, in Dominic Lieven's words, was one of the kindest and most decent men to ever serve as Russian foreign minister. Modest, friendly and honest, he was in temperament at least the ideal replacement for the bombastic and conniving Izvolsky. But Sazonov was no soft touch either. His patriotism and Orthodox Christianity were both genuine and deeply held. Izvolsky had groomed him as a replacement for more than a year, superficially making him well suited to the role, yet he had only a vague grasp of the empire's domestic politics and very limited diplomatic experience outside of Russia. Thus, one contemporary noted he never really understood, for example, the Balkan Peninsula, or was instead holding a naive and idealistic Slavophilia. This does not mean Pan-Slavism was an underpinning ideology of his foreign policy. Indeed, it's hard to really assess what principles did guide Sazonov's diplomacy. At times, he talked like a realist, asserting that Russia's only interest in the Balkans was ensuring the Straits remained in Turkish hands. Other periods had him expressing sympathy with the national aims of Balkan Slavs. The alliance between the Balkan states that emerged in 1912 was not a grand design of Sazonov's from the start. Rather than sweeping away the Ottomans, his main aim was finding a way to block further Austrian expansion in the region. In pursuit of this, he arranged a summit between the Kaiser and Tsar at Potsdam in 1910 to try and mend the relationship that had been so badly damaged by Berlin's guarded ultimatum during the Bosnian crisis a year earlier. The meeting went well, and the new German Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, agreed to limit future Austrian expansion. Sazonov's interest in the Balkans, though undoubtedly influenced by Pan-Slavism, can thus be seen as part of a wider strategy focused on containing Austria. That Aehrenthal was genuinely uninterested in any further expansion did not stop the Russian foreign minister from seeing a new Habsburg plot around every corner. The next link in this chain was the fostering of a Serb-Bulgarian entente. This, in Sazonov's mind, would be a bloc powerful enough to check any future Habsburg advances and make Russia the arbiter of Balkan politics. 500,000 bayonets to guard the Balkans. This would bar the road forever to German penetration, Austrian invasion, he said. The problem, though, was that both powers had claims on Ottoman Macedonia, and as the German ambassador in Sofia pointed out, the Bulgarians would refuse to share in any deal. Initial talks between the states thus foundered, and Russian plans stalled. It was Italy's war with the Ottomans that changed everything. Even the most intransigent Serbophobe could see the Turks were uniquely vulnerable, and that such an opportunity to seize land inhabited by Bulgarians may not come again. Throughout the winter of 1911 and early 1912, the Russians facilitated talks between the Serbs and Bulgarians, still technically aiming to turn this alliance against Vienna, but increasingly aware its destination may well be southwards. The treaty was finally signed in March 1912, containing defensive clauses clearly aimed at Austria-Hungary, but also an offensive secret annex providing for the partition of Macedonia. Austria remained the focus of the agreement, at least to Sazonov's mind, but since this is pre-war Russian diplomacy, as usual the scheme immediately blew up in St. Petersburg's stupid face. The Serb-Bulgarian alliance soon took on a life of its own and, without consulting Russia, was extended to include both Greece and Montenegro. The inclusion of Athens made it apparent this Balkan League's designs were going to be primarily on the Ottomans, and for a moment there seemed the possibility of a renewed Austro-Russian détente as both powers scrambled to preserve the Balkan status quo, neither being prepared for the outright collapse of the Ottoman Empire yet. But Russian diplomacy was continually undermined by its own confused nature. Though, as I've said, it appears Sazonov only intended the League to serve as a check on Austria, this was certainly not the case for the Empire's dangerously independent ambassador in Belgrade, Nicholas Hartwig. Hartwig, who took up his post in 1909, was a committed Slavophile known for being more Serbian than the Serbs, and keen to see his adopted country expand in every direction. He rarely bothered to coordinate with his erstwhile masters in St. Petersburg, and at points acted so autonomously he might as well have been a rogue agent. Though it's of course true Sazonov could have put an end to all this by simply sacking him, For whatever reason, probably Hartwig's popularity at the Romanov court, the foreign minister never did so. Hartwig thus went further than simply supporting Serbia. He actively encouraged Belgrade to take advantage of Ottoman weakness and expand south. In October 1912, the Balkan states struck. The combined armies outnumbered the Turks by more than 2-1 in the region, yet military observers were nonetheless impressed with just how quickly the conflict was decided. In 6 weeks, the unprepared Ottoman armies in the Balkans were overwhelmed. Once again, the lack of a navy badly hampered Ottoman efforts. Even the modest Greek fleet was able to block them from rushing any sizable reinforcements across the Aegean. The success was swifter than even the Balkan League itself had anticipated. Although a division of Macedonia had been agreed on prior to the conflict, the question of other territories remained ambiguous, causing a hectic race between the Greeks and Bulgarians, for example, to Salonika. The Greeks eventually won by about 4 hours. When an armistice was signed on the 3rd of December 1912, Constantinople and a few fortresses were all that remained of Ottoman Europe. Negotiations now began for peace, but making war had in many respects been the easy part. Any settlement had to satisfy Balkan states that still deeply mistrusted each other, whilst also taking into account the interests of the great powers, all of whom wanted a new order that suited their specific plans. The rapid success of the League had terrified both Austria and Russia. For the latter, the advance of Bulgarian troops towards Constantinople brought on a near crisis. Russian statesmen had smarted for a century over perfidious Albion, preventing them from reclaiming the Hagia Sophia for Christ, but in 1912 the Christian nationalism of every Russian seemed to evaporate into thin air when the Turkish ambassador told Sazonov Constantinople was about to fall to the Bulgarians. Suddenly, hard geopolitical facts mattered more than driving the Turks out for the noble sake of Christendom. Panicked, the Russians drew up plans for a rapid descent on the Straits to secure them by force if necessary, even though such a hasty move without prior warning would have outraged Russia's allies as well as enemies. In the end, the cholera-racked Bulgarian army stalled at the Chatalja line, the final fortifications before the capital, allowing the Russians to wriggle off the hook. Austria had no such luck. At the start of the conflict, Vienna had hoped the Turks would do their dirty work for them by crushing Serbia. They were completely wrong-footed when, instead, the war ended with victorious Serbian troops in control of a swathe of new territory and encamped on the Adriatic. Vienna considered this a nightmare scenario. If the Serbs held a port here, it would allow them to finally escape economic reliance on the Danube, and by extension the Habsburgs, thus giving them the space to grow into a genuine threat to the empire. Even more ominously, it seemed inevitable that such a port would in time become a base for the Russian fleet once they finally sorted out the question of the Straits. What then could Austria do? Their position was significantly weaker than it had been in 1909. Aehrenthal, for one, had died just before the outbreak of the Balkan Wars. Despite sharing a large chunk of the responsibility for torching Austro-Russian relations, the foreign minister had ultimately been a respected, if not entirely trusted, figure on the international stage. His deeply held conservatism had also made him a pacific one, consistently vetoing the hawkish elements in Vienna. His death was thus a major blow for Austrian prestige and policy. His successor, Leopold von Berchtold, was considered by Nicholson a most charming man, but not of much strength of character. Berchtold had had a long career in the Austrian diplomatic service, serving in London and St. Petersburg before being promoted to the ambassadorship in Russia in 1906. Rich, handsome, with a sardonic sense of humour, he was basically unambitious and spent half his time in office attempting to retire. A Hungarian magnate, Berchtold's politics were ploddingly conservative, committed to the Habsburg monarchy, consort of Europe, and ultimately focused on preserving the status quo. Though a prodigy of Aehrenthals, he deplored his master's breach with St. Petersburg in 1909 and hoped to restore the relationship in office. By contrast, he ignored Aehrenthals' attempts to conciliate Italy and adopted a wary mistrust of his wayward ally. Most of all, he had developed great faith in British diplomacy and saw rekindling that old flame as the cornerstone of his policy. Events were unfortunately to conspire against this grand vision. The revolution in the Balkans that occurred in late 1912 was, in A.J.P. Taylor's words, a disaster beyond remedy for the Habsburg monarchy. An enlarged Bulgaria, which as we have seen, Vienna thought might serve as an ally against Serbia, was not particularly worrisome. But Belgrade's expansion was. Though the post-1903 regime in Serbia had not been particularly Austrophobe to begin with, they had subsequently found their true calling with the Bosnian annexation, heightened further by the accession of the nationalist passage to the premiership for the fourth time in 1912. It really cannot be emphasised enough just what a strategic threat Austrian statesmen were coming to see Serbia as by late 1912. Even the most plodding Austrian diplomats saw a militarily strong, economically independent Serbia, allied to Russia, as the greatest threat to the House of Habsburg since it began to run out of marriageable first cousins. Policymakers in Vienna whispered that such a Serbia could become a Slavic Piedmont in reference to the Italian state that had ejected Austria from that peninsula 50 years earlier. Poor old Berchtold, only months into the job, struggled to come up with any adequate solution. Conrad, temporarily displaced as chief of staff but still influential, suggested what was quickly becoming a trademark idea, giving the Serbs a damn good thrashing. At this point he was opposed by Berchtold, the Emperor and Franz Ferdinand. Instead, the foreign minister set out his minimum aims to the other great powers. Most important among these was the creation of an independent Albania. Few people within the Habsburg monarchy either knew or cared what exactly an Albania was in 1912, but for the Hofburg it quickly became a linchpin to rescue its vanishing prestige and influence. The main purpose of this new state being to block Serbia from the Adriatic. Berchtold had chosen his ground well. Austria's wayward Italian ally also had no interest of seeing another power on the Adriatic, and so would back the demand. The Albanians were a legitimate nationality whose independence was bound to arouse sympathy in Britain and France. The problem came with the fact that Berchtold did not frame this aim as an ultimatum, more an implied or else, and tempting as this demand, coupled with an ominous glare was, the Serbs said no. Importantly, this time, unlike 1909, Russia backed them. St. Petersburg was in an awkward position here. Its statesmen knew the army needed another 2 years at least before it would be ready for a European war, and few really cared about whether Serbia got an Adriatic port or not in isolation. Simply allowing Austria to dictate the terms of any Balkan settlement, though, was unthinkable. Doing so would destroy Russia's hard-won prestige and influence with the League. Aware of this, on the 30th of September 1912, the Russian army began what it described as a trial mobilisation in the westernmost Warsaw military district, which bordered both Germany and Austria. It's important to stress here that the Russians did this before the war had even broken out, let alone Austria issue any demands. The point was obviously to ward off the type of action Conrad was suggesting, but Vienna could hardly be blamed for viewing it as more than a little provocative. At the end of October, as the Balkan states swept all before them, Berchtold met with his colleagues to consider the Austrian response. For really the first time in many years, war was seriously considered, and it was decided to send reinforcements to Bosnia. In November, troops in Bosnia and Dalmatia were put on a war footing, and further reinforcements sent to the Galician border. Tempers correspondingly rose in St. Petersburg as well. On the 22nd of November, 2 days after the Austrian measures, the Tsar met with his top military commanders in Western Russia and decided to mobilise the whole of the Kiev military district. Sokomlinov, who knew only too well that the Empire was hardly prepared to fight both Germany and Austria, argued with usual Russian optimism that whilst this might have been the case, war was inevitable and it might be better to simply get it over with. But the next day, when Nicholas told Sazonov and the Prime Minister Kokotsov, they were appalled. The Tsar argued that the limited mobilisation of the Kiev district was only directed at Austria, but the Foreign Minister countered that such a move could hardly avoid provoking the Germans as well. We of course don't know what Berlin would have done if Russia mobilised, but there is every chance it would have felt compelled into issuing an ultimatum demanding their climb down, and the Russians, as we have seen, were determined to never bow to such an ultimatum again. The fact it was Sazonov's objection which stopped the mobilisation is a good indicator of just how close Europe came to catastrophe in 1912, for the Foreign Minister was hardly the most consistent of peace advocates, swinging wildly between belligerence and pacifism depending on his mood. Sazonov is so continually changing his ground that it is difficult to follow the successive phases of pessimism and optimism through which he passes, wrote the British ambassador. When it came down to the crunch, he did genuinely recoil from provoking a conflict, but there is a sense that European peace was preserved in 1912 because the Foreign Minister just happened to be in a less belligerent mood that day. Sazanov's changeability was not confined to just one area either. On the key issue of whether Serbia was to have an Adriatic port, the foreign minister had a range of ideas. Unfortunately though, he seemed to pick a new one every day. On the 8th of November, he told the Italians that Serbia had to have access to the Adriatic coast, yet only 3 days later he informed Hartwig that an independent Albanian state was an inevitable necessity. Then, on the 17th, he was once again arguing for a Serbian corridor to the sea. M. Sazonov is a sad wobbler, huffed one British diplomat. Throughout the winter of 1912 and early 1913, whether Serbia was to gain an Adriatic port remained the most pressing issue in Austro-Russian tensions, even if it really only served as a stalking horse for their competing ambitions of dominance in the Balkans. Both powers consequently maintained a high state of readiness, holding reservists and reinforcing their shared border. Finally, the Austrians, perennially short of money, were the first to blink. On the 21st of February 1913, Franz Joseph proposed a reduction in Galician company strength. Nicholas reciprocated, and in March both powers publicly announced troop withdrawals from the border. The crisis had passed, but had the long-term effect of hardening views in both empires. For the Austrians, even the limited reinforcement of its borders had strained the monarchy's finances, costing 275 million crowns, about half of the normal peacetime military budget. Rather than dissuading its statesmen from risking such action again, though, it began to imbue in them a fatalism that saw war as the only way out of a potentially constant cycle of ruinously expensive mobilizations and demobilizations for every small future crisis. In Russia, the emergency led to the formation of a new militarist party within the court, led by the likes of the Tsar's well-respected relative, Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich, who saw Russia's eventual demobilization as yet another climb down in the face of the Habsburgs. A diplomatic muckton, one particularly stupid deputy in the Duma called it. Russia had not given in to any ultimatums this time, but there was a growing trend amongst both the court and nationalist press of seeing any concession or negotiation as an insult to the empire's prestige. Whatever the case, the retreat of both empires finally allowed for some progress diplomatically. In December 1912, just after an armistice had briefly brought the war to a ceasefire, Grey offered to host 2 conferences in London, one for the Balkan states to settle their differences, and one for the ambassadors of the great powers to resolve their disputes. It was notable that Germany and Austria did agree to attend this very last gasp of the old Congress system, but the conference was widely described as little more than a talking shop. The Italian ambassador complained the Austrian representative spoke more than everyone else combined. It could not put the Eastern question back on ice and restore the Ottoman Empire in Europe, nor could it prevent a brief resumption of hostilities in February 1913, which finally saw Bulgaria, with assistance from the Serbian army, seize the great fortress of Adrianople. It did, however, theoretically remove the current source of tension in the Austro-Russian relationship. Both powers agreed to an independent Albania, which would cut Serbia off from the Adriatic. The Russians, as stated earlier, had never much cared about this. Their concern was that Austria should not be seen to impose a settlement without consulting St. Petersburg. Still, in principle, it was a Habsburg victory, with an Albanian state duly emerging in July 1913. But the Russians happily convoluted the agreement by quibbling over the exact details of the frontier, resulting in endless arguments over barely pronounceable villages. It was, Grey complained, unreasonable and intolerable that the greater part of Europe should be involved in a war for a dispute about 1 or 2 towns on the Albanian frontier. The most pressing case was the town of Scutari, one of the last Ottoman strongholds and then under siege by the Montenegrins and Serbs. Within religiously divided Albania, it would have been the centre of Catholic and thus Austrian influence, meaning Vienna was adamant it should be included within any Albanian state. St. Petersburg soon lost interest in such a minor issue and agreed. However, deciding this in a smoke-filled drawing room a few hundred miles away was one thing, actually enforcing it quite another. On the ground, King Nicholas of Montenegro continued the siege, determined to make the town his new capital. When the Montenegrins finally succeeded in taking Scutari on the 23rd of April 1913, Austria demanded they respect the agreement of the conference and withdraw. King Nicholas ignored them. In the days of Alexander I and Metternich, the Russians would have told Montenegro to comply or be cut loose. In 1912, they were rather more equivocal. They did agree to send a small flotilla along with the other great powers to make a demonstration in the Adriatic, but since Scutari was 12 miles inland, it wasn't exactly clear what any of them hoped to achieve by this. Sazonov also took the unusual step of publicly disavowing King Nicholas's actions, yet in the next breath he was saying that public opinion might force him to intervene on Montenegro's side if Vienna mobilised. To the Austrians, it once again showed how useless conferences were for settling disputes by 1912. Berchtold had reached the limit of his patience. He was not a warmonger, but he felt Austria had acquiesced to enough Balkan expansionism. At a tense Crown Council meeting on the 2nd of May, he agreed with hawks like Conrad, back in the position of Chief of Staff, that Austria could no longer be defied. The new German foreign minister after Kiedelin's sudden death, Jagow, gave his full support to Vienna, and so the Austrians issued an ultimatum and began military preparations. Russia very reluctantly reciprocated, though it was obvious that even militarist factions in St. Petersburg doubted Scutari was a cause worth fighting over. Then, suddenly, on the 4th of May, the Montenegrins agreed to evacuate Scutari. Peace had survived, just. The First Balkan War formally ended on the 30th of May 1913. Almost immediately, the settlement fell apart. Forced away from the Adriatic, the Serbs decided that in compensation they would keep what Macedonian territory their army had conquered, violating the division that had been agreed with the Bulgarians before the war. Without waiting for Russian arbitration, in late June the Bulgarians attacked the Serbs and Greeks to seize the contested territory. The war was ended swiftly by the opportunistic entry of Romania and Turkey against the Bulgarians. Encircled and with the Romanians a few miles from Sofia, the Bulgarians capitulated and in August 1913 signed the Treaty of Bucharest, which stripped them of most of their gains from the First War. Serbia emerged triumphant. Her territory had almost doubled in size, her population had increased from 2.9 million to 4.4 million. Though ironically for a state so driven by the national idea, new ethnicities made a not insignificant portion of these new inhabitants. Almost immediately Serbia faced a revolt of Albanian Muslims in newly acquired Kosovo. Austria could once again do little to oppose this secondary ordering of the peninsula. Berchtold mused about trying to win some concessions for Bulgaria, but when put to the Germans, the Kaiser thought this idea completely crazy. The foreign minister once more landed on Albania as a way to regain some prestige. Northern parts of the country remained occupied by the Serbian army, ostensibly to suppress banditry, though few believed the excuse. On the 17th of October 1913, Austria again issued an ultimatum demanding the Serbs withdraw. Although this was theoretically being done in the name of the London Conference, only Austria's Triple Alliance allies were informed of the ultimatum ahead of time, a clear sign that Vienna was rapidly giving up on the concert of Europe. The Kaiser, prone to mood swings as ever, announced his support. "You can be certain I stand behind you and am ready to draw the sword whenever your action makes it necessary. Whatever comes from Vienna is for me a command." Had the Kaiser actually been required to draw his sword, he would undoubtedly have had second thoughts. Fortunately, he did not. Again, the ultimatum worked. The Russians were as ever uninterested in fighting for Serbia's right to occupy Albania, and the Serbs needed time to digest their victories anyway. On the 25th of October, they gave way. It was the last of that year's Balkan crises. The outcome of the Balkan Wars did not particularly satisfy anybody. Russia had theoretically gained the most, with what was fast becoming an outright client state in Serbia enlarging itself dramatically. But the Balkan League that Sazonov had placed so much faith in was as dead as a doornail. Bulgaria would ultimately remain a mercenary power, warily resentful of both Belgrade and Petersburg. More pressingly, the near-total collapse of Ottoman power had terrified the Russians. Of course, there was little love for the Turks themselves in St. Petersburg, but for Russian statesmen, the apparent death rattle of the Ottoman Empire meant the question of the Straits would once more rear its ugly head, for perhaps the final time. Then there was the fact that, in spite of Russia's rapidly growing military strength, Austria remained willing to forcefully assert itself. Albania was of course hardly a significant Russian interest, nor had conceding here damaged Russian prestige in any real way. Certainly there was no national outcry to match that which had occurred in 1908. Yet Vienna's growing habit of issuing ultimatums to Russia's Balkan protégés was a deeply ominous sign of things to come. For Austria, the situation was even worse. The Habsburgs had successfully blocked Serbia from gaining an outlet on the Adriatic, and demonstrated they remained a great power through their strong stance on Albania. But that was of little consolation with an expanded, ambitious, and now very self-confident kingdom on their border. Though not currently aggressive, Serbia was after all exhausted from 2 wars in quick succession. Belgrade now made little secret of their disdain for Habsburg rule. Perhaps more importantly, it was clear Russia had become a future belligerent. Though Petersburg had urged the Serbs to compromise in the Scutari and Albanian crises, they were evidently a far more assertive power than they had been in 1908. Almost all Austrian leaders now expected any war with Serbia to mean one against Russia as well. This, in turn, meant it was almost impossible for Vienna to conceive of a truly independent foreign policy. All Balkan entanglements would now have to be underwritten by Germany. Without Germany, no one in Vienna was under any illusions that Austria could fight a Russo-Serb alliance. Yet Germany remained notably lethargic throughout the year's crises. True, they had backed Vienna over Albania when it was clear the Russians had little interest in the question, and the Kaiser was always prone to dramatic pledges of support when he was in the mood. But elsewhere the friendship had at best been lukewarm. During the First Balkan War, the Kaiser announced that nothing should be done to impede the progress of the Balkan states, who, he claimed, were part of a historical mission to drive Islam out of Europe. At the height of the mobilisation crisis in February 1913, Moltke had warned the Austrians that if they were seen to be the aggressor in any war, it would be hard to convince the German public to back them. And Bethmann always cautioned Vienna about seeking anything other than multilateral solutions. The lesson taken by Austrian hawks was that with German support equivocal, the next time they received it, they must not waste it. The great powers had avoided the Balkan Wars spiralling into a European war, but all of them knew it had been close. All could see a conflict on the horizon, and if there was one lesson learned unanimously, it was that they needed to be prepared for when it came. As crisis followed crisis, every government in Europe recognised that war was a growing possibility, and all of them intended to be prepared if it came. Between 1908 and 1913, military spending amongst the great powers increased by more than 50% in real terms. The reasons behind this explosion are varied, including the rising cost of modern technology, the patriotic backlashes that occurred in several of the powers after Second Morocco, and expanding economies and tax revenues across Europe making such increases viable. But it's undeniable that the first mover was Russia. As David Stevenson notes, in the land arms race, the government in St. Petersburg can most justifiably be said to have fired the starting shot, although it is doubtful if it realised what it was doing. Statesmen in St. Petersburg categorically did not see this policy as a prelude to starting the Great European War, but they were determined that the Bosnian humiliation, which they blamed on their military weakness, would never be repeated. Just as German naval expansion had provoked a response from Great Britain at the turn of the century, Russian spending now brought a reply from Germany and Austria-Hungary. In 1912, after all the fuss, after a decade of sabre-rattling and nonsense about needing to secure freedom to pursue Weltpolitik, the Germans quietly drew back from the naval arms race, settling for an inadequate pace of 2 dreadnoughts a year. Instead, they began to plough money into their land forces. Spending on the German army ballooned from £52 million to £78 million per annum. The rapid pace of this arms race served to both highlight and exacerbate the power dynamics in the European alliance system. For example, France had until 1912 more or less matched German outlays. By 1914, she had been left in the dust. French army spending received only a minor increase until a few weeks before the war. Germany had always been the stronger country, but only now did the true brutal power imbalance begin to appear. Even so, this was not purely a matter of economics for France. Though her wealth was far smaller than Germany's, she still possessed immense resources. Indeed, one of the problems with this arms race was that, in financial terms, the great powers could relatively easily afford it. As Adam Tooze notes, all of these nations had remarkably strong balance sheets by today's standards, with low national debts, large overseas investments, and expanding trade. The real issue came with tapping this wealth. If the post-Moroccan crisis saw a swing to the right across Europe, by 1914 the left was once again in the ascendant. In France's case, a toxic political debate over the increasing conscription service from 2 years to 3 had absorbed the nation's energies. But Germany, Austria and Britain were also to face vicious political debates over more spending in an era when laissez-faire and low taxes dominated. Only in Russia, where the imperial regime had found its footing again, was domestic opposition easily ignored or silenced. But even there, the growing strike movement in the empire's cities pointed to serious political challenges on the horizon. Still, for now, Russian spending more than made up for French deficiencies, which as we have already seen soared to 75.8 million in 1913. A surface-level analysis then would indicate that Germany and Russia were the expanding powers. France and Austria, by contrast, were rapidly tumbling from the Great Power League. Apart from the British, all of the Great Powers' militaries had a core set of similarities. All relied on conscripting a portion of their young men for relatively short service periods, before discharging them into a large pool of reservists. This meant that upon mobilisation, a standing army could grow up to 5 times its peacetime strength in a matter of weeks. In 1914, the German army went from around 800,000 men to nearly 4 million once war was declared. The organisation of each army from battalion up to corps level was generally similar, though the overall size would depend on a variety of factors. The most crude was of course population, and thus Russia's great superiority in men and divisions is hardly a surprise. Yet France, with 25 million fewer people than Germany, maintained an army of roughly equal size. They did this by conscripting more men from each year's class, about 80% to Germany's 53%. No wonder that, despite its fearsome reputation, the German army was always aware that it held no monopoly on militarism. At the very top though, the German Great General Staff remained the envy of Europe. This nerve centre of the Reich's war machine consisted of 625 officers working out of a building on Berlin's Königsplatz. There were no secretaries or clerks, staff officers drafted all documents whilst working 14-hour days. Between the 1st of April and the 31st of March each year, these men created Germany's war plan, the diktat that would describe how any war was to be conducted. Once the new strategy had been formalised, copies of the redundant previous year's version were meticulously destroyed. They have turned war, one observer said, into a great bureaucratic business enterprise. By 1914, the war plan was one of the primary peacetime functions of every great power's general staff. War planning usually involved everything from grand strategy down to creating detailed mobilisation timetables for millions of men. In all cases, mobilisation, the recalling of reservists and concentrating them at the frontier, was an essential part of the puzzle. The architect of Prussia's 3 great victories in the 1860s, Helmut von Moltke, had been able to concentrate his armies swiftly and orderly, and had then known exactly what he intended to do with them. By contrast, the chaotic mobilisation of France in 1870 was a leading cause of that country's defeat. Prussia's general staff, with its war planning and mobilisation timetables, was thus an institution all of the other great powers, even the British, attempted to replicate in some form before 1914. The power that was able to mobilise its army first would have several days, perhaps weeks, of a head start over its enemies. If the High Command then knew what type of offensive was necessary, they could throw their enemies permanently onto the back foot. A nation that fell behind in this race, or executed their plan clumsily, would face an overwhelming disadvantage. It meant that when war broke out, all 5 nations had developed war plans detailing mobilisation timetables, dates of planned attacks, invasion routes and defensive lines. Some, as we shall see, were meticulous in detail, others left much up to the discretion of the commanders of the day, but all exercised a powerful influence on the great powers, militaries and governments. If a painstakingly developed war plan looked like it was becoming obsolete, maybe because of some change in the diplomatic or military balance of power, the General Staff would theoretically be forced to create a new one. The problem came when the General Staff had no alternative war plan. This is exactly what was happening by 1914. Germany, for so long the dominant military power, was watching its war plan, which we will look at in detail later, become more and more unstuck by the growth of Russian power. Arms races had occurred before and have done since without leading to war. It was the impact this specific arms race was having on war planning by 1914 that made it so dangerous. It's worth then, I think, starting with the first mover in this race, the power whose rearmament was to influence everything over the next few years, the power that was beginning to terrify German military minds so completely. Russia was in many ways unique when it came to war planning, the empire's size and resources providing a curious blend of advantage and disadvantage. Superficially, its manpower was overwhelming, despite only conscripting about 20% of eligible recruits each year, compared to Germany's 53%. In 1914, the Russians had a peacetime army strength of 1.4 million, larger than Germany's 800,000 and Austria's 450,000 combined. Once mobilised in 1914, it would grow to 4.7 million men. Yet the Empire's reliance on peasants to make up these numbers meant that despite the educational reforms implemented by Nicholas II, a third of the 1913 intake was still illiterate. Not a major weakness for the simple rifleman, but in an era of complex artillery, weapons and railways, educated soldiers were at a premium. Whilst prioritising sheer numbers inevitably meant Russian investment in equipment lagged behind their competitors, though this was, as we shall see, a deficiency the Tsar intended to correct. Russia's territory was so vast that she could not be defeated and overrun easily, but neither could she play a decisive role in the opening days of a conflict. Her traditionally weak railway network, which had to transport troops vast distances to the front, meant mobilisation would be slower than the other European powers, not ideal with a western border stretching 2,000 kilometres, much of it into a very vulnerable bulge. With all this in mind, Russian plans before the Manchurian War generally consisted of deploying defensively, even abandoning Congress Poland if necessary and deciding what to do from there. This would ensure half-mobilised forces were not destroyed through a pincer movement in the first days of the war by the faster marshalling Central Powers, and give Russian generals time to assess the situation before committing themselves. There was little attempt made to coordinate with their French ally at this point, partly because, as we have seen, until 1912 the Russians were never entirely certain about the alliance. Its terms, which theoretically committed each nation to supporting attacks, were actually quite vague in detail, and Russian generals were always terrified that when war came, the French Parliament, which had never been told of the treaty's stipulations, would fail to ratify it. After the 1905 war, though, it became obvious that greater cooperation with the French was necessary. Nonetheless, Russia still adopted the hyper-defensive Schedule 19 in 1910, which again called for abandoning Congress Poland. Indeed, Sukhomlinov was so confident the Germans would overrun the salient that he had planned to demolish every fortress within it, spending the money on mobile artillery for the army instead. This idea, though, was ultimately defanged by objections from other generals who thought it both cowardly and likely to signal weakness. It was only in 1912 that Russian thinking began to change. Buoyed by the military reforms, large cash injections from 1909 onwards, the new French president Poincaré's firm commitment to the alliance, and most of all the ever-increasing miles of strategic railway being laid down, planners in St. Petersburg began for the first time to seriously consider the possibility of offensive action. This to the extent that in 1912 the Chief of the General Staff, Yakov Zelensky, finally felt able to offer a firm guarantee to the French of an offensive just 15 days into mobilisation. There were two possibilities for such a Russian assault. The first suggestion came from the Quartermaster General Yuri Danilov. An intelligent, peacetime regimental commander with a good eye for detail, he had been promoted too far and was neither a combat veteran or gifted strategist. As a war planner, he was extremely pessimistic despite Russia's growing strength. Danilov worried both about the Empire's ability to sustain a modern war and the number of enemies it might face. He consistently worked on the assumption that Russia would have to fight Sweden, Romania, Turkey, Japan and China as well as Germany and Austria. He left out only the Martians, scoffed one critic. The operation he eventually suggested was heavily shaped by these doubts. In a war with the Triple Alliance, Danilov argued a Germany-first focus was Russia's only shot at victory. By this point, the Germans were widely expected to strike west with the majority of their army at the start of any conflict. Russian intelligence was not particularly good in Berlin, but based on information from their French ally, reports from German war games and common sense, it was expected 16 to 25 divisions would be left to defend East Prussia. In reality, the Germans assigned just 13. Danilov thought that without Russian aid, France would hold for 2 months at best. Thus, the only option was for Russia to try and exploit the Reich's relative defencelessness in the east to draw pressure off the French before they were defeated. He envisioned deploying 3 field armies initially, followed after a month by another 2 against Germany. Only 7 corps would be left against Austria. Superficially, the plan makes sense, but there were several serious disadvantages of a Germany-first approach for Russia. Firstly, Danilov argued assisting France in time would require the Russians to push troops across the border before mobilization had been completed, perhaps fatally weakening the Empire's overwhelming manpower advantage in the theatre. Danilov also wanted two of his assigned armies to go for East Prussia in the first days of the war to secure Poland's flank. As all Russian war planners were aware, East Prussia was absolutely awful terrain to attack over, filled with lakes and forests that would separate the two armies, and thus risk defeat in detail by a German garrison able to take advantage of the province's dense rail network. Indeed, in the 1910 memo that outlined his plan, Danilov explicitly states that the Russian General Staff had obtained information about a German wargame in which a small army in East Prussia was able to crush a larger Russian force. Leaving just 7 corps to deal with Austria initially was a further risk. Russian intelligence in Vienna was very good, and they knew that unlike Germany, the Austrians would concentrate most of their forces in Galicia for an immediate offensive. A mere 7 corps could very feasibly have been swept aside, allowing the Austrians to get behind Russian forces in the Polish salient. Danilov's pessimism meant assisting the French trumped all other considerations, but the plan was an extremely dubious one. The second proposal came from the Chief of Staff in Kiev, Mikhail Alexiev, an able and competent soldier who would go on to be one of Russia's better generals in the war. Alexiev agreed that the opening German assault was likely to be directed westward, rather than allowing for a counterblow against the exposed Reich. However, he argued that the Habsburgs were Russia's main enemy, and that the opportunity to settle old scores with Austria alone should be seized upon. 19 corps would be sent to the Austrian border initially, with more to follow, leaving just 6 to defend against the Germans. Like most Russian planners, Alexiev thought East Prussia's terrain horrible, believed any offensive there would tie down a disproportionate amount of Russian troops, and provide only limited relief to France anyway. He thus chose to bypass it completely. Instead, the hopelessly outnumbered Austrians would be trapped and destroyed in the open, easily manoeuvrable Galician expanses before they could retreat to the Carpathian Mountains. From there, the Russians could either punch into the Hungarian plain or sweep into Silesia in the heart of Germany. This did of course mean handing German troops in East Prussia the initiative, and Alexiev expected they would be diverted south for a spoiling attack. But the Russians kept these frontier roads deliberately rubbish for a reason, and the 6th Defending Corps, supported by Poland's fortress line, should have had no trouble blunting any limited offensive. There were other political advantages to scoring early successes against Austria. The multi-ethnic empire was surrounded by potential enemies. If they sniffed weakness, Italy and Romania might also be convinced to throw in their lot with the Entente. Even more importantly, an Austrian focus would contribute far more directly to Russia's real interests, namely the Balkans and ultimately the Turkish Straits. It was a good plan, probably the best the Russians had. It would certainly have avoided the Tannenberg debacle in 1914, it might even have knocked Austria out of the war. But there was a glaring disadvantage to the strategy. It provided no immediate aid to France, instead leaving Russia's ally to stand effectively alone for at least 6 weeks. Alexiev was willing to risk this because he was more optimistic than Danilov about France's prospects. Britain's belligerent intervention in the 1911 Moroccan crisis had led many Russians to accept French assurances that a British army would fight in Europe from the start of any war. Alexiev also correctly believed Italy would remain neutral. These factors should then have given the French a good chance of holding off the German onslaught until the Russians were ready. Alexiev was proved right in this regard by the events of 1914, but in 1912 it was undoubtedly a very optimistic assessment. Almost all military minds in Germany and France still expected the decisive battle to be fought in the West by the 3rd or 4th week of mobilisation, well before events in the Austrian theatre could have an impact, and the fact remained, if France was defeated, no victory in Galicia would save Russia from the wrath of the entire German army. In early 1912, a meeting of the assembled chiefs of staff of the military districts favoured Alexiev's proposal, but then proceeded to neuter it by also trying to incorporate Danilov's suggestions. Russia's primary effort, it was decided, would be against Austria-Hungary. 3 armies, plus a 4th assigned in 1913, about 35 divisions in total, would be concentrated here for an offensive in the opening weeks of the war, which would ideally begin on M+21. The Russians would then also have the option of deploying a further 2 armies north for a simultaneous attack into East Prussia, as Danilov suggested. Instead of the 6 corps or 12 divisions Alexeyev had originally wanted for a defensive operation, 29 divisions would now be assigned here. This attack would begin earlier on M+15 to fulfill Russia's obligations to France, though again such a premature start meant only half of the army would be mobilised. Still, this compromise would theoretically address the flaws in both Danilov and Alexeyev's respective plans. The main Austrian army would be engaged and defeated, securing the flank of any drive into Germany, but Russia would fulfill its obligations to France and hopefully draw troops off its beleaguered ally with an invasion of East Prussia, the dual pincers of which would encircle and destroy whatever German force was left to guard the territory. A further army would be stationed around St. Petersburg to deter any naval invasion, and another deployed to guard the Romanian frontier. Considering Russia's strategic realities and commitments, it wasn't an awful solution, but the result in 1914 was to effectively fall between 2 chairs. Whilst the plan did give Russian forces numerical superiority in both theatres, in neither was it overwhelming, and thus the army failed to achieve a decision anywhere. Schedule 19A, as it became known to indicate the weighting against Austria, was approved by the Tsar in May 1912, though it would be altered in 1913 and again on the fly in August 1914. There was a more defensive Schedule 19G for use in case Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia instead of France, but St. Petersburg thought this so unlikely by 1912 that the plan was never fleshed out or taken very seriously. Russia expected to attack. Imperial war planning had then, by 1914, undergone a remarkable transformation, reflecting the Russian elite's growing confidence in their empire's strength and international position. The defensive pessimism of post-Japanese war thinking had all but vanished. Instead, Russian armies were now to conduct ambitious offensives against both Germany and Austria-Hungary. Nonetheless, few Russian commanders were delusionally overconfident. For sure they were excited by Russia's power and its future potential, but in 1912 the General Staff had nearly revolted at the prospect of war during the mobilisation crisis. Even in 1914, most were still unsure about the Empire's prospects. This was because, despite the massive investment in armaments since 1909, the Russian military continued to labour under severe handicaps. Some of these, as we have already discussed, were institutional and long-term. The illiteracy of the average Russian soldier and the inadequate training he received, for example. But there were also more immediate issues. The material scars left by the Manchurian War, for one, had not yet been made good. Russian ammunition stocks had been exhausted by that conflict. The shell reserve in 1914 was about 1,000 rounds per gun, whereas France's was 2,000 and Germany's 3,000. In fact, the whole artillery arm in general had stagnated since 1905, leaving Russia desperately short of howitzers and heavy guns in particular. By no means an insignificant disadvantage when the Germans were lavishly supplied with them. Even in newer areas like aviation, Russia lagged behind its Western counterparts, both in active numbers and industrial output. Fortresses along the Baltic coast were still in the process of being modernised at vast expense, whilst Russia's brand new Baltic fleet, 4 dreadnoughts and 4 battle cruisers, was not due to be fully finished and in service before 1917. Until then, Russia would be open to German naval attack, thus tying down 6th Army and garrison duties. The perennial bane of the Russian military, the Empire's rail network, also remained inadequate. Enormous amounts of new track had been laid down since 1909, so much so that 2/3 of the army was mobilised and concentrated at the front by M+18 in 1914. Yet only a quarter of the lines in European Russia were double-tracked. The General Staff was keenly aware that as it stood, the rail network meant Schedule 19A could not utilise Russia's overwhelming superiority in manpower to the fullest effect. Indeed, even after full mobilisation, many feared Russia's army remained too small relative to the Empire's population. In other words, the army needed to be both bigger still and, most importantly, mobilised faster. Finally, as we shall soon see, Russia's military did not exist in a vacuum. The resurgence of Russian power had led to corresponding rearmament drives in Austria and especially Germany. The Reich had implemented two army laws in 1912 and 1913, raising its peacetime standing force and increasing its spending on armament. To deal with these problems, Sukhomlinov in 1913 presented the final stage of his military reorganisation, a scheme known as the Great Programme, the aim of which was to fix effectively all of the aforementioned flaws in the Russian military. The number of field guns would be increased to 8,358 against Germany's 6,004. The heavy artillery would be doubled, giving each division 12 howitzers instead of 6. There was even to be a major air force expansion, built around the state-of-the-art 4-engine Muromets bomber reconnaissance planes. Then the army's annual intake was to increase from 450,000 to 585,000 men. Germany's was about 250,000 for reference. The Russian standing army alone would thus rise by 400,000 men, from 1.4 million to 1.8. More infantry divisions would also be added, taking the number from 114 to 122. There was also the new railway building timetable. The Great Programme earmarked 150 million rubles for extra track. This was subsequently buttressed with an enormous infusion of cash from the French. The heavy increase in German armament spending meant that, for obvious reasons, Paris was with increasing desperation trying to bring forward the Russian offensive timetable, and they were prepared to pay for it. In 1912, the French agreed to finance 900 kilometres of new track. The following year, they agreed to another 5,330. 500 million francs was to be loaned per annum for 5 years. This would fund the double tracking of strategic older lines and the creation of entirely new ones, such as the Ryazan-Warsaw Railroad, all with the purpose of carrying Russian soldiers to the front as quickly as possible. It really is difficult to overstate what an ambitious scheme this was. Within a few short years, the expansion would have effectively ended the traditional weakness of Russia's rail network. In 1910, Russian mobilisation could proceed at 250 trains a day. By 1914, 360. In 1917, Danilov planned to have 560 trains rolling west every day. The change is best seen through mobilisation times. In 1914, full mobilisation took 30 days, meaning both Russian offensives began undermanned. By 1917, though, the entire Russian army would be mobilised and concentrated by M+18, just 3 days behind the German mobilisation in the west. As Stone says, the Russians would have been in Berlin long before the Germans so much as laid eyes on Paris. The Great Programme would have allowed for yet another new Russian war plan, Schedule 20. In substance, it did not differ much from 19A, but it was to provide for even faster, fully manned offensives against both Central Powers, and would have created a new army in Poland to strike across the Vistula. The plan was due to come into play towards the end of 1914, though the Russians did actually incorporate elements of it that August, creating 9th Army on the fly, for example. Indeed, the Russians were even looking towards a Schedule 21 a few years hence, when the Great Programme would be completed, the Baltic Fleet would have been launched, and Romania was expected to be diplomatically aligned, which would have also allowed for them to pull 7th and 6th Armies to the front. Perhaps the most worrying thing of all for Russia's enemies, though, was that the Empire did not really look to be straining itself. Despite the extraordinary increases in both army and naval spending, the economy continued to boom, the Duma was quiescent, and the government still ran budget surpluses. Indeed, the Tsar gloated to the British ambassador that whilst Germany could find the soldiers for its military rearmament, she would struggle to bear the extra tax burden, whereas Russia had unlimited men and money. The harvest had been good again in 1913, state revenues grew year on year, and the mobilisation measures taken during the Balkan Wars had been easily paid for without resorting to new taxes or borrowing as the Austrians had had to. Kokotsov, Prime Minister and Finance Minister, raised a few quibbles over the railway building programme, but accepted the entirety of Sukhomlinov's package otherwise. Now, as we shall eventually see, this isn't to say Russia was without its share of real problems, but to outsiders, both ally and enemy alike, the Empire seemed only years off military supremacy over the entire Eurasian landmass. Indeed, hindsight tells us the main issue with the Great Programme was that it was going to take a few years to carry through. As usual, Tsarist bureaucratic inertia got in the way of its implementation. Nicholas approved the Great Programme in October 1913, and although some work began soon after, it was only put before the Duma in July 1914. Its implementation schedule was also leisurely, with 1918 the estimated completion date. This was of course because Russian statesmen felt no sense of urgency. They had no intention of provoking a war and thought their growing power would deter the Central Powers from waging one. But it meant when conflict did unexpectedly arrive in 1914, only one new brigade had been created, and none of the projected increases in infantry and artillery strength had been enacted. Neither Germany or Austria had detailed knowledge of what the Great Programme entailed, but they accurately guessed it would accelerate Russian mobilisation and were aware of the increase in army size. As we were about to see, this much alone meant a catastrophe of almost apocalyptic proportions for German and Austrian generals. Most agreed that if nothing was done, by 1918 Russia would have been a juggernaut, but 1918 was not 1914. Thus, rather than deter the Central Powers, the Great Programme instead offered two increasingly desperate and outclassed empires a brief window of opportunity. The overriding fear for German military planners was that of encirclement, the possibility of a repeat of the 7 Years' War, where Prussia had faced off against France, Austria and Russia, almost unaided. That war had nearly wiped the Hohenzollerns from the map, and Bismarck always remained paranoid about his new Reich provoking a similar coalition. The Three Emperors League and following bilateral treaties with Austria and Russia limited the chances of this until 1890, but the danger of a Franco-Russian alignment in particular, which would necessitate dividing the German army to cover both fronts, was never far from the military's mind. The architect of Prussia's three victorious wars, Helmut von Moltke the Elder, was pessimistic about Berlin's chances in any conflict that pitted it against France and Russia, though this did not stop him from regularly advocating preventative war against them. His plans ranged widely from standing on the defensive in the west and first forcing the Russians out of Poland, to attacking France straight away before shuttling troops back east. The outlines were often vague and relied on utilising well-timed counterattacks, something the German army excelled in, to win quick victories on the border regions, from where a compromise peace could be negotiated. Moltke's designs were thus hardly blueprints for a knockout blow that would win Germany European hegemony. This suited Bismarck well enough, as he always envisaged any war after 1871 as being a defensive one anyway. But Bismarck's dismissal and the Franco-Russian alliance's transfiguration from thought experiment to strategic reality in the early 1890s changed Berlin's war planning. Germany's new Chief of the Great General Staff, Alfred von Schlieffen, was now tasked with working out how he could win the conflict that was to occur 20 years later, and win it decisively. The man who gave his name to the plan that has dominated so many school history lessons ever since was undoubtedly one of the greatest military minds of his generation. Indeed, it would have been surprising if he wasn't, for Schlieffen was the model of the cold, stoic and unflinchingly dedicated Prussian officer. He worked tremendously hard, and after the early death of his wife, had no interests outside of the army. On a staff car ride through potential future battlegrounds, an aide pointed out a beautiful lake in the Belgian countryside. Schlieffen looked up from his paperwork for a moment, peered through his monocle and commented, "A minor obstacle." Now Schlieffen inevitably worked on plans for a range of scenarios. In fact, it was only long after his retirement that the Germans ruled out the possibility of fighting Russia and France separately. But a two-front war remained the most likely situation for Germany in any conflict. To win, Schlieffen decided, Germany could not rely solely on qualitative advantages. The army needed to gain numerical superiority over one of its foes. A difficult task, for even without British involvement, France and Russia would outnumber the dual alliance. Schlieffen's solution was to make use of the Reich's central position to defeat his foes in detail, concentrating against one enemy first, and then using Germany's rail network to rapidly pivot to the other front. Limited victories that cleared the way for a negotiated settlement, as Moltke the Elder had envisaged, would not do. The opening battles of any war had to strike a knockout blow to at least one enemy. Schlieffen held annual war games between 1896 and 1905, and he looked at a plethora of options for accomplishing this. The last and largest of these exercises simulated first engaging in decisive battles on the Eastern Front before redeploying west. Remarkably though, the strategy he has given his name to for posterity actually featured in none of these war games. The Schlieffen Plan, as it has become known, was written in January 1906 by the then retiring Field Marshal for his successor, and has survived only because Schlieffen kept it in his private papers. Plan is really a misnomer here, for what Schlieffen wrote in 1906 was nothing of the sort. The memorandum contains no detailed mobilisation plan or railway timetables, nor does it make any mention at all of troops being deployed to the Eastern Front. What it did do was suggest an alternative to assaulting French border fortifications head-on, which, having read the reports of burgeoning trench warfare in the Russo-Japanese conflict, Schlieffen expected would bog any German offensive down quickly. Instead, the memorandum posited deploying most of the German army to the west with the intention of sweeping down through Belgium and the southern Netherlands. These troops would thus bypass French fortifications, turn the French army's flank, cut off their retreat, and crush them against their own fortress line. Schlieffen did not, as it is sometimes supposed, intend to take Paris with this swing. In his mind, the fight should have been over well before then. Yet again, the memorandum seemed unconcerned with acting as a real plan, assigning 48.5 Corps to this western offensive, far more men than the German army possessed for such an operation. In 1914, only 34 Corps were used. Indeed, the memorandum really is quite a radical break for Schlieffen, whose plans had always generally been focused around making use of the German army's unique skill in rapid counterattacks near their own railheads, though it's true he'd been considering the possibilities Belgium offered for many years. All of this lends credibility to the idea that the memorandum's real purpose was probably to advocate for army expansion, thus Schlieffen picked an operation that would require the largest number of men. It was Schlieffen's successor, Helmut von Moltke the Younger, who really developed the 1906 memorandum into a coherent war plan. An intelligent and cultured man, Moltke had begun his military career as an adjutant to his uncle, Moltke the Elder, in the Franco-Prussian War, and then risen rapidly owing to the friendship and patronage of the Kaiser. Wilhelm liked Moltke on a personal level, and perhaps not unfairly hoped he had inherited some of his uncle's old genius. But his appointment as Chief of the General Staff was controversial. Moltke was known to be highly strung, nervous, and ultimately a fatalist. Hardly reassuring traits for the commander of the greatest army in the world. Between 1906 and 1914, it was Moltke who decided to refine Schlieffen's brain teasers into a workable plan, capable in his mind of striking a knockout blow with the Franco-Russian alliance. The evolution of Moltke's exact thinking is at best fragmentary, but it's clear that the basic outline of his favoured plans remained the same as Schlieffen's. A wide sweep through the Low Countries to bypass French border fortifications and outflank the French army. In detail, however, Moltke made a range of modifications. First and foremost, he turned the memorandum into a plan that was actually workable by creating a detailed mobilisation timetable for concentrating Germany's millions of soldiers at the front. Given that in 1914 the Reich had to transport, equip and supply about 6% of its population, this was the most important element of any war plan, and something Moltke poured hours and hours into. It was a tribute to the Chief of the General Staff's work that in 1914, mobilisation proceeded almost without a hitch. Albeit this left little room for strategic flexibility, and Moltke himself suffered a near-nervous breakdown when the Kaiser briefly tried to change plans on the fly. Though there was the natural bottleneck of the Rhine, the Reichsdense rail network meant mobilisation could be completed by N+15. Moltke also made changes to the plan's strategy. The most obvious of these was that instead of ignoring the Eastern Front, he now committed an army to East Prussia. Schlieffen had been writing at a time when Russia was convulsed by revolution and unable to act internationally, but its subsequent recovery from the Manchurian War meant sending the entire German army west was now impossible. Yet at just 13 divisions, the garrison was still well below even the lower end of Russian predictions. If this screen faced the full 100 infantry divisions of the Tsar's army, nobody was under any illusions about the likely outcome, but Moltke was still prepared to gamble for two reasons. Firstly, he expected that Austria would be an ally in any war, ideally concentrating most of its 48 infantry divisions in Galicia, and thus distracting the lion's share of Russian forces. More crucially, however, Moltke also estimated that Russia would require 6 weeks of mobilisation before it was in any condition to launch an offensive. This slow concentration of Russian forces still gave Germany a window of opportunity to defeat its enemies in detail, as Schlieffen had always hoped to. For 6 weeks, Germany would be free to fight the French alone. By the time the Russians were ready, Moltke intended it to all be over in the west. The main change here was the width of the sweep through Belgium, so that it turned south far sooner than Antwerp as Schlieffen had wanted. This meant that whilst Moltke never had the 96 divisions Schlieffen had thought necessary, he theoretically didn't need them. Next, Moltke removed the violation of Dutch neutrality. With 5 armies needing room to manoeuvre, Schlieffen had intended to march through the Limburg province, providing another axis for the advance. But Moltke disliked the idea. Quite apart from anything else, it would pull another army the size of the British Expeditionary Force into the fight, meaning the Germans would have to peel off at least a couple of reserve corps to screen them. Moltke also hoped that the Netherlands could be used as a windpipe through which Germany would continue to import if the Reich was blockaded by the British, which he considered increasingly likely after 1905. The problem was that this meant squeezing the entire 1.3 million man invasion through Belgium and Luxembourg. By the terms of the 1839 Treaty of London, Belgium was a neutral state whose independence Prussia itself had guaranteed. The Germans had hoped Belgian acquiescence could be bought for the right price. King Leopold II, a thoroughly bad man in Emperor Franz Joseph's words, was infamous for his greed, and the Germans expected him to barter away Belgian neutrality for a large bribe. The French would after all have been the ones forced to pay it. But Leopold had died in 1909 and his nephew, Albert, was a rather different man. It seemed far less likely this committed, hard-working and energetic young king would be willing to stand aside meekly in spite of Moltke's best efforts to personally persuade him in 1913. The Belgians were, of course, hardly a match for the German army. The country had just 6 divisions and lacked conscription until a year before the war. The problem was that time was of the essence for Moltke, and the Belgian army, while small, was certainly capable of being a nuisance, especially when dug in behind fortifications. The most daunting of these was the large fortress of Liège, which controlled the key railway junctions needed for an invasion of France. It's no exaggeration to say the fate of Liège would be a deciding factor in the outcome of the war. For Schlieffen, this had not been so much of an issue, as Dutch railways could have offered an alternative route. Under the Moltke plan though, if the Germans did not seize Liège in the first few days of the conflict, and capture most of its infrastructure intact, their careful timetable would be undone at the first hurdle. Indeed, after the war, a study by the US Army found that the destruction of one bridge, 2 tunnels and a steep part of the railway tracks would have delayed the Germans from sending trains across Belgium for a month, in other words, losing Germany the war. This meant that by the 3rd day of mobilisation, according to Moltke's calculations, Germany would have to hurl itself into Belgium so as to capture the fortress before anybody knew what was happening. From a purely military stance, this of course made sense, but politically it was a horrific feature of a military plan. How many wars in history have been averted by last-minute negotiations? Yet Moltke's need to brook no delay in launching this coup de main was going to all but bar the possibility of 11th-hour talks. The moment war seemed likely, even if the crisis was thousands of miles away over some unknown colony or port. Moltke would have to put the civilian government in Berlin under immense pressure to unleash the army on Belgium of all places, or else the Germans risked their plan collapsing before it even began. Again, from a purely military point of view, Moltke was probably right. Belgian mobilisation on the 31st of July in 1914, 5 days before the German invasion, was part of the reason for the near debacle at Liège during the war. But all it was really a sign of was how disconnected the civilian and military machines were in Berlin. Bülow said that in his time, as far as he could ascertain, the military and the Foreign Office had never discussed the invasion of Belgium. Jagow, the foreign minister from 1913, did learn about the violation but was basically told to shut up when he tentatively objected. As if to reinforce the disconnect between military and diplomatic needs, Belgium came with the additional problem of Britain, which was also a guarantor of the country's neutrality. Although the treaty could be creatively interpreted as a collective guarantee, thus voiding any individual responsibility if the British so chose, few Germans were naive about the likelihood of them doing so. Moltke did repeatedly try to find other solutions to invading Belgium, but he ultimately decided it was a military necessity. By 1913 anyway, he had personally concluded that Britain would get actively involved in the war on our opponent's side, whether we marched through Belgium or not. Besides, Britain had just 6 divisions, which in the Germans' view they were unlikely to have deployed anyway by the time of the decisive battle. As the Kaiser remarked, dreadnoughts have no wheels. The final major change made by Moltke to Schlieffen's plan was in relation to France. Schlieffen's memorandum had been written on the assumption that France would adopt a defensive approach and dig in along their modern fortress line. German military intelligence never acquired the full French deployment plans, but they knew enough for Moltke to guess, based on this and his own staff car rides, that an offensive was increasingly likely from 1911. This could of course work to Germany's advantage. There was a good chance that a French army focused on attacking Alsace-Lorraine would miss the flanking manoeuvre until it was too late, but it did mean Moltke would have to reinforce the south to prevent any French breakthrough in the meantime. From 1911 onwards, deploying 7th Army to hold Alsace and 6th Army to defend Lorraine thus became a permanent feature of the German war plan. These two armies would then either stage a delaying action until the right wing could wheel around and deliver the hammer blow, or conduct counterattacks of their own, creating the possibility of a true Cannae-like pincer within which the French could be trapped. Thus, in 1914, the deployment was as such. 73.5 infantry divisions were sent west, 13 east, with a few reserves scattered along the northern coast to deter any British naval invasion. In spite of so many eggs being placed in one basket, the plan did not give Moltke any numerical superiority on the Western Front. In 1914, Germany faced 80 French, 6 Belgian and 6 British divisions. "I will do what I can, we are not superior to the French," Moltke told his Austrian counterpart in May 1914. Timing would be everything. Moltke had to seize Liège, outflank the French, and then destroy them, all before the Russians could intervene. The exact date by which he hoped to achieve this wasn't completely clear. In 1909, Moltke seemed to think only 3 or 4 weeks. In November 1912, he thought 4 or 5, and in May 1914, he estimated about 6 weeks. The basic theme, though, was obvious enough. The issue really was, what if he failed? What if the French extracted themselves from the German trap in time? Schlieffen actually answered this for Moltke in his memorandum. If the French escaped the encirclement and retreated to the Marne, the war would be endless. It's perhaps worth quickly considering then why the Germans decided to strike west at all. Would it not have been better merely to sit in their fortress line on the French border and make use of the German army's superb skill on the counterattack to crush any French invasion? Surely this shorter line would have freed up troops for the Eastern Front, where the weaker Russians could be defeated rapidly. The German General Staff did indeed keep an Eastern deployment plan on file until 1913, but that year Moltke ordered all work on it to cease. Thus in 1914 the Western deployment was Germany's sole war plan. There is not an enormous amount of surviving documentation about the 1913 Eastern deployment. It seems to have intended sending 4 armies, totaling 42 infantry divisions, to East Prussia, but the province's rail network wasn't really strong enough to support such a high concentration, and deployment would have been slow. A more fleshed out Eastern deployment, and one that's easier for us to consider, was proposed by the German Chief of the General Staff between 1935 and 1938, Ludwig Beck. Beck thought the invasion of Belgium had been Germany's greatest strategic blunder in the war, and thus attempted to prove an alternative may have been possible. He calculated that with a neutral Italy, Germany would have required 59 infantry divisions to hold the Western Front against France's 80. That freed up just 14 divisions for redeployment to the east. As you might expect, Beck found this an underwhelming figure. In a second stab at the plan, he did manage to whittle the Western Front down to 51 divisions, but this required him to leave everything north of Prüm undefended. That would have been a gift to the French in a real war, since in effect they'd have been able to rapidly lunge north through Belgium and unhinge the entire German line if they so chose. Worse, even this most barebone of defences in the west, at least as far as Beck was concerned, would have freed up only about 22 divisions. 22 divisions was not a piddling sum, of course. The motley 10 divisions scraped together from the Western Front in 1915 achieved spectacular results at the Gorlice-Tarnow offensive. Nonetheless, it is still hard to imagine 22 divisions changing the course of the Eastern Front dramatically in Germany's favour. In fact, they could easily have made things worse. The Russians would surely have cancelled their East Prussian offensive once they realised France was not in any danger, and so spared their second and first armies. 22 divisions is not really enough to reinforce the Austrians, nor is it enough to trap the Russians in Poland. If seriously threatened, the Russians would simply retreat into their vast interior. The Germans never cracked the Wiener line whilst it was held by Tsarist armies. It was only Russia's political disintegration after 3 years of war and blockade that allowed the Germans to win in the east. All this is to say, an Eastern deployment meant Germany, even in the most optimistic of scenarios, was going to be fighting a long and exhausting war of several campaigns. A long war was something few German strategists were prepared to face. Ironically, Moltke did frequently admit he thought the coming struggle would be a lengthy one. This did not make him any more willing to confront the possibility. Besides a half-hearted attempt at convincing civilian authorities to secure the Reich's food supply, he continued to gamble on the Western offensive, securing a swift victory. In sum, I know the Germans going east features in a lot of counterfactuals, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian about it. For what it's worth, though I admit it's not worth much, I think an eastern deployment would have been the better option in 1914, mainly because of one very clear advantage to the plan. By avoiding the invasion of Belgium, it was possible to imagine Britain staying neutral in any European war. The benefits to Germany of the British Empire remaining on the sidelines hardly need elucidating in any detail here. The lack of a naval blockade, not having to fight the British Army, depriving the other Entente powers of London's enormous financial and material resources are just some of the most obvious. Indeed, I think it's telling that Moltke only scrapped the Eastern deployment for good in 1913, the same year he concluded that Britain would be a belligerent whatever happened in Belgium. Assuming he was wrong, which as we'll eventually discuss, I think there's a fair chance he was, and providing the Western Front could be held with 51 divisions, I think it's perfectly reasonable to imagine an Eastern deployment resulting in a better outcome for the Germans. Realistically, they would have struggled to do much worse. But I do also think it's understandable why the Germans were so committed to the Western offensive by 1914. A successful Eastern offensive might secure you impoverished Poland and Lithuania a few months earlier, might avoid the intervention of Britain, it might even win Germany the war. But the victory would be a prolonged, grinding, and probably Pyrrhic one. The Western offensive, by contrast, offered the tantalising prospect of a quick, decisive success that would make Germany the master of Europe. This is not to downplay the inherent risks with the Western offensive, indeed Moltke was all too aware of them, and his paranoia over the Reich's readiness to execute his plans successfully was to set the stage for a period of feverish activity in the German army between 1911 and 1914. From the Agadir crisis onwards, Moltke and many other German military minds felt doubts about the Reich's chances of success in a European war. This was not anything new for the Chief of the General Staff, who was always prone to fatalism, but his specific calculation that Germany's position in the European military balance was likely to grow worse in the immediate future added a more urgent and pressing element to it. The spark for this new panic within the General Staff was the Second Moroccan Crisis. The German army was undoubtedly the best in the world once again by this point, mainly because it had implemented the lessons of the Russo-Japanese War far more effectively than any other military. Gone were the traditional light blue Prussian uniforms, replaced with a more muted field grey. The army had finally found a serviceable, if still inferior, answer to the French 75mm field gun in their new 77mm, whilst the standard German Mauser rifle was marginally superior to the French Lavelle. The machine gun arm had also been expanded, and the German army's training facilities were unrivalled. But Germany's real advantage lay in its heavy artillery. By 1914, the Germans had 848 heavy guns, compared to France's 308 outdated pieces. Even so, in relative terms, Germany was not spending much more than France on its army as of 1911. This alone would have given the General Staff pause, but Germany's chances were further hurt by their Italian allies' distraction in Libya and the belligerent intervention of Britain on France's side. Though there was a hawkish faction within the German military during the crisis, the crystallisation of Germany's encirclement also brought on a wave of self-doubt. Then came the Balkan Wars and the Russian trial mobilisations, which had awoken the General Staff to the reality that the Great Bear was once more a serious factor in geopolitics and pursuing a vigorous rearmament scheme. Moltke in particular seemed to become especially concerned at this point with Germany's level of military preparedness. Yet it was not clear how the German army should respond to these challenges. One of Moltke's most trusted subordinates, a ruthlessly efficient and energetic colonel named Erich Ludendorff, spoke for many when he suggested a massive enlargement of the army to create a genuine nation in arms. This would, in Ludendorff's view, allow for the formation of at least 6 extra corps, but the proposal had more than its fair share of critics. Raising recruitment to French levels, that is to say conscripting around 80% of each year's class, as Ludendorff wanted, would radically alter the nature of the German army. Militarily, it would dilute the quality of its soldiers. At its current intake rate, the army could afford to pick just the strong and healthy, usually from agricultural areas. Increasing this would require inducting all but the disabled. It also meant less politically reliable recruits and expanding the officer corps out beyond the aristocracy. The Minister of War, Heringen, was thus wary of the domestic implications and thought it would be socially undesirable to call up such a high percentage of each age cohort. Indeed, Moltke himself had until 1911 favoured only incremental manpower increases for the aforementioned reasons. Concerns about the operational validity of his war plans, however, meant from that year onwards he finally began to agitate for army enlargement. The compromise between these different factions came in the form of two army bills in 1912 and 1913. The 1912 bill was smaller and amounted to an increase of just under 30,000 men to the peacetime army. This was then followed up with an amendment in July 1913, which legislated for an increase in the peacetime army of 117,000 soldiers, 15,000 NCOs and 5,000 officers, bringing the German army's total peacetime strength up to 890,000. Unlike the Russian Great Programme, the provisions of the bill were front-loaded, with 80% of the manpower increase coming in the first year. It was the largest army bill in German history, and was, as Stevenson says, more than a defensive response to the emergency created by Russia's extraordinary measures. It was intended to keep the Schlieffen Plan viable in the face of Russia's reorganisation and the French Reveil. It was still too small for Moltke though, who had wanted 300,000 new peacetime soldiers. The Minister of War from 1913, Falkenhayn, however, continued to fear for the unity of the military if such an increase was implemented too rapidly. Besides, as Falkenhayn not unfairly pointed out, diluting the army's quality in a vain attempt to compete with Russia's inexhaustible manpower reserves was a fool's errand. Even so, as late as May 1914, Moltke was still trying to personally convince the Kaiser of the need for genuine universal conscription. In a memorandum to Wilhelm, he wrote, "France has introduced the 3-year term of service and deployed a new army corps. Russia 3.5 and 4.5 years service under deployment of 4 to 5 new army corps. At the same time, Russia is in the process of improving her entire army from the bottom up, to an incredible extent." Yet even if Moltke could have convinced the government to press forward with yet another army expansion, it was not at all clear if the Reichstag would accept it. The 1912 and 13 bills had required a series of exhausting negotiations. The new Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, presented them as defensive measures meant to act as a deterrent to France and Russia, but he also more worryingly stressed that there was little prospect of a diplomatic solution to Germany's encirclement, and that whilst he was doing everything he could to avoid war, the army was uncertain of success if it did come. "We propose to you this bill not because we want war, but because we want peace, and because if war comes, we want to be the victors." The main opposition to the bills came from the increasingly powerful socialist bloc. For the first time, the SPD had won the most seats within the Reichstag in January 1912. This was, to put it mildly, not a result the imperial government was ecstatic about. Bethmann, however, was a shrewd politician, and able to talk round all of the other major parties. The SPD opposed the bill, but enough of a majority could be cobbled together from the other parties to vote it through. The next question was how to pay for such an enormous programme. As a country, Germany was very rich. The issue was that the central government possessed few means of tapping this wealth. Most fiscal levers remained with the individual state, leaving the imperial administration to rely largely on tariffs, investments, and an eclectic array of smaller indirect taxes. As we have already seen, Bülow's chancellorship faltered over his inability to persuade the Reichstag to fund the naval arms race, which meant the government had to finance Tirpitz's dreams by almost doubling the national debt, from 2.3 billion marks to 4.2 billion between 1900 and 1909. This was of course not an insurmountable amount, but the German credit market was really quite weak pre-1914, to the extent that a serious crisis was only averted by stronger than expected economic performance, which allowed the government to grow its way into the black and out of trouble. Still, financing the major expansions included in the 1912 and 1913 army bills would require new taxes. The only alternative was more borrowing, which Bethmann ruled out, so there was simply no way around it. Discussion on a property tax to fund the 1912 bill was deadlocked though. An inheritance tax was acceptable to the state governments, but not the Conservative or Centre parties in the Reichstag, and Bethmann wished to avoid dependence on the left wing there. The economist Heinrich Dietzel argued for financing everything on credit. The SPD wanted to make the German princes subject to taxation and to pay part of the cost. The Chancellor himself suggested a convoluted formula of increasing current indirect taxes such as stamp duty, having the federal states gift some of their shared revenue, and implementing a special defence levy on capital and income. Eventually, after tedious negotiation, it was agreed the defence levy should be a progressive tax on capital and professional incomes to pay for a one-off increase of 1 billion marks, with a federal capital gains tax funding the recurring costs of 200 million marks per annum. Worryingly, however, the government did in the end have to rely on socialist votes to pass the finance bill, because what should have been key factions of the government's coalition in the Reichstag, the Conservatives and right wing of the Centre Party, abstained from the vote. The socialists were prepared to rescue the government this time because it gave them a form of progressive taxation they had long campaigned for, but they would never be a solid base of support for the Kaiser, nor did Bethmann wish to rely on them. But then that left the Chancellor with few options going forward. Despite the tax rises, the government was still expected to run a deficit in 1914, not an enormous one, but things seemed likely to get worse rather than better financially, and Germany was nearing its borrowing limits. Tax rises, though, were breaking up the government's Reichstag coalition. To even return the budget to surplus with more taxes, let alone implement another massive army expansion as Moltke wanted, was going to require a new Herculean effort the imperial administration almost certainly did not have in it. To quote Stevenson again, Germany faced the danger of being outspent, not because of a lack of money in the country, but because of an inability to create political coalitions that could tap it. It is unsurprising then that Moltke genuinely feared Germany was losing out in its armaments race with the Entente before 1914. Because the German war plan struck west, the army expansion was primarily aimed at France, and here Paris had been completely blown out of the water. They did try to respond by increasing their conscription term to 3 years, but as you can see once again just from the spending differences, there was no real contest. Much of the German success in 1914 can be put down to this last-minute spending spree, but in the long term it was simply irrelevant. The Germans did not know the full details of the Great Programme, authorised by the Russians just after the Army Bill in 1913, but they knew enough, and German intelligence was generally accurate in predicting Russian mobilisation times. As we have seen, no matter how strong Germany got vis-à-vis France, by 1917 it would be irrelevant. The Russian army would have been in Berlin before Moltke so much as saw the Eiffel Tower in the distance. This, I think, really cannot be emphasised enough. The Schlieffen-Moltke plan, Western deployment, whatever you want to call it, the underpinnings of German military thinking for the last decade were about to be undone. It's not that the Russian army was going to have rooted out its genuine systemic problems and become miraculously competent by 1917, but quantity does have a quality all of its own, and the Germans simply could not launch a Western offensive with most of their army if Russia was at the rear capable of invading with 4 or 5 field armies only days after. We of course don't know what solution the General Staff might have found to this dilemma. That would have been a job for the 1916-1917 planning cycle, I suspect. But the fact Moltke was so hysterical in the years leading up to 1914 suggests he was not confident they would unearth one. His single proposal seemed to be widening the net of military service so that he could conscript another 100,000 or so malnourished communists every year. It was hardly a measure that would have the Tsar quaking in his boots, and if that was genuinely the best he had, then it was rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. That seems dramatic, but what was the solution? Moltke certainly didn't have one, and he knew more about it than myself. This is why from 1912 onwards he began openly advocating preventative war at points. His views were inconsistent and somewhat contradictory, no doubt, but he was the most firm advocate for it in the German government. The issue came to a head at the famous War Council of December 1912, which we'll look at in more detail in the next chapter. Here, the Chief of the General Staff openly said the army was ready and that it was better to go now than to wait. Tirpitz replied the Navy needed another 18 months to prepare and open the Kiel Canal. By the end of the meeting, almost nothing had been decided, but Moltke did not give up. Indeed, with the 1913 Army Bill, his argument was, if anything, strengthened. Since Germany's military expansion was front-loaded, almost the entirety of the package was implemented by the summer of 1914. Russia's Great Programme had barely even begun in the summer of 1914. Germany had one striking opportunity when the Schlieffen Plan could still be used, where the balance of forces would never be so favourable again. As Moltke told Yagow, in 2 or 3 years' time, Russia's rearmament would have been complete, and they would have then had a superiority over Germany he did not know how to counter, whereas, at present, we would be to some degree a match for them. In his opinion, there remained nothing left but to wage preventative war in order to strike the enemy while we still had a fair chance of winning the battle. As we'll get into in the next chapter, this is not to argue the German government went into 1914 looking for a war. Yagow, for example, did not object in principle, but thought Germany had missed the boat by 1914, and that the better option would probably be to wait and see if Britain could be detached. This was undoubtedly the saner course of action, even if it was still a pessimistic one. The only other possible solution was to look to their ally in the south, but the situation there was no more inspiring. Of all the great powers, Austria-Hungary's military situation was the worst. By 1914, Vienna had successively alienated each of its neighbours except Germany. Though the Habsburgs were rich, their military was chronically underfunded and riven by the same internal and ethnic divisions that plagued every other aspect of life in the empire. Weakness, combined with an arrogant and incompetent foreign policy, bred contempt, and meant that in any war, statesmen in the Hofburg feared Austria would be pounced upon by any combination of foes. Consequently, what Austria lacked in infantry divisions she made up for in war plans, possessing more than all of the other great powers combined. These were formulated by the General Staff in Vienna, which had been established along Prussian lines after the disasters of 1866. As in Germany, it had full control over war planning, and from 1906 onwards, became almost synonymous with its flamboyant chief, Franz Conrad von Hotzendorf. Few figures of this era have carved out a more infamous reputation. Handsome, energetic, and ambitious, Conrad began his career as an infantry officer in the Tyrol, before rising steadily through the Habsburg army, though he had never heard a shot fired in anger until 1914. A prolific writer, he impressed with stringent but eloquent advocacy for military reform. This intellect was combined with a good work ethic and charisma that, though often paired with an abrasive and self-righteous manner, did inspire genuine devotion and loyalty, especially from younger officers whom he talked, engaged with, and listened to in a way no other high-ranking officer in any other military would have. He was devoted to the Habsburg monarchy but fatalistic about its prospects. Fearing its many enemies, both internal and external, the Chief of the General Staff quickly concluded that a military solution was the only chance of breaking up the burgeoning coalition around Austria and staving off internal fragmentation. It did not help that Conrad also came to regard military success as a cure for his tortured personal life. Having fallen in love with a married woman, he began to fantasize about winning a great military campaign and returning home at the head of a victorious army to finally claim her hand. Thus, with war seemingly the cure to all military, political and personal problems, Conrad, like Moltke in Berlin, became the most fervent advocate of military action. Between 1906 and 1914, he repeatedly advocated attacking Serbia, Romania, Russia, and even Italy. This latter demand was to briefly lose him his job in 1911, because the foreign minister, Aehrenthal, was at the time trying to conciliate rather than crush Rome. Aehrenthal complained that Conrad had created a war party within the General Staff and was undermining his foreign policy. Franz Joseph consequently called Conrad in for a royal dressing down. These incessant attacks on Aehrenthal, these pinpricks, I forbid them. These ever-recurring reproaches regarding Italy and the Balkans are directed at me. Policy, it is I who make it. My policy is a policy of peace. Everyone must learn to live with that. The bickering between the General Staff and the Foreign Office openly displayed the monarchy's increasingly chaotic decision-making process, and created a febrile atmosphere within the government. Of course, from a military perspective, Conrad had a point. Since his accession to the General Staff in 1906, the balance of power had tipped steadily against Austria. As Russia recovered, Serbia expanded, and Romania and Italy drifted out of Vienna's orbit. This isn't to say Conrad was correct to advocate provoking war as early as possible. The winning move in Austria's unfortunate position was not to play, but his analysis did have a logic to it. Fully grasping Austria-Hungary's increasingly dire geopolitical position, Conrad developed a series of war plans for every conceivable scenario and combination of enemies. For Italy there was I, for Russia R, and the Balkans, that is Serbia and Montenegro, B. Between 1913 and 14, he also developed one for Romania. The plan Conrad actually used in 1914, War Case B+R, had been drafted 6 years earlier in the shadow of the Bosnian crisis. With Serbia and Russia identified as enemies, fighting on two fronts was inevitable, and the Habsburg army was thus split into 3 groups. A Staffel contained 28 infantry divisions divided between 3 armies and was to deploy against Russia and Galicia. Minimal Group Balkan consisted of 8 infantry divisions split into 2 armies and would be sent south to face the Serbs. Finally, B Staffel, 12 infantry divisions held together as 1 army, was to act as a sort of floating reserve, able to assist either front as circumstances dictated. If Russia stayed neutral or was delayed in its mobilisation, B Staffel would go south, as Conrad believed he needed 20 divisions to beat Serbia. If Russia joined the war immediately, it would be sent to Galicia. With 48 infantry divisions, the Austro-Hungarian army was by far the weakest of the continental great powers. Even the measly Serbs were able to put 11 in the field by 1914. The further division of the Habsburg army across 2 fronts hardly made for promising odds, and even the most belligerent in Vienna recognised that German support would be essential in any war involving Russia. Coordination with the Germans had been sporadic at best before 1909, but following the Bosnian crisis, Conrad began a regular correspondence with Moltke, who told him of the planned Western offensive. Only after France had been defeated would the German army be sent east. The fate of Austria will be decided not on the book but on the Seine, Moltke loftily proclaimed. Until then, though, Austria would be required to bear the brunt of any Russian assault. Conrad understood the rationale for the Western deployment and didn't try to dissuade Moltke from it, despite subsequent claims to the contrary. He was nonetheless unenthusiastic about the prospect of being molested by the Russian bear alone, whilst his ally ran off in the other direction, especially as Moltke kept revising the date he would shift his forces east upwards, calculating as of May 1914 that it would take 10 weeks to beat France and then fully redeploy his armies. Conrad pressed for at the minimum a supporting German effort from East Prussia by 8th Army in the opening round of any war to relieve some pressure, a commitment he never received. If such support was not forthcoming, Conrad told Moltke he would hold a line along the San and Dniester rivers. This seems to have been either a bluff or idle musing, for Conrad had no intention of remaining on the defensive whatever the Germans did. A plan from his operations staff to deploy along this line was rejected. Instead, Conrad wanted an immediate northward thrust between the Vistula and the Bug, with various hopes for this somehow producing a Cannae-like encirclement. The Chief of the General Staff's faith in the offensive was absolute, and almost every plan of his required aggressive action. This was not unique to Austrian war planning, of course. We've already seen that both Russia and Germany were intent on offensive action, but Conrad was a genuine true believer in the power of Elan, both at a strategic and tactical level. The 1911 infantry regulations, which he oversaw, emphasised the spirit of the bayonet and the need for infantry to possess iron discipline and superior willpower. The problem was that Austria was the least equipped of any great power to carry out the complex and large-scale offensives the Chief of the General Staff envisaged. All of Conrad's plans had inbuilt flaws that were impossible to correct. Because he demanded flexibility, the mobilisation of the 3 army groups could not be completed with the straightforward rigidity of German timetables, and would instead have to be done in a more convoluted way to ensure Conrad could change things on the fly. Habsburg military trains were also painfully slow, regulated to go at just 11 km per hour on single-track lines, and 18 km per hour on double-track. German and French armies assumed basic speeds of 30 km per hour for their mobilisation transports by contrast. The result of these defects was to throw away what should have been Austria-Hungary's one advantage over Russia: mobilisation speed. St. Petersburg expected the Austrians to have concentrated against them on M+15. In fact, the rail plan envisaged completing the concentration of A and B Staffel in Galicia only by M+24. By that point, the Russians intended to have 37.5 infantry divisions at the Austrian border, just 2 fewer than the Habsburgs. Since the Russians would then continue to move more than a division a day into the theatre, Conrad would find himself quickly outnumbered. The Chief of the General Staff should have known this. Moltke had in February 1914 correctly predicted to him 2/3 of the Russian army would be concentrated by M+18, but Conrad seems either not to have heard or pretended not to. Trying to make reality conform to one's plans rather than vice versa was not a uniquely Austrian disease, of course. but it didn't help when it came to implementation of said plans. Austria was uniquely incompetent. In 1914, Conrad's previous demands for flexibility turned out to be code for allowing him to make random changes whenever he felt like it. His harassed staff spent July and early August revising 84 boxes of detailed instructions to accommodate Conrad's spur-of-the-moment deviations. The result was that B Staffel ended up being deployed to the wrong front, and A Staffel was dropped by their transports way short of the Russian border, meaning Habsburg troops had to undertake several daily force marches of almost 20 miles just to reach their intended starting points. Austria's war planning was thus ambitious given the circumstances, to put it kindly. Indeed, despite his warmongering, Conrad was prone to the same fatalism that afflicted Moltke regarding the likelihood of success in any war, though the Chief of the General Staff could be forgiven for thinking he was not exactly given much to work with. The military machine he commanded was as complex and bizarre as every other damned thing in this empire. There were 3 branches to the army. The largest was the Common Army, so called because it recruited from the entire Habsburg monarchy. It had 2/3 of the empire's infantry and most of its artillery and cavalry. Alongside it was the Hungarian Honved and Austrian Landwehr, who recruited from their respective parts of the empire and were originally intended to be second-line reserve units. The Magyars had never been happy with this arrangement though, and chipped away at it over the decades. Since all military and finance bills had to be passed by the Hungarian as well as the Austrian parliament, the Magyars began using these as opportunities to starve the Common Army of money and instead funnel resources towards the Honved, which they hoped to use as an embryo for a true Hungarian army. By 1914, this was well on its way to being a reality, with the Honved having finally been allowed its own artillery in 1907 after years of pressure. To maintain some sort of symmetry, the Landwehr thus also began slowly adding its own artillery battalions as well. Since this effectively turned both branches into first-line forces, the result in 1914 was that the Austro-Hungarians did not have a real reserve in the way that France or Germany did, making the military even more convoluted than it was naturally bound to be given the circumstances. The army was, unsurprisingly, an ethnically diverse one, drawing from minorities across the empire. That obviously raises the question of how men unable to understand each other were meant to fight together. Something approaching a solution was found in 1882 when the empire began recruiting territorially. This meant that whilst most units still contained a mix of ethnicities, there was usually only 1 or 2 predominant ones. To further help with coherence, a language of command was designated: German for the Common Army and Landwehr, Hungarian for the Honved. Each soldier learned 80 words in this language so that they could understand basic orders. Officers, over 3/4 of whom were German in the Common Army, were also expected to learn the languages of any significant minorities in the regiment they were assigned. Thus, most were at least bilingual. Conrad had mastered 7 tongues. The obliteration of this multilingual elite in the first weeks of the war was something the Habsburg army never recovered from. Yet the officer corps' pay was poor, frozen at 1860s levels by the Hungarians, and lacked the social standing of its Prussian counterpart. Its recruitment was far more meritocratic than Prussia's, the influx of Jews into the reserve officer corps being one notable uniqueness, but these stated handicaps meant the army struggled to attract talent, and the result was, especially at higher levels of command, spectacular feats of incompetence. Even so, the formation of, at least on the parade ground, a disciplined and well-drilled army out of this ethnic hodgepodge was a genuine achievement. Though some, not least Conrad and Franz Ferdinand, questioned the army's reliability given its numerous minorities, the reality was that had the empire remained at peace, there was never anything to suggest the military was incapable of maintaining order and holding the monarchy together. It was not, however, an army that was in any state to fight another great power. Military expenditure was low until 1912, even Britain with its volunteer force spent more than Austria on the army up until that point. This was partly because Franz Joseph wished to hold taxes down, but the main problem as ever was the nature of the Ostleague. The Hungarians had no interest in paying for a large common army that could be turned on them at some point in the future, and since the terms of the compromise allowed them to hold its funding hostage, they frustrated all attempts at rearmament. This parsimony showed. Common army divisions had 42 field artillery pieces compared to the 60 each Russian counterpart was furnished with. Only 2/3 of these guns were modern, the others being obsolete howitzers without recoil mechanisms from 1899. The heavy artillery was similarly antiquated. Almost comically, most Habsburg gun barrels were still cast of bronze rather than steel. There was some genuine state-of-the-art specialist artillery, not least the 305mm Skoda super heavy mortars, which the Germans borrowed in 1914 to reduce Liège. But with only 24 pieces available at the start of the war, they were hardly enough to offset the army's other material defects. Annual recruitment had been fixed at 135,000 men in 1889. As of 1900, this amounted to conscripting 29% of that year's class. Perennial budget shortfalls meant most conscripts were released from service after 2 years rather than the mandated 3, whilst reservist training was sporadic at best. The imperial government understood this was intolerable, but Budapest blocked any attempt to improve the yearly quota or standards. In 1903, the Joint War Ministry requested an increase in military spending and recruitment, and were faced with a range of Hungarian demands in return, mostly related to increasing the Magyarization of the Common Army. The crisis dragged on so long that the General Staff began drawing up plans to invade Hungary. In the end, Franz Joseph issued his usual threat of introducing universal suffrage, and the Hungarians compromised, allowing a small increase in the conscript levy in return for a few Magyarization initiatives in the supposedly common army. The experience meant the War Ministry had to make do for several more years. When asked about Austria's participation in the Hague Disarmament Conference of 1907, Conrad muttered that the present condition of our army already has an appearance of permanent limitation of armament. Austria could just about get away with this. Whilst Italy was a semi-firm member of the Triple Alliance, Serbia remained little more than an annoying parasite, and Russia languished in the post-revolutionary doldrums. But with Serbia on the march from 1912 and Russia rearming at a terrifying rate, even the Hungarians realised the game was up. In 1911, Moritz von Offenberg had been appointed War Minister. He was a close ally of Franz Ferdinand and determined to force through rearmament measures without any more appeasement of the Hungarians. Thus, 1912 saw a new military service bill introduced. It increased the conscription intake by 42,000, bringing the annual call up to 181,000. The Hungarians, aware of the danger they faced, agreed to this, and a further series of increases planned to expand the figure to 236,000 by 1918, as well as upgrades to the artillery. That was in the future though, and the haphazard measures of 1912 could not correct decades of neglect. Indeed, by the time of their completion in 1918, even these measures would have been dwarfed by Russia's growth. Serbia was temporarily hobbled by the costs of the Balkan Wars and was squabbling with France over a 250 million franc credit, but the reprieve here could only be temporary. Italy was also seemingly out of the running for the moment, still licking its wounds from the Libyan War, yet Rome's loyalty to the Triple Alliance seemed more dubious by the day. Then there was Romania, whose diplomatic position we'll discuss more thoroughly in the next chapter. By 1912, the country was swinging out of the Triple Alliance. King Carol was the only person interested in holding to it, and he was clearly not long for the world. Austrian war plans ignored the country completely until late 1913, and the next year Conrad sent nothing to the border. If Romania flipped sides or even just adopted a pro-Entente position, it would relieve 6 Russian divisions and require Austria to find its own 6 to screen the country. Conrad told Franz Joseph that in a war against Russia, Serbia and Montenegro, Austria would face 114 divisions, to which Romania could add 16.5. To the German attaché, the Chief of the General Staff said that against this combination he could see no reasonable chance of success, even with Berlin's assistance. Austria is the loser of Europe, a Vienna newspaper scoffed in 1913. No one likes us and every disaster befalls us. The same forces that were driving the Hawks in Berlin were thus also pushing their counterparts in Vienna. Whilst Austria's position in 1914 was not good, waiting would only see it weaken further. As in Germany, it seems extremely unlikely any further improvements could have been authorised in the near future. After 1907, the monarchy never ran a budget surplus, yet few wanted the political argument the necessary tax rises would bring. Borrowing remained possible, but as in Berlin, credit was seriously tightening in the final years of peace. The issue was not that the Austrians were broke, they didn't have Germany or Russia's immense wealth and resources to draw upon of course, but there was the money in the empire to fund further measures. The issue was, again, being able to tap that wealth. During the mobilisations of the Balkan Wars, for example, the government had been unable to secure funding from the Empire's parliaments as the Russians had been able to with ease. Vienna had thus resorted to floating a $25 million loan in New York on unfavourable terms. Berchtold advocated for further rearmament and the expansion of strategic railways in 1913, but Hungarian objections resurfaced. Newspapers had just revealed the existence of the 1905 war plan for an invasion of Hungary and named Offenburg as the author, leading to his dismissal. However, the Prime Minister, Tisza, was not even particularly concerned with the usual grandstanding and political games. He genuinely thought that the monarchy faced financial calamity if it resorted to further extensive borrowing. It didn't help the advocates of higher military spending that in 1913 the army suffered a humiliation from which it never recovered. Colonel Alfred Radel, charming, well-liked, and the apparently extremely competent former head of Austrian counterintelligence, was exposed as a Russian spy. Conrad had a revolver placed in front of him, and on the 25th of May the colonel blew his brains out. But the damage had been done. In his time, Radel had outed almost the entire Austrian spy ring in Russia, leaving the Empire practically blind there while selling copious amounts of information to St. Petersburg, chief amongst which was a copy of the updated 1912 version of Plan R. Partly for this reason, Conrad shunted his deployment further north in 1914, which did have the intended effect of letting the Russians strike at the wrong place, but did little to improve the Habsburg lot as the frantically changed plans had never been properly wargamed or worked out. It's impossible to know to what extent Radel was to blame for the Austrian disasters of 1914, but what he did do was send shockwaves through the empire in a way nothing else ever really had. The Habsburgs were no strangers to embarrassments, of course. Franz Joseph's whole reign had been a series of humiliation rituals, yet the horror Radel's exposure specifically aroused is hard for us to imagine today. The honour of the army, the institution almost everybody within the monarchy, friend or foe, respected even if begrudgingly, had been destroyed. Stefan Zweig, not a man who usually paid attention to the military, records in his memoirs that the Radel affair was the first time he had experienced genuine terror. A newspaper wrote, "We are spending millions on the army on the assumption that at least there will be no treason. And now comes this incredible scandal, an officer at the highest level spying undetected for 14 years. What else can we conclude but this, that the army is a blind puppet to preserve feudal lords and bourgeois snobs, a disaster." The humiliation also shattered the last of Franz Joseph's faith in his army. So this is the new age, and these are the creatures it produces. In our old days, such a thing would have been unthinkable. That same year, Franz Ferdinand was made General Inspector and took over almost all of the monarch's military duties, which allowed him to replace every one of the Empire's 16 corps commanders with his own men. "We not only have 2 parliaments, we have 2 emperors," a senior official moaned. Franz Ferdinand's increasing power within the monarchy and its military apparatus brought him into conflict with Conrad. The chief of the general staff had been appointed in 1906 with the Archduke's help, and the two men had initially been close allies. But Conrad's constant warmongering was at odds with Franz Ferdinand's policy, and the heir to the throne consequently assented to his dismissal in 1911. His replacement though, Shemuer, was little better. He had few of Conrad's gifts and was a weirdo that spent his free time in a Danubian castle practicing occult rituals under a swastika banner. This did not endear him to the deeply religious Archduke, who reluctantly recalled Conrad in 1912, as the Balkan Wars increased the likelihood of a general conflagration. The relationship was never close again though. Franz Ferdinand's wife usually vetted all of his contacts to ensure they had the required levels of Catholic piety, and disapproved of Conrad's now fairly open affair with a married woman. The two men thus began to disagree vehemently, and Conrad seriously considered resigning after a heated confrontation during the 1913 army manoeuvres, which Franz Ferdinand cut short, scoffing that men were not required to learn how to die in a time of peace. Conrad did not resign, but the disagreement summed up the state of Habsburg military organisation by 1914. Had Austria been able to put 80 moderately well-equipped infantry divisions in the field, all of the pessimism that surrounded the dual alliance would have vanished. But she could not. The Austro-Hungarian political system worked in the sense of providing peace and security to what would otherwise have been a turbulent part of Europe, but it severely hampered its operation as a great power. As we have seen, a minor rearmament drive had been approved by 1914, but it was dwarfed by German, French and Russian efforts. With its geopolitical position collapsing and its neighbours all improving their militaries at a rapid pace, Austria's future seemed bleak. For hawks like Conrad and increasingly Berchtold, only aggression could now solve this dilemma. Until 1914 though, they came up against solid opposition in the shape of Franz Ferdinand. Both members of the Triple Alliance went into the final months of peace extremely pessimistic about their military situations. Let's turn then to the last and most paradoxical of the continental great powers, whose geopolitical status was also in decline, yet whose military situation appeared to be somewhat counterintuitively improving. France's position was a strange one in the years leading up to 1914. The prospect of European hegemony had been vanquished forever with Napoleon, yet the French army had carried the prestige and afterglow of his triumphs well into the 19th century, appearing to even momentarily recapture some of the old glory during the successful Crimean and Italian wars. The catastrophe of 1870 and the traumatic defeat at the hands of Prussia was thus as shocking to the French as it was to most other observers. Almost everything that could have gone wrong in that conflict did. The mobilisation of France's professional army was slow and botched, its war plans confused and immediately undone by the rapid striking Germans. Armies were encircled and destroyed, the north of the country was occupied, and Paris fell after a bitter siege. The subsequent loss of Alsace-Lorraine served as a permanent reminder of what military weakness meant. The French Republic that has emerged from the war thus found itself having to rebuild a military apparatus practically from scratch, and the following decades were filled with a furious series of reforms. One of the most significant changes was the introduction of free universal primary education. Whilst of course a policy that aligned with the new Republic's emphasis on egalitarianism, a unified curriculum also meant that by 1914 almost all Frenchmen had studied, as one historian put it, the idea of France, which emphasised national pride, duty to serve and the hope of one day reclaiming the lost provinces. It was quickly recognised that a smaller, professional soldiery was woefully inadequate for dealing with Berlin's vast numbers. The new French army would have to be based on mass conscription. This, though, was to initially remain just an ideal, hampered by the perilous financial state of the country after the war and subsequent indemnity. True universal service was only instituted in 1889, theoretically for 3 years, followed by 7 in the reserve and 15 in the territorial army, though various categories of exemption still made it easy for those with money or contacts to evade the full enlistment period. It was only in 1905 this was also fixed, with a new law reducing active service to 2 years but increasing the time in the reserve to 11, whilst making participation truly universal and thus egalitarian. Still, the Republic and its ideals never sat quite comfortably with the army, which was seen as reactionary, Catholic and monarchist, the antithesis of what the new France was supposed to be. The divide was bitterly exposed to the world at the turn of the century by one of the most toxic scandals to ever plague France. In 1894, Captain Alfred Dreyfus, an artillery officer on the general staff, was convicted of spying for Germany. The only evidence was that his handwriting appeared to vaguely match a document swiped from the German embassy that offered to sell information on a new piece of artillery the French were testing. In reality, of course, it seems overwhelmingly likely Dreyfus was picked on simply for being Jewish. He was promptly dispatched to a French penal colony where he suffered for 5 years. In the meantime, the new head of military intelligence, Georges Picquart, continued to investigate, discovering in 1896 the actual culprit was a dissolute commandant, Ferdinand Esterhazy. Picquart was thus convinced of Dreyfus's innocence, unfortunately having cashiered Dreyfus quite publicly to raucous applause from the press and many politicians. The military authorities were not exactly thrilled by these findings. Esterhazy was thus rapidly acquitted by a military court. Picquart, for his troubles, was packed off to Tunisia. The case then became a national scandal when the great writer Émile Zola published his now famous letter J'accuse. Addressed to the president, Zola accused the military of a cover-up and an anti-Semitism that undermined the values of the Republic. As he predicted in the letter, Zola was tried for insulting the army but fled to England before he could be incarcerated. The affair had by this point become a genuine crisis. It rapidly divided France between Dreyfusards and anti-Dreyfusards. In 1899, Dreyfus was brought back to France to face a second court-martial. Dreyfus was found guilty once more with extenuating circumstances, but this time the judges were split. President Loubet subsequently pardoned him. Dreyfus nonetheless demanded a retrial, which he finally attained in 1906. The Court of Appeal annulled the guilty verdict, and Dreyfus was reinstated in the army. It's difficult to overstate the damage the whole sordid affair did to French society. Republicans and the left were confirmed in their suspicion of the army. The army and the right became even more disillusioned with the Third Republic. Radicals subsequently took the opportunity to bring the military under greater government control, purging or stagnating the careers of officers not thought to have the correct political opinions. The Minister of War, André, seemed to actively despise the organisation he was supposed to govern and left the army to rot. A crusade was launched to force the army into a more republican role by using it to forcibly expropriate church property, something that left most of the officer corps apoplectic with rage. André, determined to build that brotherly camaraderie all militaries need, encouraged Republican officers to spy on their conservative colleagues. In 1907, the radical politician Georges Clemenceau imposed a particularly despised change, which reorganised the order of official precedence that had been in force since the Revolution. Generals would now rank behind prefects and colonels behind sub-prefects. The result was a dramatic decline in the quality of the officer corps and a catastrophic collapse in morale. This domestic chaos would perhaps have been acceptable had the tide of history not been against France. From the 1890s onwards, Germany's birth rate was about double that of France's. By 1914, Germany had 67 million people to France's 40 million. Germany's economy was larger, its industries wealthier, and its trajectory seemed only to be upwards. French statesmen could tinker with policy to counter this the best they could, maximising the number of men conscripted each year or outplaying the Germans diplomatically by roping Britain and Russia into arrangements, but they could not change the immutable trends of history. Partly as a result, until 1911, French war planning was generally quite conservative. In the years immediately after 1871, most of the High Command's proposals were for a strategy of defence partnered with vigorous counterattacks. A line of forts was built from Verdun to Toul, with gaps to the north and south where the German army would be funnelled and then hit on the flank by mobile French forces. Since France would almost certainly have to fight Germany alone at this point, the strategy seemed the best way of dealing with the invasion an unencumbered German army was likely to launch. Development of high explosive shells in the 1880s, however, rendered this fort line obsolete. Rather than spend the exorbitant sums required to modernise it, French thinking instead shifted away from fortifications. Their restorative efforts were subsequently restricted to Verdun, Toul, Epinal and Belfort. Even then, modernisation was slow and none of these forts were properly updated by 1914. This is not, however, to say the general strategy of defence followed by mobile counterattack was dropped. Indeed, even after the alliance with Russia had been formalised in 1894, an initial defensive stance remained at the forefront of French thought. Plan 15, French plans were numbered sequentially as one replaced another, finalised in 1903, was no different in this regard. The Germans would be allowed to invade across the joint border, but then counterattacked. You'll notice that at this point Belgium was rarely considered. This was for the simple reason that the General Staff expected the Germans to maintain the country's neutrality as they had in 1870. The assumption changed in 1904 when French intelligence acquired documents containing information that was to form the basis of the Schlieffen Plan just over a year later. Understandably, there were still disagreements within France as to how likely a violation of Belgian neutrality actually was, even if the latest intelligence indicated German interest. To cover a front from Switzerland to the Channel, Germany would have to use its reserves in the front line, an idea the French High Command dismissed. A more limited invasion, keeping east of Liège, would be possible without using reservists, but would require the Germans to weaken their left flank in Lorraine, allowing the French to move to the offensive and punch straight through. Thus, whilst the French began to consider the creation of a reserve army to meet any German outflanking manoeuvre, Plan 15 essentially remained untouched until 1907, when work on Plan 16 began. By this time, the new German Chief of the General Staff, Moltke, had fixed himself on the Western deployment, and thus the pieces of information French intelligence collected now all pointed towards one conclusion. The Germans were committed to envelopment and would likely violate Belgian neutrality. A potential German invasion of the Low Countries was accordingly impossible to ignore. Therefore, Plan 16, approved in 1909, shifted France's deployment to the northwest and sent an army to cover the border with Belgium and Luxembourg. Even so, the High Command continued to reject the possibility of the Germans using their reserves in the front line, and thus expected any German swing to turn quickly through the Ardennes onto Verdun and Sedan. This was not completely unreasonable. To have accepted otherwise would have meant weakening French forces along the Franco-German border, thus denying the High Command the possibility of a decisive counterattack in this region. Plan 16 then, whilst finally accepting the possibility of a German invasion of Belgium, was not a serious break with previous French strategy. The main challenge to this orthodoxy came in 1910 with the accession of Victor Michel to the post of Vice President of the Superior Council of War. Unlike most of his colleagues, Michel was persuaded by the latest intelligence reports that the Germans would cross the Meuse. Not only this, he vigorously rejected the High Command's complacency about the possibility of Germany integrating their reserves with the regular army. Michel thus suspected a much wider sweep through Belgium than previously anticipated. Taking these two possibilities seriously necessitated dramatic changes in French war planning, and therefore Michel proposed overhauling the army's deployments. He wanted to shift focus away from the common border and send 500,000 men to concentrate around Lille. This was not, as is occasionally suggested, a hyper-defensive plan. Indeed, Michel wanted to launch a vigorous offensive towards Antwerp, Brussels and Namur. But the overall logic of the plan would ultimately require a more defensive strategy. Michel was not very popular among his colleagues, but they were prepared to follow the basic outline of his vision. His fall came in the form of the reserves. Holding a front as long as Michel's plan called for would mean using reserves in the front line immediately, but France's reserves, to put it bluntly, sucked, for reasons we'll discuss later, and Michel's scheme for fixing their problems was bizarre. He proposed that each reserve regiment be joined with a regular regiment, thereby effectively doubling the size of every brigade, division and corps with no increase in staff. No one was impressed with this idea, one undersecretary in the Ministry of War summing up the mood by calling Michel a loony. Without this change to the reserves, Michel's war plan was impossible and he resigned in July 1911. His effective replacement was 59-year-old Joseph Joffre. Joffre had not been the first or even second choice for the job, but after the two frontrunners declined, he was seen as a safe pair of hands. Republican enough for the civilian government to stomach, middle class rather than aristocratic in origin, and relatively young. Paunchy, with thick, wavy grey hair and moustache, a contemporary described him as an essentially manly man. Joffre was no strategist though, and frankly admitted he knew nothing of staff work. He had not graduated from France's elite Saint-Cyr military academy, rather from the École Polytechnique, and with a mediocre school record at that. He was an engineer by trade, his main military experience was in the French colonial empire, and had involved organising fortifications. Yet Joffre had commanded an army corps in 1908 ably enough, and more importantly, he did not delude himself about his limitations. Joffre thus, for example, insisted on appointing General Castelnau as his deputy because of his experience with war planning. Joffre inherited control of the army at the beginning of the Agadir crisis. Although tensions never came genuinely close to the point of war, it is difficult to overstate the effect Second Morocco had on the French national consciousness. As Porch says, while no threat of war existed, Frenchmen could indulge in a witch hunt against soldiers, priests and other enemies of the Republic. When Germany suddenly appeared as a serious threat to peace, public complacency was shaken. The opinion of radical politicians towards the army rapidly softened, and after 1911 the restoration of France's military strength became a top priority for them. This meant a reversal of the post-Dreyfus state of affairs, rehabilitating the authority and stature of military leaders, rekindling popular enthusiasm for defence, and bolstering the badly shaken morale of officers and NCOs. This naturally started with Joffre. Before 1911, fears of a military coup prevented the appointment of a single incumbent at the head of the army. The General Staff had been only one of 14 services answerable to the Minister of War, its chief little more than a senior ministry functionary whose main responsibility was peacetime training. The increasing likelihood of a European conflict, though, convinced the government to finally throw caution to the wind and create a more standard General Staff along German lines, which would now be in charge of the army in both peace and war. This is not, as we shall see, to say Joffre had the same power as Moltke, or even anything approaching it. The French Chief of the General Staff always had to defer to the civilian government over questions of strategic planning or armaments, for example. Indeed, Joffre was often outright ignored by war ministers in a way Moltke would never have been. But the reorganisation did mean French military policy gained a bit more coherence from 1911 onwards. The War Minister in 1912, Millerand, also revoked many of the changes radicals had imposed on the army. For example, he recreated separate messes for bachelor lieutenants, killed an attempt by the Senates and neuter court-martials, and restored the right of corporals and sergeants to punish soldiers. These were relatively small reforms, of course, but the government saw them as a way of signalling a newfound faith in the army. Even so, it's doubtful they made much of an impression. Indeed, some of Millerand's other reforms, like the new obligation to remain in barracks at night, might actually have made morale worse. The real problems with the army, low pay, slow and political promotions, a large shortfall in NCO recruitment and continued resignations of well-qualified officers, or Clemenceau's despised precedence change were not dealt with. Indeed, Joffre was appalled by the army's performance at the 1913 manoeuvres, which went very poorly and resulted in him sacking several senior generals. Despite penning a dangerously optimistic picture of French capabilities in his January 1914 report, he later admitted he was under no illusions. It was for reasons of morale, especially to avoid discouragement, that I couched this report in optimistic terms. Our inferiority could escape no one. As long as we lacked heavy guns, it was useless to insist on the advantages these pieces offered to the combatants. But this then raises the question, if the morale of the army remained bad, if its flaws were so very obvious to Joffre, why on earth did he suddenly adopt the now infamous Plan 17, with its tragically over-optimistic offensives into the teeth of German defensive lines? France's strategic fundamentals had not changed. The German army was qualitatively superior, Russian mobilisation remained for the time being slow, and the General Staff did not know where the main thrust of the German assault would target. All of this logically suggested a defensive strategy partnered with counterattacks, as all previous war plans had imagined. Yet France entered the war in 1914, like all other continental powers, undertaking extraordinarily aggressive offensive action. There were probably three main factors that converged to influence Joffre's planning. First and foremost was the prevailing, almost ideological belief in the offensive that dominated the French high command at this point. It was felt that the great victories of France's past had been won through the power of Elan, the spirit of the offensive. These ideas were most commonly associated in France with General Grandmaison, who emphasised the importance of morale on the battlefield and its ability, when paired with good leadership, discipline and offensive training, to overcome even an enemy superior in armaments. These views were justified by the supposed lessons of the Russo-Japanese War, where the superior morale of Japanese soldiers had enabled them to overcome modern Russian arms, albeit at an enormous cost in lives. Few French generals completely ignored modern armaments, of course. Foch, for example, still emphasised the need for proper supporting fire, but the idea that offensive spirit would ultimately be the deciding factor on the battlefield was dominant, illustrated by heel-dragging on the implementation of heavy artillery, because it was slow and cumbersome and might delay fast-moving attacks. Joffre was never quite this bad and understood the need for a well-equipped army, but he was nonetheless accused of failing to press for material rearmament as hard as he might have done. For Joffre was ultimately a committed believer in the offensive spirit, and to such a believer, a defensive strategic approach was ultimately anathema. The second element that encouraged a more offensive deployment was the fact that in 1912 the French finally secured a Russian commitment to an offensive 15 days into mobilisation. This was theoretically the ultimate return on billions of francs worth of investment over 2 decades. At long last, the Russians would be able to intervene and draw off German troops before the decisive battle had been fought. If the French at this crucial juncture now showed a lack of courage in their war planning, then the Russians may well walk back the promise. At a time when French leverage in St. Petersburg was rapidly on the wane because of the exponential growth of Tsarist power, any loosening of Russia's commitment to the Entente had to be avoided at all costs. The tragedy here, though, was that in my opinion, Joffre misunderstood the advantages a Russian alliance conferred on France. Because he foresaw the decisive battle being fought within the 3rd or 4th week of the war, He imagined that St. Petersburg's role mainly involved drawing off as many German troops as possible, so as to give the French army the best possible opportunity to win. But the advantage of a Russian alliance was not St. Petersburg's ability to intervene immediately, rather it was the fact that if given time, the Russians could do so with overwhelming force. If instead of trying to win the war by themselves, the French had accepted the need to buy Russia 6 weeks, St. Petersburg could have adopted Alexiev's plan and either knocked Austria out of the war or crippled her beyond repair. This would have left the Germans facing at least 7 field armies in their rear instead of 2 hastily assembled ones whose assault drew off just 2 German corps from the Western Front in the end. Even just allowing the Russians to delay the East Prussian offensive by a week would have meant they didn't have to launch it prematurely. Instead, because Joffre remained convinced that the decisive engagement would be fought rapidly, he adopted this insanely aggressive policy and bounced the Russians, willing though they undoubtedly were, into doing the same. The final and perhaps most important reason for the adoption of Plan 17 was that a major overhaul of France's conscription system made it practically possible for the first time. In 1913, Joffre proposed to increase the time conscripts spent in the active army from 2 years to 3. Theoretically, this 3-year law, as it was known, was meant to fix 2 of the French army's most critical weaknesses, namely the shortage of NCOs and poor training of both reservists and regulars. NCOs were supposed to be a crucial component of the French army, used to staff inexperienced conscripts. But the idiosyncratic organisation of France's military meant that unlike in say the German army, the best sergeants could be and were regularly cherry-picked by the officer corps. This basically meant NCO ranks ended up with only the inexperienced and those unfortunate few the officer corps rejected. As Porch argues, a flawed system was then turned into an outright crisis by the political left, who kept NCO pay low, gutted the civil service jobs supposed to be set aside for retirees, and on top of this undertook a concerted campaign to lower the prestige of both the military in general and NCOs in particular, thus collapsing the army's morale and tanking re-enlistments. By December 1913, France was estimated to be short of 6,000 sergeants and 15,000 corporals. This was in stark contrast to Germany, which had an extremely deep pool of well-trained, paid and motivated NCOs. This shortage badly affected the quality of conscript training after 1905. It did not help that radicals were again too cheap to provide adequate facilities for most garrisons. One cavalry commander complained his unit's practice field was waterlogged for 8 months of the year. The future General Weigand recalled that his regiment was forbidden to gallop for fear of collapsing the mine shafts which ran under their drill field. There was a lack of firing ranges for the infantry and artillery and few proper facilities for conducting manoeuvres. Unsurprisingly, only a third of active French troops and a quarter of reservists saw a training camp each year. In 1908, the time reservists spent training was cut from 68 to 49 days per annum. This was all compounded by the fact that, as we have already seen, France's population size meant the army had to conscript over 80% of each year's class to make up numbers. That meant taking a lot of unfit dregs, who lowered the standard of the reserves in particular. The 3-year law was supposed to change parts of this. At least Joffre intended it to first and foremost provide a plentiful supply of new and better trained conscript NCOs. The standing army would add about 200,000 men to its ranks, bringing it up almost to German strength, whilst the lengthier training period would somewhat offset the qualitative advantage Germany possessed because of its healthier recruits. Since the bill mainly raised the active strength of existing units, it would also shave about 3 days off mobilisation. Even so, despite the nationalist revival that has occurred since 1911, the objections to the bill were formidable and the subsequent political struggle exceptionally bitter. The French left did not oppose defence spending per se anymore for the most part. They had been awakened to the genuine danger Germany posed by the Agadir crisis, but they were not willing to be steamrolled by what looked like a renewed national militarism either. Some, like Jaurès, continued to hate the professional army as an institution and wanted the whole thing overhauled, turning it into a Swiss-style national militia. This was on the extreme end though, others simply thought the 3-year law wasteful. It cost an awful lot of money that many believed could be better spent elsewhere. Heavy artillery funds that the army desperately needed were postponed, for example. The real issue with the 3-year law, though, was the way it was implemented. Joffre had planned to enact the bill by extending the class of 1910's service by a year. However, this provoked riots across several barracks, including some near the German border, to the delight of the Kaiser. It was thus a stipulation quickly revoked. Instead, it was decided the class of 1913 would be called up early. Thus, at the outbreak of war, about 2/3 of the French Standing Army consisted of effectively raw recruits who had served barely a year or less. By 1916, this issue would have resolved itself naturally, and the army would then consist of 2 fully trained classes and only 1 newly recruited. But the war did not begin in 1916. As Elizabeth Greenhalgh notes, for all the arguments that the bill caused, France's army was not much stronger in terms of numbers of fully trained men under arms than it would have been without the war. Had the French kept the 1910 class under arms as initially intended, riding out the unrest and perhaps offering a temporary pay increase to alleviate it, the country would have been in an immeasurably better position come August 1914. In the end, the 3-year law was passed on the 7th of August 1913 by 358 votes to 204. The most thoroughly researched analysis concluded the reason was Germany's 1913 Army Bill. This massive expansion in manpower, armaments and spending rattled many on the centre-left, who now came to view the law as a defensive necessity. Jaurès and the socialists would not give up the fight though, helped by the fact that for all the talk of national revival, the wider country was never enamoured with the law. It was thus to feature heavily in the electoral campaigns in 1914. Nonetheless, the 3-year law allowed Joffre to contemplate offensive action from the outset of the conflict. Plan 17, approved in 1913 and becoming effective in May 1914, was technically only a deployment plan, and quite a flexible one at that, allowing Joffre to concentrate his armies in a range of different positions. Indeed, the logistical aspects were the most impressive thing about it. Mobilisation began on the 2nd of August and was completed by the 18th in 1914. It took 4,278 trains to move everyone, and only 20 or so arrived late. There was a world of difference between the French army of 1870 and that of 1914 in this respect. What Plan 17 did not do was map out a specific offensive like the Schlieffen Plan. 3 armies would be concentrated on the German border, a 4th at Verdun, able to swing east or north as circumstances demanded. Finally, a 5th army would occupy the far left and extend the line as far as Maubeuge. Otherwise, the Belgian frontier was left undefended. A secret annex to Plan 17 dealt with potential British assistance, which had by this point been discussed for several years in close military talks with London. Still, there was no guarantee of British intervention, and Joffre was careful to avoid reliance on it. Personally, I was convinced that they would come, he recalled in 1919, but in the end there was no formal commitment on their part. There were only studies on embarking and debarking, and on the positions that would be reserved for their troops. If the British did turn up, they would be placed on the far left of the French line. Though Plan 17 did not specify offensive objectives, with Joffre noting it was impossible to fix a definitive manoeuvre in advance, he outlined his broad intention with a memo to his commanders in February 1914. France was indeed to attack German forces once the army had been concentrated. The only clue as to what this would entail though was a brief description of 2 principal actions. The first on the right flank between the Vosges and the river Moselle, east of the fortress of Toul, and the second north of the Verdun-Metz line. Joffre had also genuinely considered striking into Belgium to turn Germany's flank there. Unlike Moltke, Joffre could keep his troops east of the Meuse and never so much as see a Belgian soldier. But when this idea was broached with the civilian government, the Chief of the General Staff was told in no uncertain terms that violating Belgian neutrality was absolutely forbidden. Quite apart from the morality of such an action, doing so would almost certainly prevent any British involvement in the war. In contrast to Moltke, who ignored questions of this nature from civilians in Berlin, Joffre obeyed. Thus, attacks were going to have to be focused around the shared border, though Joffre would decide on the exact nature of these at the time. Whilst Plan 17 then was an extremely supple deployment, it did nonetheless break with previous French strategy of defence and counter-attack. Joffre proposed not a counterstroke, but, in his words, to proceed to battle with all my forces. And yet, Plan 17 still was not totally incoherent for the war Joffre thought he was fighting in 1914. The real issue, above lacking heavy artillery or misusing the Russian alliance, was that the Chief of the General Staff very simply misread the number of German troops he would face. Crucially, Joffre did not think Germany would use its reserves in the front line, this in spite of receiving intelligence showing they would be grouped with active field corps upon mobilisation. The stubborn refusal to take seriously the possibility of reserves being used alongside active divisions meant several things. Most importantly, Joffre neglected to properly plan for a German crossing of the Meuse and wide sweep through Belgium, as Michel had done. If Moltke attempted such a ploy, Joffre reasoned it was all the better for him, as without reserve divisions, the Germans would have to catastrophically weaken either their centre or left. Indeed, Castelnau, a critic of Plan 17 and Joffre's total commitment to the offensive, said, "If they extend as far as Lille, they will have 2 men per metre. We would cut them in 2. We couldn't wish for anything better." Unfortunately for Joffre, the war he actually ended up fighting in 1914 was substantially different from the one he envisaged. The Germans' use of reserves meant they had almost 20 more divisions on the front line than expected. This allowed them to keep their centre and left strong whilst also outflanking both 5th Army and the British Expeditionary Force, with an advantage in numbers of 2 to 1 against the latter. In his memoirs, Joffre is quite candid about this misreading. In view of the fact that the German Reserve Army Corps possessed only a relatively small number of guns at the outbreak of the war, I was inclined to believe that these corps would be placed in the second line and would be employed only for laying siege to fortified places, for guarding communications, defending passive fronts, and occupying conquered territories. This was all well and good, but has a rather similar tone to myself trying to explain why a video was delayed. It was not that of a man repentant for a mistake that nearly lost his country the war. To put it bluntly then, Plan 17 was not a good idea, and a lot of Frenchmen died because of it. The offensives, often badly led and begun without proper artillery support, shattered against prepared German defences. Ironically, the tide of the battle only turned when Joffre finally broke off the attacks, shifted his forces to the left and brought his reserve units into the fight. All of these actions were antithetical to the original plan, not least the use of reserves. Indeed, Joffre's tunnel vision in regard to their German counterparts was almost certainly because he put so little faith in France's own second-line troops. By the 23rd of August, Joffre had engaged only 4 of France's 25 reserve divisions, the rest being deployed uselessly to the rear initially. True, those few that were engaged did not cover themselves in glory, thrown as they were into immediate chaotic assaults, but they could have done the job on the front line if employed in a defensive strategy and given time to acclimatise to the war. The problem was that Joffre's offensives simply asked way too much of them way too soon. There were other forces Joffre also ignored to begin with, most importantly the Army of the Alps, which was 1 active division, 4 reserve and 1 territorial. These were supposed to defend against Italian intervention. They were recalled to Paris in mid-August and fought on the Marne, but could have been used from the start against Germany. This would have left the Italian border open, but as we've already seen, Paris had had an agreement with Rome since the turn of the century that all but guaranteed Italian neutrality so long as France was not the aggressor in any conflict. Joffre, so often prepared to gamble elsewhere, seemed bizarrely conservative here. I've tried to give Plan 17 and the accompanying offensives a fair shake here, but frankly the whole enterprise was just rubbish. Even if you forgive the failure to detect Germany's use of reserves, trying to force an army everyone knew still had severe defects into such relentless assaults was criminal. It allowed the Germans to come far closer than they ever should have done to victory in 1914, threw away the main advantages of the Russian alliance, and ultimately left France in a horrible strategic position, from which the British and eventually Americans had to bail her out. The good news for the French was that despite the many issues exposed in 1914, a significant number of them would have been rooted out over the following years had peace been maintained. I know a delay in the war assisting France sounds a bit paradoxical considering my earlier point regarding the country's relative decline vis-à-vis Germany, so bear with me. The best way of explaining it is by looking at France's planned armaments expansion. As we've already seen, Germany was vastly superior in heavy artillery at the start of the war, but her advantage in 1914 extended to several other areas. For example, Germany counted 4,500 machine guns to 2,500 in France, and 6,000 77mm cannon to 3,800 French 75s. Even in clothing, Germany's new grey uniforms were superior to the infamously loud and proud red trousers that Frenchmen stuffed themselves into. A material disparity was not unexpected, of course. France had a much smaller economy than Germany. She did, as we've already seen, more or less keep pace with the Germans until 1912, albeit by spending a much higher proportion of her budget on the military. Yet as of 1913, Berlin had finally blitzed ahead. The implementation of the army bills that year allowing the Kaiser to flex his enormously strong economic muscles. Nonetheless, the French were not ready to give up the ghost quite yet. Just as French politicians authorised the 3-year law in response to this unprecedented German military expansion, they likewise agreed to their own armament scheme. This came in the form of an enormous new spending package, passed on the 15th of July 1914. It granted 389 million francs over 4 years to pay for the 3-year law, and another 754 million was voted over 7 years to fund a major rearmament drive in everything from artillery to modernising French uniforms. New heavy guns were a particularly key element here. Germany's almost total monopoly on these weapons, which could fire from beyond the range of French light guns, caused absolute havoc in 1914, and it's not a coincidence that German defeat came at the Marne after they had finally outrun their heavy artillery. More muted uniforms would also have been a major improvement. The French had considered getting rid of the infamous red trousers since 1911, but the Old Guard in particular was determined to be seen dead in them. Considering France spent about 270 million francs total on equipment between 1908 and 1913, this new package involved an enormous amount of money. As with Germany, it obviously raises the question of how exactly the French intended to pay for it. The answer, after an enormous amount of bickering and debate in Parliament, was twofold. A massive loan of 600 million francs was to be floated, alongside the implementation of a progressive income tax for the first time in French history. This was better than the initial draft budget, which had imagined funding almost the entire package on credit, but it cast a spotlight on a relatively unique feature of the way France paid for the arms race. As of 1914, France already had by far the highest national debt of the great powers in relative terms, standing at about 87% of GNP. Since Paris's capital market was much larger than Berlin's, her ability to borrow was greater under ordinary conditions. There was accordingly never the same pressure to try and fund military spending entirely from revenue. Indeed, because France also retained other significant advantages, such as major overseas investments and a large gold reserve, she remained able to borrow on far better terms than the Germans. Fundamentally then, there was little financial reason to think the French would be unable to carry out this rearmament programme, even if it was going to significantly add to an already substantial debt burden. Servicing it was ultimately much cheaper than the indemnity Germany imposed after a lost war would have been. By about 1917, France should have been in a much better place. New siege and heavy field guns would have been deployed into the army, along with everything from field telephones, more machine guns, and new uniforms. There were going to be serious questions asked of the 3-year law in the near future. Radicalists and socialists made major gains at the 1914 elections by campaigning against it, but President Poincaré was committed to only appointing governments supportive of the increased service period. The war intervened before any resolution could be found. The reality was, though, that scrapping the 3-year law would not have been the end of the world for the French. The desired improvements in NCOs and so on could have been brought about by taking the money saved from returning to a 2-year enlistment and using it to strengthen the reserves with better training, equipment and higher salaries for re-enlisting NCOs. Indeed, because scrapping the 3-year law would have added a few days back onto mobilisation, it would have thrown a real wrench in Plan 17, which was the best possible outcome. If the law wasn't scrapped, then by 1916 it would have had time to bed in and given the French 2 fully trained classes at all times. As with Russia then, France's prospects for the near future seemed good. I do not want to portray her situation as all sunshine and rainbows, of course. In the long term, there were serious issues relating to France's relative decline within the European equation, but certainly there seemed little immediate risk to Paris. As Porch says, the French army's stand on the Marne in September 1914 demonstrated that it contained enough competent generals, a skilled general staff and a complement of soldiers fired by patriotism and a spirit of sacrifice to stem the German advance. The French were worse than the Germans, but everybody was worse than the Germans. For all Joffre's blunders, he still came close to defeating them for good at the Marne. Had the French adopted modern uniforms, rationalised the 3-year law, and planned a strategy that took advantage of the Russian alliance, there would have been little to stop the Entente from sweeping the board. All of this they should have had by 1916. The pressing issue for France then was not necessarily her own military abilities, but whether she could expect assistance from her uneasy partner across the Channel. Now we have our war, the next thing is to decide how we are going to carry it on, the First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, announced on the 5th of August 1914. Churchill himself was only too happy to improvise as events unfolded, but the man he said this to, a brilliant young naval officer named Herbert Richmond, was disgusted with the lack of preparation it revealed. Great Britain was unique in the European equation, a rich, commercial, seafaring nation which ruled over a global empire. The contrast with militarised continental states in the mould of Germany or Russia, even France and Austria-Hungary, could not have been more stark. Her potential power was unimaginable, possessing the largest navy in the world, the largest merchant fleet, the most important banks, the lion's share of the transoceanic cables, a near monopoly on insurance, the ability to leverage her position, to borrow and buy from anywhere in the world. In the words of one historian, British resources were effectively limitless. Yet in a war that most commentators expected to be over within a few weeks, how to weld these disparate factors into a single, coherent war plan remained an unresolved question for the Liberal government. Before 1906, British war planning had largely centred on the Russian threat to India. As we have already seen, suspicion of the Tsarist Empire permeated throughout Whitehall in the 19th century. It was a mistrust that only grew as Russian railways spread southwards, enabling the supply of a sizable invasion force. A quarrel with Russia anywhere about anything means the invasion of India, Arthur Balfour moaned in 1907. What London's response would be to a Russian invasion of the subcontinent had never been adequately addressed before Balfour's accession to the premiership. In the aftermath of the Boer War, the Prime Minister agreed to form what became known as the Committee of Imperial Defence. Set up in 1902, it was meant to coordinate strategy between the Navy and Army, and Balfour, who took an intellectual interest in military affairs, used the committee to great effect on the topic of Indian defence. There were nearly 75,000 British troops in the subcontinent and had been since the mutiny, supported by an Indian army 150,000 strong, but the reinforcements Calcutta would require from Britain if it came to blows on the northwestern frontier was steadily revised upwards over the years. Roberts in 1892 had suggested 30,000 would be demanded. Curzon, nearly a decade later, said he needed 70,000 extra troops if the war was prolonged. Kitchener then revised this further to 160,000 men. In a war lasting more than a year, he believed another 300 to 400,000 troops would be needed. Roberts, called as an expert witness by the CID, increased this to 500,000. In sum, defending India in a serious war with Russia was expected to strip the Home Isles bare of trained troops and then some. That, though, would surely leave Great Britain itself exposed and vulnerable to invasion. At a time when the French still held on file plans for landing 60,000 men on our shores, this was not considered an idle threat. Indeed, in periods of the Boer War, when only 17,000 regular troops remained in the country, the public's mood could descend into outright panic. The well-known journalist W.T. Steed wrote that passionate determination to hoist the Union Jack over Pretoria may result in our seeing next year the tricolour flying over the Palace of Westminster. A few months later, he suggested that all the German waiters in London, armed with cudgels and revolvers, would converge on Woolwich and seize the arsenal. This was obviously hysterical gibberish, but fear of invasion did ask serious questions about Britain's security. For one, what exactly was the army's purpose? If it was needed for home defence, then how was the Empire to be held in another situation like the Boer War? If it was to go overseas, could the British Isles themselves be secured without it? The answer at the turn of the century was no one knew, and as a result the army had spent the previous 30 years haphazardly trying to do both, and improvising solutions whenever a new crisis appeared. The popular General Garnet Wolseley complained as far back as the 1880s that the War Office was hampered by a lack of political direction, and thus prioritised short-term expedients over preparing the army for its likely future deployments. Hugh Arnold Foster, soon to be Minister for War, summed up the situation when he said, "Our existing military organisation is based upon no known and accepted principle. No one knows what the army is really intended to do." In 1903, Balfour had the CID examine the question of Britain's vulnerability. Its conclusion was unambiguous: a genuine invasion force, which would have to be a minimum of 70,000 men, could only land on British shores if the Royal Navy was beaten. But if the Royal Navy was beaten, no invasion would be necessary, we would simply starve. The country was not self-sufficient in terms of food. Peel had seen to that 60 years earlier. By one estimate, Britain could survive maybe 6 weeks under full blockade. Small raiding detachments might have been able to evade the Navy, but these could be dealt with by militia and volunteers if they were better trained. Rather than being necessary for home defence then, the professional army was effectively being wasted by remaining in Britain. It should instead, the CID concluded, be organised specifically as an expeditionary force for deployment overseas. Through the efforts of the CID, Balfour was thus able to ensure Britain had a clear strategy for the defence of the Empire, one which for the first time explicitly laid out the responsibilities of both services and the demarcation between them. The regular army would now be released for expeditionary warfare, most likely on the Indian frontier. Home defence would be left to the Royal Navy and a reformed auxiliary military establishment. The Admiralty, which had previously refused to guarantee the safe passage of British troops overseas, was forced to commit to doing so as one of its primary responsibilities. This was not, of course, some dazzling new and hitherto unknown strategy or allocation of resources. Indeed, I'm sure this division of labour seems fairly obvious. Nor did the CID deal much with the practicalities of prosecuting a war against another great power. There was no final agreement over how many men would be sent to India, for example. Yet it was the first time that the role of both services had been codified, the first time for many years Britain had something approaching a unified grand strategy, and the first time the government had broadly clarified how the country intended to face a likely threat, as opposed to the usual case of muddling through as events unfolded. The CID was Balfour at his best, and an example of how a strong Prime Minister could force the disparate elements of British power to form a coherent plan. Had Balfour applied even a modicum of this far-sighted single-mindedness to the rest of his government, the Unionists might not have been unceremoniously ejected from office in 1905. As it was, the Liberal government came to power just as a revolution in Britain's geopolitical position was taking place. Russia's defeat at the hands of Japan temporarily crippled its strength, and the subsequent agreement signed in 1907 finally removed the threat to India, at least in theory, if not in practice. The first Moroccan crisis and German naval building programme instead confirmed Berlin as Britain's most pertinent threat. How then could a maritime power like England combat a continental juggernaut like Germany? Until 1914, the official British answer was, I don't know. The Liberals were uninterested in military affairs and few wanted to think about the possibility of conflict. They thus gave no purpose to the framework established by Balfour. Indeed, because the CID had made the mistake of actually doing something useful, many Liberals wanted to simply abolish it. The organisation therefore made no serious study of how to prosecute a war with Germany. There were about 700 different subcommittees formed during this time to study the left cheek of a gnat's arse, but Asquith never had the committee actually plan a unified grand strategy. Both the Admiralty and War Office were thus effectively left to interpret the roles assigned to them by Balfour without the political oversight required to harmonise the work. The result was that from a point where both services seemed to finally be working towards a unified strategy, they once again diverged into creating their own polarised and wildly different plans, almost completely divorced from one another. The Admiralty, increasingly synonymous with just Jackie Fisher in this period, naturally felt that as Britain's senior service, it had the answers. Fisher disliked the strategy agreed upon by the CID in 1904, though he supported leaving home defence to the Navy so as to free up the regular army for overseas operations. He was unapologetic about his belief that Britain should take a purely maritime and economic approach to any conflict with Germany, and that the Admiralty should dictate war planning and national strategy. Fisher pushed hard for the installation of allies at the War Office and was autocratic in his determination to centralise planning around himself. A nascent staff organisation in the form of the Naval Intelligence Division was regularly sidelined and replaced instead with ad hoc committees set up by Fisher and stacked with his own supporters. Because Fisher explicitly stated that war plans should be kept in the First Sea Lord's head and only communicated to everyone else at the opening of hostilities, his thinking has never been entirely transparent. In general terms, it's clear he was unusually attuned to the importance of trade for Britain, and thus viewed the Navy's primary role as being not just to protect the home islands, but also insulating the imperial economy from the worst effects of war. He was likewise enthused by the Royal Navy's ability to choke an enemy's economy in turn. This is to say, economic warfare was probably the cornerstone of Fischer's strategic thought. As regards to fighting Germany more specifically, Fischer seemingly favoured the development of a combined arms strategy, which would have involved the army effectively subordinating itself to the navy's objectives. The army should be regarded as a projectile fired by the navy, Fischer was fond of bellowing. Studies of operations against Germany had been produced by the Naval Intelligence Division since late 1901 and were continuously updated. At this point, the main role of the navy was assumed to be the interdiction of German trade. Since by one calculation 60% of Berlin's commerce was now seaborne, it was hoped that the Germans could be brought to the table via material loss. Yet in 1905, it was difficult to see how this would have done much to relieve pressure on France. Indeed, Admiral Wilson, the Navy's most respected voice next to Fischer as commander of the all-important Channel Fleet, wrote that no action by the Navy alone can do France any good. He instead argued for some vague concept of combined operations, using the army to tie down a large number of German troops by threatening to land on the Baltic coast. Indeed, perhaps the most striking event of the whole year came in the summer of 1905, when in thick fog, Wilson steered the Channel Fleet through the Danish belts without taking pilots and in close formation. The ease with which the Royal Navy accomplished this horrified Danish admirals. Wilson moved on to Svinemünde, where large crowds had gathered to see the Kaiser review his own ships later that day, only to find that when the fog lifted, the wrong fleet lay at anchor before them. It was a brilliant bit of showmanship and a none-too-friendly reminder of Germany's vulnerability to naval attacks at the time. However, once the Moroccan crisis had passed, Admiralty planners suspected that with German naval construction ramping up, the situation was unlikely to be so favourable to Baltic excursions ever again, a fact quickly confirmed by the army, whose general staff made it clear they thought Baltic proposals impractical and would not willingly release troops for service there. Fischer was not happy at all, and the First Sea Lord announced he intended to work a revolution at the War Office. They will be forced to ready, forced to get on, forced to cooperate, and finally forced to be efficient. The problem for Fischer was that from 1906 onwards, events increasingly forced the Admiralty to spend more and more time on defensive rather than offensive considerations, leaving few hours in the day for his attempts to subjugate the army. The threat of small German raids along Britain's coastline was viewed as particularly pressing by the government. One exercise run by the Naval College saw a German party sneak out of port, land safely, and then reach vital munitions works at Barrow-in-Furness undetected. Since visiting Barrow-in-Furness is a fate no Englishman would wish even upon his worst enemy, it was clear defensive preparations had to be stepped up. Balfour himself studied the issue in 1906 and concluded the landing of a German expeditionary force was feasible, if Britain had no prior warning of hostilities and the Channel Fleet was more than 300 miles away. The 1913 naval manoeuvres saw Admiral Jellicoe, playing the attacking role, achieve an almost complete success in landing an estimated 43,000 men, to the extent the manoeuvres had to be cut short for fear they would provide too much useful intelligence to the Germans. "Well, Jellicoe, you have made history. The PM will be frightened out of his life," Churchill said to the Admiral. These findings thus called into question the CID's earlier intention of releasing the entire army for expeditionary warfare. If raids could still land on the British coast, surely some troops would have to be held back. Despite Fischer's protestations that the Navy could defend the home isles, the First Sea Lord's penchant for secrecy and refusal to properly expand on his various schemes meant an invasion inquiry run by the CID between 1907 and 1908 ended up concluding that while such an attack was a remote possibility, retaining two of the BEF's 6 divisions at home was nonetheless recommended. There was no attempt to follow this up with an inquiry on what should be done with the remaining 4. Ultimately, this did not bother the Admiralty too much once Fischer retired, as holding part of the army back relieved them of many headaches and meant the Navy could look to the offensive once more. But it was a very clear sign that Britain's national strategy was resuming its confused pre-1904 character. 1907 saw the Admiralty draw up a more elaborate range of war plans drafted at Fischer's behest, identified as Plan A, B, C and D, all of which had separate annexes dealing with scenarios where France was allied. Plan A was fairly simple in that it called for a distant blockade of Germany, intercepting her trade and relying solely on economic pressure to bring Berlin to the table. Plan B considered extending this to a close commercial blockade, along with schemes such as the obstruction of the Elbe. Plan C was an extension of Plan B and focused on widening the campaign to include Admiral Wilson's earlier musings about combined arms operations against the German coast. Finally, Plan D considered the possibility of operating a fleet inside the Baltic. Whilst the 1907 plans were almost certainly given Fisher's okay, the First Sea Lord's actual thinking is as ever enigmatic. Lambert believes Fisher had them created primarily to influence public debate over the Hague Conference that year, which was discussing the legalities of blockade, and as a political device to club the troublesome loudmouth Admiral Beresford with, who regularly complained about the lack of war preparation. As to Fisher's actual ideas then, "I never told anyone my real war plan," he boasted in 1911, though it's clear he continued to see blockade and economic warfare as the primary way of bringing the Germans to the table. Two linked concepts, but ones I'll deal with separately here. Blockade was an extremely complex term in this period, governed by a variety of often quite vague precedents and treaties from earlier times. At its most basic level, it was the interdiction of an adversary's seaborne trade. Traditionally, this was done via close blockade. In the British context, that usually meant seizing an island just off the enemy's coast as a forward base from which light craft could intercept merchant ships as they entered or left port. Capital ships would remain behind the light craft, ready to engage the enemy's fleet if it appeared. The development of mines, submarines, and the heavy fortification of all target islands made close blockade an increasingly dubious prospect when applied to Germany though. By 1912, the Admiralty had dropped it completely. It then mused about an observational blockade, with cruisers and destroyers patrolling a 300-mile line from southwest Norway to the centre of the North Sea. But in 1914, even this was overturned in favour of a distant blockade, with the exits to the North Sea closed by a Channel fleet of pre-dreadnoughts in the Dover Strait, and the Grand Fleet stationed in the north of Scotland to guard a line from the Orkney Islands to the Norwegian coast. When allowed to work properly, the distant blockade was almost as effective as any close blockade would have been, whilst offering the Germans far fewer chances at waging a campaign of attrition. Unfortunately, it was a long time before the government did allow it to work. The main worry before the war was international law. The Declaration of London clarified goods aboard neutral vessels into three categories: absolute contraband, such as munitions or explosives; conditional contraband, such as food or clothing, which could be confiscated if bound for a military or naval destination; and non-contraband, including raw materials that had military as well as civil uses. There was much grumbling about how much Britain had given away in the Declaration, but the Admiralty felt it could be adapted to their needs with relative ease. Fisher simply expected that all treaties would end up being overthrown anyway in the chaos of war. And as it was, the House of Lords blocked the Declaration's ratification, meaning Britain was never under any legal obligation to abide by it anyway. This though did not stop the Americans and every other neutral waiving its terms under our nose for the duration of the conflict. Whilst the Admiralty nonetheless planned to pursue a blockade against Germany with exceptional ruthlessness, expanding the definition of contraband as widely as possible and restricting almost all exports to connected neutrals, the cabinet failed utterly to coordinate the strategy properly. For example, the Board of Trade was a hive of free-trading liberals and vigorously opposed any measures that could hurt Britain's exports to neutrals, not caring that these same neutrals were then reselling the goods to Germany. Even if the government had been prepared to back the Admiralty here, not enough analytic groundwork had been done in advance. It was proposed, for example, that neutral countries be allowed to import goods up to the level of their pre-war consumption, with everything beyond that being blocked in case it was re-exported to Germany. The problem was there was no baseline for measuring how much of an item each country normally consumed. Fear of neutral opinion meant that the Royal Navy was endlessly frustrated by the eunuchs staffing the Foreign Office, who kept releasing captured merchantmen. As Andrew Lambert puts it, Foreign Office weakness in the face of whining neutrals desperately trying to profit from the war makes for salutary reading. At the start of the war, an initially aggressive line against neutrals was reversed because Liberal ministers complained that strong-arming small countries like Holland was hypocritical. The result of all this chaos was an exceptionally leaky blockade for the first 2 years of the war, until the government finally set up a specific department to reconcile the strategy. The adjoining step of a wider-ranging form of economic warfare was broached by the Admiralty at a special subcommittee of the CID called in December 1908. Here, Fisher argued bitterly against his army opposite numbers' suggestion of sending all available professional troops to France, instead contending that the best way to support Paris would be to put Germany under such severe economic pressure that she could not continue the war. Fisher, unsurprisingly, seems not to have elaborated in much detail as to how exactly this would be accomplished, but the Admiralty did follow up by circulating a paper among the subcommittee which in essence argued at the beginning of a conflict the German economy would be vulnerable to collapse. Expecting that a European war would create a banking panic of unexampled dimensions, a paralysis of credit markets, and thus collapse in international trade, the paper stressed that the Royal Navy's role would not be just to seize German merchantmen and interdict trade as a traditional blockade called for, but to do all in our power to disrupt the German economy. This would entail systematically denying access to the largely British-controlled infrastructure of international trade, British banks, insurance companies, and communications networks. In sum, at the opening of the war, the German economy would totter, and London should give it a firm shove over the edge into, as the paper put it, unemployment, distress, and eventual bankruptcy. The paper was still light on actual policy recommendations for achieving this, though hinted at the end that it would require the government to prohibit British shipping, insurance, banking, and communications from assisting Germany during wartime, in effect asking for an unprecedented level of state intervention. This was, of course, completely outside the Admiralty's jurisdiction and would require the coordination of multiple government departments. Here then was the perfect opportunity for Asquith to expand the CID's remit and allow it to leap into action. Naturally, he did no such thing. Nonetheless, the subcommittee highlighted the ever-increasing importance economic warfare was playing in Fisher and the Admiralty's thinking, and I should stress that this was quite a radical conception of warfare. Victory would not depend on combat but economic power. The aim of economic warfare was not the mere interdiction of enemy seaborne trade or blockade, but rather the maximisation of pressure upon the economic systems underpinning the enemy's economy. As with blockade, there were serious problems with this plan that were apparent even before the war. Another subcommittee, founded partly to look at the financial means of toppling Germany, received very short shrift from most bankers it consulted. There was genuine concern that if Britain actually chose to leverage its financial position to try and rapidly destroy the German economy by creating something like a controlled implosion of the world's financial infrastructure on the basis it would hurt Berlin more than London, the result would be a catastrophic collapse from which no nation would ever recover. Again, the result was that with so many departments able to find reasons to delay or oppose the policy once the war began, it was never properly implemented. The need to extend the economic squeeze and thus the blockade as tightly as possible means Fisher continued to see the Baltic as an area for British offensive operations, though with rather more lucidity than Admiral Wilson's earlier plans. The only route for dreadnought battleships to enter this sea was through the Great Belt, legally an international waterway but in 1914 mined by the Danes under intense German pressure. The Baltic was then a raw nerve for the Germans, and Fisher seems to have hoped he could provoke an invasion, which would allow him to use the British army to take control of the Danish islands and clear the Great Belt. From there, he intended to use specialised vessels to interdict crucial German trade with Sweden. This was not as far-fetched as it may seem. German naval planning, for example, had long mused about seizing the Danish islands for themselves to take control of the belts. Fisher's hope of beating them to the punch also had the advantage of forcing the High Seas Fleet to come out and fight. Fisher doubted that the Germans would offer the British a giant battle, suspecting they might simply use their navy as a fleet in being. Only if the blockade was total would it have no choice but to seek a fight on the Royal Navy's terms. But the Admiralty as a whole was extremely divided over the utility of breaching the Baltic, and when it approached the War Office, these ideas got short shrift. One officer bluntly replied that a military expedition to Zealand could accomplish nothing when it got there and might not improbably end in total disaster. Fisher was unperturbed, quoted in one meeting chaired by the Prime Minister as stating, "There was a stretch of 10 miles of hard sand on the Pomeranian coast, which is only 90 miles from Berlin. Were the British army to seize and entrench that strip, 1 million Germans would find occupation, but to dispatch British troops to the front in a continental war would be an act of suicidal idiocy." Fisher followed this up with a diatribe against the War Office and all its ways, including conceit, waste of money, and ignorance of war. The First Sea Lord nevertheless still refused to divulge the full details of how such an operation might be feasibly carried out, partly because he feared his ideas being leaked to the Germans, partly because he objected on principle to negotiating with an army he thought should be subservient to the Navy, and partly because this might have been yet another red herring from the First Sea Lord to distract from his real aims. Since Asquith avoided using the CID to force a unified strategy, the War Office all but refused to cooperate with the Admiralty, and without War Office cooperation, Fisher could have had the most sparklingly brilliant military strategy ever conceived. There was still no chance of it being enacted if war were to break out, because combined arms operations required extremely sophisticated planning, not two services bickering with one another. Fisher resigned in 1910 but ensured his replacement as First Sea Lord, Wilson, was an ally who would not undo his reforms. Wilson, though, was not really interested in the job. He had been an outstanding fleet commander, but had no taste for the political intrigue this new role required, and was a fairly hopeless administrator. The problem with this came in August 1911, when in the midst of the Agadir crisis, Asquith finally convened a meeting of select CID members on the 23rd to discuss grand strategy. Both the Admiralty and War Office were invited to present their war plans, with Wilson as First Sea Lord to represent the former. Wilson, like Fisher, disliked sharing his personal ideas with anybody. Unlike Fisher, he was not a charismatic man able to skillfully sidestep tough questions, and so when he finally did divulge part of his war plan, the results were uninspiring. He treated the assembled members to a rambling and incoherent speech. The Navy's strategy, he declared, would be to implement a close blockade of the German coast and provoke a great sea battle to destroy the high seas fleet. Until this time, he could not guarantee the protection of any British troops being shipped to the continent, nor should British troops fight there anyway because, he fairly pointed out, they would be impossible to withdraw once committed, and less fairly because they didn't speak French. The Navy would instead eventually look at seizing Heligoland and perhaps then a landing on Germany's Baltic coast. He made no reference to a more comprehensive strategy of economic warfare. As one member of the committee said, Wilson's plans seemed to have been cooked up in the dinner hour. It was thus, to put it politely, not an agenda that inspired much confidence. Indeed, Asquith was positively appalled at the apparent state of the Navy's preparations. It should of course be stressed that these plans were Wilson's personal ideas, not current Admiralty policy, which was still focused on economic warfare. But the damage to its reputation had been done, and Haldane pounced, because unlike Wilson, the army, which had also been asked to the meeting, did have firm war plans and was happy to share them with anyone that would listen. The British Army had always played second fiddle to the Navy. At 6 infantry divisions, it was smaller than even their Serbian counterpart in 1914. Bismarck had joked that if it ever landed in Europe, he would send the local police force to arrest it. Yet as a volunteer army with a relatively long active service period of 7 years, man for man it was probably the best in Europe. It was certainly as expensive as the large continental armies. This was for the fairly simple reason that conscripts could be paid an absolute pittance, whereas the British Army competed in a free labour market paying by far the highest wages in Europe. Along with a not ungenerous allowance for equipment, it meant that Britain spent more than Austria on its army until just before the war. Even so, the institution did not have a particularly enviable reputation. Early debacles in the Boer War had made even British soldiers pessimistic about their chances against a modern first-rate force. The failure of the Unionists to implement any lasting army reform meant the job was left to the new Liberal Minister of War, Richard Haldane. As a Liberal, Haldane's brief was to first and foremost reduce army estimates. In this he was extremely successful. Whilst the rest of Europe's spending on land forces ballooned, Britain's remained almost constant even after Haldane left office in 1912. The Secretary for War nonetheless intended to ensure the army was capable of securing Britain's military needs. He had few preconceived ideas and was more willing to listen to professional advice than his predecessors. Haldane's plans were thus not for a total overhaul of the army and mainly focused on preparing it for war and improving efficiency. It was Haldane's reforms that allowed for the formation of an expeditionary force of 160,000 well-trained troops that could be mobilised and deployed to France within 16 days. The more radical of these changes were limited to the auxiliary forces. The yeomanry and volunteers were to be rolled into a new organisation, the Territorial Army. It was better trained, equipped and led than its predecessors, but to ensure it found enough recruits, Haldane restricted it to home service only. Since its main role would be to prevent invasion, this was not disastrous, but it did limit the TA's ability to provide drafts for the regular army during a crisis. The militia was also to be abolished, with most of its troops instead supporting the regular army as a new special reserve, which could serve overseas if necessary. Haldane's reforms did not solve every problem by any stretch of the imagination, but they did ensure that the British Army of 1914 was probably the best prepared for war in the country's history, not least because alongside his other changes, Haldane had also set up a general staff for the first time, and with it the ability to plan for the type of continental war the army really wanted to fight. Having been designated an expeditionary role by Balfour and with little coordination from the CID after he left office, the army began developing its own plans for British intervention in a European war. During the Moroccan crisis, it had commissioned a war game to analyse the results of a Franco-German contest in which the latter invaded Belgium. These suggested that if deployed in time, a British army might play a vital role in the combat. The army thus never had much interest in being a strike force for the navy, as Fisher demanded. Instead, the general staff felt it could do more good as an expeditionary force, one prepared for a continental rather than imperial deployment. From 1906 onwards, staff talks began with the French. These have generated an enormous amount of controversy over the years, both because of their clandestine nature and their skirting of a formal military alliance. Strachan contends, with some justice, that in origin these talks were more diplomatic than military, fostered by Grey as a gesture of moral support for Paris in the midst of an international crisis. Yet by 1914 they had clearly evolved into more than mere diplomatic gesture. When the British Army went to war, everything from mobilisation to transportation had been thoroughly planned to ensure it reached the French left by M+16. There were even tea breaks scheduled into the agenda. As we have seen, Joffre was careful never to place too much faith in the British turning up, but he was certainly willing to assign them a role in French war plans. Ironically, as Strachan again points out, the coordination between Britain and France, two powers that, we must remember, had no formal alliance, was far more impressive than any joint planning undertaken between Germany and Austria or France and Russia. If nothing else, the staff talks were yet another example of how convoluted the Entente Cordiale had become. Much of this work was largely down to one man, General Sir Henry Wilson, a tall, austere Ulsterman whose face bore a remarkable resemblance to a baked potato. Director of military operations from 1910, Wilson was an ardent Francophile and convinced that a continental deployment was necessary for the British Army from the outset of the war, both to support France and ensure Britain had a few cards to play at the peace conference. Wilson, like most others, thought the war would be a short one decided by the first great battles. Wilson was never analogous to Moltke or even Joffre in the German and French armies respectively, but he was, as Strachan puts it, the most effective and decisive voice in British strategic councils before 1914. Under his influence, in the summer of 1908, the General Staff made an ex cathedra pronouncement to the Committee of Imperial Defence. Britain needed an army to maintain the traditional policy of upholding the balance of power in Europe, and according as the strength and efficiency of our military forces increase or decrease, so does the value of our friendship to any continental nation. Wilson always knew that the British Army was too small for the role he so dearly wanted it to play. 50 divisions too few was his summation of its size, but viewed any form of intervention as better than nothing. He was accordingly invited to represent the Army's views on the 23rd of August 1911. Speaking before Admiral Wilson, just to make this a bit more confusing for you, he eloquently explained the Army's plans, argued that the war would ultimately be decided in France and that 6 British infantry divisions could tip the balance. The Navy's initial role should simply be to escort the Army safely across the Channel and then impose a blockade on Germany. Compared to Admiral Wilson's rambling and incoherent performance, General Wilson won wide respect at the meeting, though the dice had to some extent been fixed beforehand, for Asquith excluded ministers that opposed any continental commitment. Not that this meant Asquith was prepared to finally hop down from the fence. The Prime Minister instead asked what the smallest force that could intervene effectively was. Wilson said 5 divisions was almost as good as 6, and 4 was better than none. The general came away believing he had proved his case, and the army continued to plan with the expectation that it would intervene in France immediately. But Asquith, as ever, dithered. As of the 5th of August 1914, it was not known if even a single British soldier would go to the continent, or where any force would land. Sir John French, for example, who went on to command the BEF, suggested deploying at Antwerp and fighting alongside the Belgians. Both Kitchener and Haig pointed out the weaknesses with the General Staff's plans at the last moment when consulted. Haig, for example, correctly predicted the war would be a long one and suggested holding the BEF back to form the nucleus of a larger army. These were all reasonable objections, but it might have been nice for them to have been voiced at a less crucial moment. With no other realistic plans on file, in the end the cabinet agreed to send 4 infantry and a cavalry division, keeping 2 infantry divisions in Great Britain in line with the CID's earlier recommendations on invasion and to prevent civil disorder. All of the great powers changed their plans on the fly to some extent, of course. As we've seen, Joffre intended to decide on his offensives as the situation arose, whilst the Kaiser tried to shift Germany's entire deployment to the east at one point. Nor was it absurd for the cabinet to take some time to properly consider Britain's strategic options. It was the chaotic way the Liberals went about it that provoked pure havoc. The result of all of this confused edging in regards to the conduct of any war was that, as Morgan Owen says, Britain had no defined strategy and lurched from crisis to crisis, guided only by broad outlines of defence policy established in 1903 to 1904. Rather than aligning the activities of the Admiralty and War Office to enhance Britain's capacity to fight a war, the government allowed the opposite to occur. For sure, ill-coordination between the two services was not a uniquely British problem. I'm sure you will have noticed I've barely touched on the naval plans of any other great power. For most general staffs, gunboats simply did not factor into their calculations, outside of defending the coast and facilitating trade. Yet these powers to some extent had the luxury to do this. The clash of armies would decide everything on the continent. Britain, as a maritime state, needed a grand strategy that allowed the navy, army, and Britain's vast array of other assets to complement one another. This she never got. The main effect of the August 1911 meeting was to convince Asquith that there needed to be a proper naval staff, similar to the Army's general staff, rather than allowing the First Sea Lord to continue dominating everything himself. Doing so also necessitated replacing McKenna with a new man at the Admiralty. There were 2 candidates for this. Haldane, feeling the hard work at the War Office was done, suggested changing, but the Prime Minister instead chose the still relatively young Home Secretary, Winston Churchill. Churchill had been born into the highest reaches of the British aristocracy. His ancestor, the Duke of Marlborough, was the illustrious Victor of Blenheim. Yet his father, Lord Randolph, was a second son and a spendthrift. He was considered a prodigy within the Tory party and Salisbury's likely heir, but a resignation attempt backfired on him in 1886 and he never held high office again. He died in 1895, leaving Winston little money. Required to make his own way in the world, Churchill joined the cavalry, toured the empire and fought against the Mahdists in the Sudan. In 1899 he went to South Africa as a war correspondent, was captured, then escaped a Boer prisoner of war camp. An escapade that made him an instant national celebrity. Elected as a unionist in 1900, he defected only 4 years later to the Liberals in protest at Chamberlain's tariff reform campaign. A witty speaker, energetic campaigner and clearly remarkable individual, he was made President of the Board of Trade in 1908, and then, 2 years later, at the age of just 35, Home Secretary. "We are all worms," Churchill said to one friend, "but I do believe that I am a glowworm." Technically, the Home Office was one of the 4 greatest jobs in the British government, but by 1911 Churchill was desperate to go to the Admiralty. Previously, he'd been an arch-economiser in cabinet, determined to keep naval estimates down. The Agadir crisis, however, had convinced Churchill that Germany was an aggressive power and genuine threat to British interests. He thus took to the Admiralty as if he was preparing it for war. Keeping up a regular correspondence with the recently retired Fisher, Churchill continued to implement a number of Fisher-esque reforms, not least the continued transition from coal to oil as a fuel source, leading in 1914 to Churchill buying the government a stake in the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. Though he did unfortunately disregard Fisher's warnings about how effective submarines were likely to be in the next war, countering that no civilised power would use them because of their inability to rescue crews of sunk boats. Whilst he's now remembered for his more harebrained schemes during the war, Churchill was actually a continentalist in strategy to begin with, and willing to ensure the Navy could facilitate General Wilson's plans to assist France, even if it meant coming to blows with the department he now led. Admiral Wilson was happy to leave the job he was never suited for, but Churchill immediately clashed with his replacement, Bridgeman, and forced him out in 1912 with the connivance of his successor, Louis Battenberg. Battenberg was an able and extremely well-respected officer who should really have been given the job upon Fisher's retirement, but his underhanded dealing to force Bridgeman out in 1912 lost him an enormous amount of support within the Admiralty, and as a result he was entirely dependent on Churchill's goodwill to remain in post. This allowed the First Lord of the Admiralty to effectively do whatever he wanted, something best exemplified by the 5th of August 1914 meeting, when Churchill supported the dispatch of the BEF to France and Battenberg said nothing. His authority secured, Churchill's next aim was to end the German naval challenge, by negotiation if possible, but through strength if necessary. As we'll see in the next chapter, negotiations went nowhere, and so naval estimates would have to increase. Here we must turn to the other foundation of British power, economics. I've talked a lot about relative British economic decline previously, which was a real and clearly observable phenomenon, but it must be emphasised that in spite of this, the United Kingdom in 1914 was still the wealthiest nation to have ever existed. As we've already seen, she possessed the largest merchant fleet in the world, the most important banks, the lion's share of the transatlantic cables, extensive overseas investments, and a still formidable industrial might, and ultimately, a very great and very rich empire. Germany, with a far larger population than Britain, had a GDP that was only 5.5% more on the eve of war, and the difference was cancelled out if one adds overseas income to GDP to give GNP. These overseas investments alone generated a net income of £778.5 million, which meant the balance of payments, cause of so many headaches for post-war governments, was so far from being a concern that the Treasury made no attempt to compile official data. Even so, the surplus on the current account between 1911 and 13 has been estimated at over £200 million. Britain did have quite a small gold reserve in comparison to other great powers, but again the Treasury was indifferent to this, as London could easily attract gold by selling securities or increasing the bank rate. All this is to reinforce the point that, had Britain needed to spend, she could have done so with ease. As it was, even in the midst of a European arms race, the British government was the most miserly of all the great powers. Britain had begun the century in 1815 with a debt-to-GDP ratio exceeding 200%. Lord Liverpool had restored the country to the gold standard in 1821, partly as a public declaration that Britain intended to honour the debt rather than default or try to inflate it away. And indeed, for the rest of the century she had done just that, maintaining balanced budgets with an almost religious fervour and using surpluses to remit taxes or retire the debt. Notice for example on this chart that in spite of having the Boer War in the middle, Britain still continued to pay down her national debt. This is not to say of course that Britain ran budget surpluses with ease. As we've already seen, the Liberals were in a severe quandary over how to pay for 8 dreadnoughts in 1 year and new social spending obligations. A solution was offered by the Chancellor David Lloyd George in April 1909 when he introduced what became known as the People's Budget. The tedious details of the budget are not important here. Lloyd George intended to implement a number of completely new levies, such as a super tax on incomes over £5,000, and increase existing ones like death duties, which again fell on wealthy landholders. Although he tried to keep the burden off the working and middle classes, this was ultimately impossible, and the budget proposed increased taxes on alcohol and tobacco. The Unionists responded with an eruption of protests, although the budget still held taxes at a relatively low level, especially by modern standards. Its redistributive nature was understandably felt to be socialist in principle as well as practice. Indeed, the former Liberal Prime Minister, Lord Rosebery, declared in the House of Lords that the budget was pure socialism. And it was the Lords that blocked the budget, though clarifying that it would pass the bill if a general election endorsed it. By precedent, the upper chamber, which otherwise had an absolute veto over any legislation initiated by the House of Commons, did not block money bills. But then by precedent, the British government did not take hard-left financial turns without consulting the electorate. Asquith resolved he would have to go to the country, a prospect he did not relish as the Unionists should have had a good platform. Traditional free trade had been unable to pay for Britain's needs, tariff reform could. And this was the platform all intelligent Unionists wanted to fight the election on, socialism versus empire and tariffs. Unfortunately, it became apparent keeping the party on message throughout the country was easier said than done. Whether in the press or at provincial speeches, senile old peers were wheeled out to announce that the budget would require them to sack their servants and scrap donations to charity. The Liberals were thus able to portray their campaign as one of democratic reform. Conveniently, every democratic reform the Liberal Party supported just happened to benefit them. Other sensible changes, such as female suffrage, were apparently not as pressing, for reasons completely unrelated to the fact women were expected to be more sympathetic to the Unionists. Nonetheless, Unionist bungling gave the Liberals a good war cry. A fully equipped Duke costs as much to keep up as 2 dreadnoughts, Lloyd George jeered at a speech in Newcastle, and Dukes are just as great a terror, and they last longer. Lord Curzon, former Viceroy of India, ran an otherwise effective campaign in Lancashire, but in December decided to enlighten his grime-smeared audience, recently out the textile mill, by quoting Ernest Renan and declaring all civilization had been the work of aristocracies. The carpenter's son from Nazareth did more for civilization than all of Renan's aristocracies, Lloyd George chortled in a responding speech the next day. Still, the results of the election were favourable for the Unionists, trying as they were to overturn an enormous deficit after just 4 years rather than the usual 6 or 7. They'd actually won significantly more votes than the Liberals. Unfortunately, support from the Labour and Irish nationalist parties allowed Asquith to continue on in government. The nationalists who opposed the budget demanded the abolition of the Lord's veto as the price of their support. This would allow them to pass a bill of Home Rule for Ireland. Another election on the issue followed, where Balfour completely lost his head and offered a referendum on food duties, which knocked the feet out from under the Unionist campaign. The result was almost exactly the same, but the King had promised that he would create enough new Liberal peers to stop the Lords getting in the way if necessary. Thus, following the election, the Lords agreed to kneecap their own prerogatives. Asquith remained in power, but was dependent on the votes of Irish nationalists, the results of which we'll discuss later. Otherwise, the constitutional crisis had been, if not overcome, then at least postponed. The Liberals could pay for both dreadnoughts and social reform without running a deficit, a genuinely remarkable achievement considering they refused to use tariffs for the most part to raise revenue, as every other great power did. This was all the better because the Treasury felt it had lost control of the Admiralty. Churchill, once an arch economiser, now demanded enormous increases in the naval estimates to put distance between Britain and Germany, which by 1914 was occurring at a rapid pace. This chart actually understates British dominance because the country also had an overwhelming superiority in pre-dreadnoughts, possessing 45 to Germany's 20 in 1914. The ballooning costs of the naval arms race at a time when, as we shall see in the next chapter, tensions seemed to be easing between London and Berlin, caused real friction between Churchill and his old ally Lloyd George. For sure, the Chancellor never doubted the need to maintain Britain's naval supremacy. As early as July 1908, Lloyd George had informed the German ambassador that if he had to borrow 100 millions for the fleet, he would do so, and if necessary, Britain could have done so with relative ease. As the leading financial power in the world, London could raise funds on far better terms than any other nation. But Lloyd George still wanted more money for social reform, and the Treasury was determined to maintain a balanced budget. Thus, by 1914, the Chancellor had to resign himself to the need for further tax rises at some point. These spiralling naval costs were somewhat offset by the fact that, remarkably, the army estimates remained completely stagnant. Indeed, at a time when Germany and France were adding hundreds of thousands of men to their standing armies, the British actually lost 6,500 in 1913. The Liberals happily gloated about this fact in Parliament, but considering Britain's war plans, all it really shows is that once again Britain was failing to prepare properly. Though it was by no means certain an expeditionary force would be sent to Europe upon the outbreak of war, the key decision makers within the Liberal government had seen the army's plans and knew it was possible, even likely. It was then verging on the criminal to allow Britain to drift into the teeth of a continental war without a continental army. To seriously assist France, or even better, deter war in the first place, the BAF needed to raise at least another 15 divisions through whatever means necessary, and the Territorial Army needed to be reorganised yet again into a proper second-line force. This would have cost a lot, as the Liberals refused to consider conscription, but as Keynes calculated the war cost us £5 million per day on average, it would still have been cheaper than the ultimate cost of skimping on the army in peacetime was. This is not to argue that the Continental strategy was necessarily the correct one. Indeed, I think the military talks with France at the very least did a lot of harm to Britain's diplomatic position, and as we have seen, the Admiralty had its own well-developed plans for blockade, economic warfare, and even combined arms operations. The issue was that Asquith never used the CID to force the Army and Navy to reconcile the two strategies. It might have been that, if allowed to investigate the issue, a CID subcommittee found that combined arms and Baltic schemes had no place in a war against Germany. Whether right or wrong, it would have at least cleared the way for a new strategic consensus. Britain's immense strengths, gifted to the Liberals by greater predecessors and maintained by the occasional clear thinker like Churchill, meant she still went into the conflict a formidable power, but she did not enter it with anything approaching a true grand strategy that would allow London to bring it to a conclusion. As Morgan Owen says, sufficient is perhaps the best that could reasonably be said for the situation in 1914, after 8 years in power, throughout which time it had been committed to a policy of supporting France in the face of German aggression. The Liberal government had made little attempt to prepare the country to meet the military challenge its diplomacy might presage. As I said at the beginning of this very long chapter, arms races had occurred before 1914 and have done since without ending in war, but it does not require any great analytical skill to suggest that conflict was made more likely through the tensions these armaments helped foster. By 1914, all of the continental great powers had moved from defensive to offensive war plans, which aimed to invade and crush their opponent's strength within the first weeks of any conflict. The arms race also meant that the great powers were prepared to contemplate war in a way they never earlier had. As of 1914, Austria and Germany both calculated that the long-term advantage was with the Entente. Every passing year thus only made their military positions weaker. However, in Germany's case, the rapid implementation of the 1913 Army Bill meant Berlin had obtained what seemed like a decisive, if temporary, advantage over its enemies. This would not last long though, and once the Russian railway expansion was finished, Germany's sole war plan would have been obsolete. The Entente made a similar calculation and thus also believed their military position would grow in strength the longer they waited. Yet both Paris and Petersburg felt by 1914 their rearmament efforts were far enough along to seriously contemplate a conflict if the need arose. They would certainly never stomach anything like the Bosnian humiliation again. This then was the unfortunate dynamic created by the arms race, the dual alliance theoretically ahead but with the Entente primed to overtake it in the near future. A rather good example of a Thucydides trap if you want to go that far. It hardly needs saying that the temptation was there for Germany and Austria to strike whilst they still had the advantage. There was something faintly comical about plans that detailed the mobilisation of great empires and millions upon millions of men, when on current trend the crisis that would set these finely tuned war machines going was likely to be an argument over some African swamp or Balkan village. I will not be marching against Paris and Moscow for Albania and Durazzo, the Kaiser exasperatedly telegraphed his foreign minister during the Balkan Wars. Even so, outside of obvious platitudes, it is difficult to criticise the actions each respective government took. All had plausible defensive reasons for resorting to rearmament schemes. Russia, whose actions began the race, not unfairly felt it was going to be badly treated until it could restore and exceed the power she possessed before the Japanese War. Germany and Austria, not unreasonably, felt threatened by the growth of Tsarist power and looked to shore up their own militaries. France, in turn, was only able to pass its armament and conscription packages because her politicians feared German efforts. Indeed, if there is to be criticism, one could plausibly make it of Great Britain for forsaking the land arms race. Would the Germans have been as willing to invade Belgium had they known it might provoke the intervention of 26 rather than 6 British infantry divisions? Every great power had a plausible reason for engaging in the arms race outside of mindless belligerence, even if the latter element certainly existed within each nation. And it is perhaps for this reason that as of the 28th of June 1914, there did not seem any immediate danger of these war plans being activated. Although every nation had its hawks, both in government and especially the military, the civilian governments of the great powers were keen to reassure one another that their respective armament schemes were not aggressive, and certainly the final 18 months of peace appeared to support this verdict. Tensions did genuinely seem to be on the wane despite the arms race. Why this was, and how it went so wrong, we'll discuss next. In 1910, the monarchies of Europe gathered for one last display of grandeur and brotherly unity. That year, King Edward VII, known as the Uncle of Europe for his many crowned nephews and nieces, passed away peacefully. The funeral was attended by a glittering array of European kings, emperors and princes, 9 of whom gathered for this photograph. The following years were not kind to this fellowship. Agadir and the Balkan Wars left Europe more polarised than at any time in living memory. With a spiralling arms race bubbling beneath the surface, the prospects of peace had never looked bleaker. Yet, incredible though it may seem, by mid-1914 there was widespread acknowledgement that international tensions were on the wane, perhaps permanently so. The European powers, those stuffy old statesmen we now blithely classify as warmongers, had faced down the long series of crises and, just for a moment, seemed to have guided the continent safely through. Since I have been at the Foreign Office, I have not seen such calm waters, Arthur Nicholson famously said in May 1914. How then did we get to this position, and how could it all go so wrong so quickly? In the summer of 1912, Kaiser and Tsar met once more at a Russian naval facility in Estonia. Like the conference at Potsdam 2 years earlier, this meeting was superficially a success. In between a never-ending round of dinners, inspections and diplomatic niceties, there were further wide-ranging discussions between each empire's respective statesmen. Bethmann and Kokotsov met for the first time and assured one another that their armament build-ups were purely defensive. Bethmann also saw Sazonov again, and again both men struck a conciliatory tone. Sazonov assured the German Chancellor that Russia's historic mission in the Balkans was now complete, and that he had no intention of exploiting Turkey's current difficulties. Bethmann said he did not believe there was any reason why Germany could not cultivate friendly relations with the Entente. When Sazonov bluntly asked whether there would be any German encouragement of an aggressive Austrian foreign policy, Bethmann replied there would not be. Even the Kaiser seemed to have heeded the warnings of his ambassador in St. Petersburg, who suggested he adopt a listening attitude when talking to the Tsar so that his cousin could occasionally get a word in edgeways. Sazonov was less fortunate, at one point finding himself cornered by Wilhelm, who harangued him for over an hour about his relationship with his parents, who, the Kaiser claimed, had never loved him. The meeting ended in good cheer, but had in reality produced little of consequence. True, the Germans did indeed try to restrain the Austrians as the Balkan Wars escalated over the following months, but Sazonov was rather more loose in the interpretation of his promises to retreat from Balkan entanglements. Still, even if their respective statesmen mainly traded in platitudes, friendship between St. Petersburg and Berlin did not seem far-fetched going into 1913. Russia might still have smarted over the unfair commercial terms the Germans had forced upon them in 1906, but both powers benefited from their increasing economic interdependence. Germany might have feared Russia's growing power and military build-up, but what could Russia even hope to gain from fighting a fellow monarchy? Hostility between the two empires could only be counterproductive. This was exactly the point made by Peter Durnover in a memorandum submitted to the Tsar in February 1914. Durnover was a deeply reactionary figure on the Russian right. As Minister of the Interior, he had played a crucial role in suppressing the 1905 revolution, and was apparently offered the position of chairman of the Council of Ministers in the winter of 1913 to 1914. According to a second-hand source, Durnover had turned it down after telling the Tsar his policy would require several more years of upheaval, as he intended to dissolve the Duma and crush all remaining dissidents within the empire. This, he accurately guessed, Nicholas did not have the stomach for. Nonetheless, Durnover's words carried influence. His fairly short memorandum, just a few months before the war, is one of the most interesting things written by anybody in this era. Durnover argued that the ultimate tension in global politics was the Anglo-German rivalry, and that both nations were destined to fight for commercial and imperial dominance. As it stood, Russia would inevitably be dragged in on the British side, even though, in Durnover's words, the vital interests of Russia and Germany do not conflict. As he pointed out, the most Russia could hope to gain from defeating Germany was Posen and East Prussia, two provinces densely populated by troublesome Poles. Fighting Austria would mean absorbing Galicia, which could only energise burgeoning Ukrainian nationalism. He also expected the war to be a long one and thus cost far more than current German economic competition supposedly did. A conflict would be beyond Russia's limited financial means, and the empire would therefore have to borrow heavily from the liberal West, leaving Russia totally in hock to the old Crimean coalition once the German threat was destroyed. Even victory, Dönhover said, promised little economic relief, as a ruined Germany would be unable to pay any significant indemnity. The financial consequences of a war, though, Dönhover continued, would be nothing compared to the political. It should not be forgotten that Russia and Germany are the representatives of the conservative principle in the civilized world, as opposed to the democratic principle incarnated in England and to an infinitely lesser degree in France. Strange as it may seem, England, monarchist and conservative to the marrow at home, has in her foreign relations always acted as the protector of the most demagogical tendencies, invariably encouraging all popular movements aiming at the weakening of the monarchical principle. From this point of view, a struggle between Germany and Russia, regardless of its issue, is profoundly undesirable to both sides, as undoubtedly involving the weakening of the conservative principle in the world, of which the above-named two great powers are the only reliable bulwarks. More than that, one must realise that under the exceptional conditions which exist, a general European war is mortally dangerous both for Russia and Germany, no matter who wins. It is our firm conviction, based upon a long and careful study of all contemporary subversive tendencies, that there must inevitably break out in the defeated country a social revolution which, by the very nature of things, will spread to the country of the victor. Dönhover concluded, a rapprochement with England does not promise us any benefits. The memorandum is a remarkable document. True, the analysis of Anglo-German relations was undoubtedly reductive, indeed verging on nonsensical with its declaration that war was inevitable between the two. Though Dominic Lieven notes this is hardly unexpected given Dönhover's entire political experience was domestic, but his prophecy of how detrimental even a victorious war would be to Russia, her finances and social order was beyond prescient. What then of his suggestion that Russia and Germany had no conflicting interests? Had the memorandum been written a year earlier, it would probably have been accurate. By February 1914, though, it was not. Conflicts were very much on the horizon. As Lieven notes, the Russian Foreign Office assumed that the Habsburg and Ottoman inheritances were going to be up for grabs soon, which would also bring the question of the Straits to the fore once again. This latter dispute had put paid to Dönhover's suggestion that Germany and Russia had no serious differences a few months before he had even written his memorandum. In November 1913, a German general named Liman von Sanders had arrived in Constantinople to head a new military mission there. The Germans had long been involved in the reorganisation and supply of the Ottoman army, to the extent that its rout at the hands of the Serbs and Greeks, who used French weapons, was considered a bit of a humiliation for Berlin. Thus, Liman's mission was to be larger and more involved than any of its predecessors. More importantly, the general was given executive command of a Turkish corps stationed around the capital. As we have seen, the Straits were a sore spot for Russia. The Ottomans had twice closed them during the Balkan Wars, and it has had a deleterious effect on Russian trade, to put it mildly. Partnered with the fact that the Russian Foreign Office expected the Ottoman regime to at any point implode overnight, statesmen in St. Petersburg saw Liman's mission as nothing less than a German attempt to take de facto control of the Bosphorus. As Sazonov said to a German journalist, "You know what interests we have at the Bosphorus, how sensitive we are at that point. All southern Russia depends upon it, and now you stick a Prussian garrison under our noses." The Russians could stomach Turkish rule, but as we saw, when it looked as if Bulgaria might seize Constantinople in 1912, a more vigorous power controlling the Straits was a red line. Imagine what would happen if, instead of Turkey, the Straits were to go to a state which would be able to resist Russian demands, Sazonov warned the Tsar. St. Petersburg thus reacted with a mix of panic and fury. Sazonov quickly called on his Entente partners, and in sharp contrast to 1908, the French offered their moral support. The British, though, were in a rather more awkward position. Quite apart from the fact no one in Britain thought there was anything particularly objectionable about Liman's posting, London actually had a very similar military mission of its own in Constantinople, only tasked with reorganising the navy rather than the army. It would thus look hypocritical to now throw a hissy fit over the German move, but neither was Whitehall willing to let Russia down. Grey found a solution by appealing directly to the Germans, who appear to have been genuinely surprised by the fury with which Russia reacted, and arranged a compromise. Liman was hurriedly promoted to Field Marshal, which meant he was now too dignified to command a measly corps around Constantinople and instead moved to Adrianople. Russian honour had been satisfied, but the affair left a bitter taste in Sazanov's mouth, particularly as he had been in Berlin only weeks before the debacle and no one there had thought to consult him ahead of time. He felt that Germany had specifically set out to confront Russia in a crucially sensitive area and resolved to be more belligerent in his future dealings with Berlin. Dernover might be correct in arguing that the two powers fundamentally had no conflicting interests, but the Lehman von Sanders crisis revealed a genuine underlying toxicity to the relationship that no amount of monarchical meetups and well-designed flattery could assuage. As Nicholas II said to the British ambassador in April 1914, it was commonly supposed that there was nothing to keep Germany and Russia apart. This, however, was not the case. There is the question of the Straits. Dominic Lieven notes one cannot read the Russian documents in this period and miss the obvious signs of the impending conflict. The Germans were hardly any better, though it does not appear that they had intentionally set out to provoke Russia. They could hardly be said to have considered her interests with any sensitivity. It did not help that the Kaiser, tactful as ever, had told members of the mission to build him a strong army that would form a counterweight to the aggressive designs of Russia, a comment quickly relayed back to Nicholas II. It is probably true that Bethmann had not understood the implications of Lehman's appointment, but there was no doubt he was increasingly willing to countenance confrontation with the Empire. The Russian embassy in Berlin noted that in his April 1913 budget speech, for the first time in a political speech in Parliament, a representative of the government spoke in precise terms of Slavdom's antagonism towards Germany, and reckoned this to be a serious danger for European peace. Since the failure of Bjorko in 1905, Germany and Russia had tiptoed between détente and deterrence, but the Lehman affair had finally crystallised the two nations into their opposing factions. Russian statesmen like Sazonov increasingly saw Germany as an aggressive power determined to intervene in St. Petersburg's legitimate spheres of interest, whilst German statesmen were becoming more paranoid by the day regarding Russia's growing power and increasing willingness to act confrontationally. There would not be another case like the Agadir crisis, where Russia refused to back an Entente partner against Germany. The problem for the Russians was they were unsure if one of their Entente partners would back them in turn. The French, of course, under Poincaré's leadership, were more or less prepared to go as far as Russia wanted, but the British position, as always, was rather more equivocal. Indeed, one of the more remarkable trends of Europe's final years was Britain's increasingly friendly relations with Germany. The naval scare of 1908 and 1909 had been the nadir of Anglo-German relations. Each year the costs of the arms race seemed to escalate, the press in both nations whipped up fear and resentment, whilst the public clamoured for a harder and harder line. Yet the seeds of a more harmonious relationship had nonetheless been sown. As we have seen, the burden of the arms race had forced the Liberal government into an early and not particularly successful series of elections, a process they were not keen to repeat anytime soon. In Germany, the costs of the navy had similarly helped to fell Bülow, bringing to power a man of a very different outlook. Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg was perhaps not the most brilliant of Wilhelm's chancellors, but he was, until 1914, the best. Tall, gaunt and broad-shouldered, he was known for thoroughness, fairness and pragmatism. Like his predecessor, Bethmann was a cultured man who relaxed either by reading Plato or playing Beethoven on the piano, but the similarities with Bülow ended there. Bethmann was not a socialite, gossip or flatterer with an acerbic wit as Bülow had been. He was, rather, a devoted family man, deeply in love with his wife and relatively uninterested in social climbing. He did not serve the Kaiser out of a lust for power or status, but because of his genuine respect for the monarchy. His patriotism was perhaps understated when compared to the bombastic pronouncements of his colleagues, but nonetheless deep and fierce. Bethmann had risen steadily in his civil service career, developing a reputation for honesty and industry, yet also a tendency to procrastinate. His appointment as Secretary of the Interior and Vice-Chancellor in 1907 drew few protests even from government critics. Although the Kaiser had soured on him slightly by 1909 because of his firm loyalty to Bülow, Bethmann was nonetheless the natural choice for the chancellorship that year in a time of troubled waters. The Daily Telegraph affair, Eulenburg scandal, and embarrassing disposal of Bülow meant Bethmann almost inadvertently found himself with more power than any chancellor since Bismarck. Wilhelm was depressed and aware that if he were to sack another chief minister anytime soon, the calls for greater limits on his powers would become deafening. This was leverage Bethmann intended to use to rework Germany's foreign policy in particular. As an Anglophile, the new Chancellor abhorred the rivalry with Great Britain that had emerged since the turn of the century. More than any sentimental attachment, though, he despaired at how the alienation of London had solidified Germany's strategic encirclement. And in the German Navy, Bethmann thought he knew where the problem lay. As the Kaiser's pet project, Tirpitz's ministry had always enjoyed a privileged position in the German government, safeguarded from any economising measures a chancellor may think up, or being used as a bargaining chip by the Foreign Office. This changed in 1909. Bethmann did not oppose the German fleet per se, but he had little patience with Tirpitz's risk theory and grand plans to blackmail Britain into alignment. Within weeks of taking office, Bethmann looked to hammer out a quid pro quo with the British. If London would sign up to some type of political agreement, then Germany would be prepared to reduce the pace of its naval construction. Specifically, Bethmann wanted the British to agree to remain neutral in a European war. This was something no British minister, let alone Sir Edward Grey, could agree to. Although the Foreign Secretary always professed his desire to be on the best possible terms with Germany, he would not do anything that could compromise Britain's understandings with France and Russia. As the German ambassador in London, Metternich, pointed out, if Britain declared it would under no circumstances fight alongside France, the Entente was as good as dead. The actual terms of the Entente, signed in 1904, of course, made no such military commitments, but no one much cared about that anymore. There was some wiggle room here for an agreement which did not force Britain to violate either the terms or the spirit of the Entente, but Grey was, as ever, elusive on what this might look like, and the Germans were unlikely to compromise anyway. Bethmann knew that getting the British to commit ahead of time to neutrality was to ask for the moon. Even that great advocate of isolation, Lord Salisbury, would have thought such a demand an insult, but the Chancellor also knew his own political position depended on him striking a hard bargain. Indeed, he later complained that pan-German extreme nationalists had prevented him from constructing a more reasonable offer. That he was able to make an offer at all was a sign of what a powerful influence Bethmann was within the government, but he knew better than to push his luck. "I do not wish for a good understanding with England at the expense of the German fleet," the Kaiser snapped. This game of will they won't they continued for the next few years. In late 1911, with the fallout from Second Morocco still fresh in everyone's minds, Churchill arrived at the Admiralty and used his first speech to offer conciliation and compromise. But Tirpitz was in the process of seizing upon the public outcry over Agadir to prepare a new challenge to the naval laws, which would now target a 2-to-3 ratio of dreadnoughts with the Royal Navy. As we have seen, the prospect of having to increase the naval estimates yet again to match this struck terror into the hearts of liberal radicals, and so the cabinet once more looked to open new talks. The preliminaries were undertaken by two private citizens, Sir Ernest Cassel and Albert Bailyn. Bailyn introduced Cassel to the Kaiser and Bethmann. Cassel presented a memorandum that outlined 3 points. Germany must accept that naval superiority was a necessity for Britain and therefore should cut back or freeze its building programme. In return, Britain would help Germany obtain new colonies. The two nations should promise not to take part in aggressive alliances against one another. Cassel reported that Bethmann was in favour and the Kaiser was enchanted, almost childishly so. The Germans suggested the discussions now be put on a more formal footing and the British send a cabinet member with real authority. In February, the British government chose Haldane, the Minister for War. Haldane was a Germanophile. He spoke the language fluently and was fascinated by German philosophy. He was no German sympathiser though, as he was unfairly accused of being in the war. On the contrary, he was actually on the hawkish and liberal imperialist wing of the cabinet, but he nonetheless hoped to restore good relations with Germany. He thus held 2 days of talks in Berlin, finding Tirpitz difficult but the Kaiser friendly and Bethmann sincere in his desire for peace. The talks though, as might have been expected by this point, went nowhere. Once again, the Germans demanded a formal guarantee that the British would remain neutral in a European war. Once again, the British refused. The whole point of the High Seas Fleet, as stated by Tirpitz, was to gain the whip hand over British foreign policy. The idea that the British were suddenly going to concede when they had finally enacted the fiscal measures necessary for winning the naval race was ludicrous. The Liberals did not like spending the money, but nor did they like the prospect of being lynched in Trafalgar Square as traitors for conceding British naval hegemony. Thus, with negotiations going nowhere, on the 12th of March 1912, the Kaiser authorised Tirpitz's new change to the naval laws. Germany was now to build 14 capital ships between 1912 and 1917. In Britain, Churchill tried to bargain for a final time, suggesting a naval holiday or freeze on capital ship construction for 1 year, which Wilhelm courteously declined. Having made a show of trying to win Germany over diplomatically, Churchill now turned on the spending taps with his 1912-13 naval estimates. Royal Navy construction over the same period as the Germans was to go from 21 capital ships to 25. Another 3 dreadnoughts paid for by the Canadian government were also expected to be added to this schedule at some point. Canadian Liberals blocked the funding bill for them in 1913, but Borden was committed to reintroducing it once he had whittled down their majority in the Senate. Churchill then moved to further cement the Royal Navy's dominance in the North Sea by arranging a new agreement with the French. The Mediterranean fleet was stripped of its battleships. 4 would return to Britain and 4 would stay at Gibraltar to be sent north or east as circumstances demanded. Just 4 battle cruisers would be left to guard British interests in the theatre. Theoretically, this was simply the culmination of Fischer's earlier streamlining of the fleet. The German Navy remained the greatest threat to Britain, it thus made sense to concentrate against it. Churchill justified the decision to Haldane, writing on the 6th of May 1912, "We cannot possibly hold the Mediterranean or guarantee any of our interests there until we have obtained a decision in the North Sea. It would be very foolish to lose England in safeguarding Egypt. If we win the big battle in the decisive theatre, we can put everything straight afterwards. If we lose it, there will be no afterwards." Kitchener, then governing Egypt, was firmly opposed to the reorganisation. The Mediterranean was ultimately the lifeline of the empire. To abandon it was unthinkable, but Churchill had a solution to this too. At the time the British were discussing concentrating in the North Sea, the French were planning to do likewise in the Mediterranean. For France, protecting her North African colonies was the key strategic role of its navy in a war with Germany. The 2 redeployments would thus complement one another, and Cambon was quick to spot an opportunity. If he could get Britain to commit to guarding France's northern coast in return for French protection in the Mediterranean, he would have achieved a major step in moving the Entente towards a full military alliance. This proposal, though, came up against firm opposition from radicals in the cabinet. Morley thought such an agreement would be an alliance in all but name. Even McKenna opposed the redeployment, wondering what the French would ask for in return. Grey's solution to this was to once more avoid any formal commitments and instead settle for a series of diplomatic nudges and winks to the French. The 3 Grey-Cambon notes, which were eventually exchanged in November 1912, recognised that conversations on naval redeployment had taken place, but that they were non-binding. There was no formal agreement then, as the Germans suspected, but the French certainly felt they'd crossed the Rubicon in regard to the Entente. In any war, there was no way the British would sit back and allow the Germans to shell the French coast with impunity. For all the perfidious Albion jibes, Cambon was well aware that the honour of England was taken seriously by the British government and public. As Churchill said, everyone must feel who knows the facts that we have the obligations of an alliance without its advantages, and above all, without its precise definitions. True, the agreement was only supposed to be temporary. By 1915, Churchill insisted the Royal Navy would be strong enough to return to the Mediterranean in force. By 1917, it planned to have 8 dreadnoughts stationed there, with 28 still in the North Sea. But as of 1914, Britain had put itself in a position where she most certainly did have a moral commitment to France, no matter how often Grey claimed to have preserved a free hand. There was to be no political agreement with Germany that would defuse the naval arms race, yet interestingly, this failure and Britain's new commitments to France did not herald another period of intense rivalry between London and Berlin. On the contrary, if anything, the end of armament limitation discussions seemed to ease rather than exacerbate tensions. Indeed, Sariah Crowe said, "One of the main reasons why Anglo-German relations are now more cordial is that we've entirely ceased to discuss the question of limitation of armaments. I feel equally certain that any resumption of that discussion will have the inevitable effect of making relations worse again. Without these negotiations endlessly frustrating and winding up each other's governments, naval construction timetables were able to naturally settle into their own rhythm." Churchill finally scrapped the 2-power standard and instead introduced a 60% superiority target over the German fleet. Since the Germans under the 1912 law were now aiming at an absolute level of strength and the British a specified margin above it, the elements of a tacit understanding existed. Radical Liberals were not at all happy with Churchill's increases in the budget, and half a dozen cabinet ministers tried to unseat him. All of them failed, and as we have seen, the Treasury felt it had lost control of the Admiralty, leaving Churchill free to do as he pleased within reason. As the First Lord said, Britain could lay down 11 new capital ships a year without impacting the foreign orders account, and few in Germany doubted he meant it by 1914. In Berlin, the Navy office was despondent. Tirpitz himself was depressed and lamented his department's fall from grace. He had no interest in trying to push through yet another naval law to match the Royal Navy's widening lead. Indeed, he was reluctant to even claim the third ship allowed to him by the current law in 1915, as he thought Churchill would simply use it to whip up yet another invasion scare and thus secure funding to widen Britain's lead still further. In sum, what had actually ended the naval arms race was not some far-fetched political agreement or utopian appeals to the German national conscience, but the raw power of the British Empire and a deluge of guns and steel. Whatever his faults, Churchill had finally sewn a backbone into the Liberals. There had been no greater source of tension in Anglo-German relations than the naval race, and it was entirely the fault of this sorry excuse for a political party. Cutting naval estimates to the bone had consistently allowed Tirpitz to think he had a chance of challenging Britain. It let the Germans get just close enough to parity that the press cried blue murder and invasion scares whipped up the public. Britain was richer than Germany, she had a far greater shipbuilding capacity, an ancient naval tradition, and a worldwide empire which, if asked, could provide its own money and material. That the High Seas Fleet was ever a serious threat to British naval hegemony, and thus able to force Britain into increasingly dubious diplomatic commitments, was an utter disgrace. Once Churchill ensured Britain's victory in the race was a foregone conclusion, the venom went out of Anglo-German relations. That the end of the naval race and armament limitation talks could herald a new era between the two rivals was exemplified through collaboration in a range of areas over the following months. This included strong cooperation during the Balkan Wars to rein in their respective alliance blocks, an agreement in 1913 over how the Portuguese Empire would be partitioned if the country defaulted on its foreign debts, and even negotiations over the Berlin to Baghdad railway. Gottlieb von Jagow, the German foreign minister, reflected in 1919 that the settlement of these issues would without doubt gradually have led to a political détente. Jagow, a much underrated figure in the German Foreign Office, was particularly important in this process. Bethmann had no prior experience in foreign affairs. He did not understand, nor could he control the workings of the German Foreign Office in the way Bülow had. Thus, his generally peaceable and pro-British sympathies were often brushed aside, as they were during the Agadir crisis, started at the Foreign Office rather than Bethmann's behest. Jagow's appointment in 1913 changed that. The new foreign minister was honest, hard-working, and importantly, agreed with Bethmann's assessment about the need to detach Britain from the Entente. Cooperation rather than confrontation was his ideal way of dealing with London. Grey thus enthusiastically welcomed his appointment. If we could only have 10 years of a man like Jagow to deal with, really controlling the policy of Germany, we should be on intimate terms with her at the end of the time, and on increasingly good terms through it. The groundwork seemed to have been laid then for a much warmer relationship. True, it was not entirely plain sailing. Discussions over the Berlin-Baghdad railway had been contentious, for example. The railway was Germany's plan to tap the burgeoning oil wealth of the Middle East. The British insisted it not reach the Gulf and challenge their economic and political ascendancy in the area. The Germans did eventually agree, but were not happy about it. As Jagow himself astutely pointed out, whilst policymakers on both sides may have desired better relations, the tensions since 1905 had gone too deep for a speedy improvement. Still, the rapprochement was no secret and widely commented on by a range of observers. Now, I'm sure you'll have noticed that there seems to be a disconnect between Bethmann and Jagow's policy of détente with London and Moltke's belief that Britain would be a belligerent from 1913 onwards. The reason for this probably lies in an infamous meeting held in December 1912. It occurred in the midst of the Balkan Wars after Grey summoned the German ambassador Lichnowsky to warn him that Britain would probably not stand aside in a European conflict if Austria attacked Serbia and dragged in the other powers. When the Kaiser read Lichnowsky's report, he was enraged and ordered a hastily assembled conference between himself, Moltke, Tirpitz, Chief of the Admiralty Heringen, and Admiral Muller, Chief of the Naval Cabinet. The meeting opened with Wilhelm announcing Austria must be firm in its dealings with Serbia and that Germany must support her if Russia intervened. Moltke declared that war was unavoidable and the sooner it occurred the better, but as we have already seen, Tirpitz said the Navy needed another 18 months to prepare and open the Kiel Canal. This War Council, as it was scathingly dubbed by Bethmann, who was not invited, has since become a great topic of debate. For the likes of Fritz Fischer, it clearly showed that the Kaiser and German military were determined upon a course of preventative war. And for sure, Tirpitz's prediction that war in the summer of 1914 would be preferable cannot be seen as anything but eerie. Incidentally, in Britain, Jackie Fisher also predicted the Great War would occur in the summer of 1914, when Germany completed the Kiel Canal. Until that time, war with Britain would be difficult, as the High Seas Fleet would have to remain permanently in either the North Sea or the Baltic. However, the idea that the December War Council showed the conflict was premeditated has found less favour in recent years. Wilhelm soon moved on to complaining about something else. The evidence suggests that Tirpitz, far from being overconfident by 1914, was depressed about the Navy's prospects, and Admiral Muller, whose diary is the best source for the meeting, ultimately concluded that the results amounted to almost zero. Even at the highest levels, the lads' holiday rarely escapes the group chat. True, Moltke certainly became more determined than ever to consider Britain a likely belligerent after the meeting, but Germany's diplomatic course was not otherwise altered. Within the civilian government, Bethmann and Jagow remained focused on détente with London. The culmination of this policy was set for late summer 1914. Sir William Tyrrell, Grey's private secretary, had arranged to meet Jagow in a private capacity to further discuss Anglo-German relations. What would have come out of this meeting we cannot know, for the intervention of the July crisis meant it never took place, and we must not get carried away in speculation. It certainly would not have resulted in some radical, immediate alteration of British foreign policy, where London dropped the Entente with France and aligned with Berlin. What it could have done though was grease the wheels for further efforts at cooperation over the following years. Tyrrell was a particularly interesting figure. His rather mundane title understates the influence he had with Grey and the confidence with which his views were held by the Foreign Secretary. Like most of Grey's inner circle, he had begun his time in office sceptical of Germany and supportive of the Entente. By 1914 though, Tyrrell's opinions had shifted dramatically. For just as the growth of Tsarist power was alarming the Wilhelmstrasse, the same was true for Whitehall. The Anglo-Russian agreement had always looked a lot like a band-aid. For St. Petersburg, it was a temporary retreat. Once Russian power recovered, few doubted the Tsar's agents were going to re-adopt their old expansionist policy. For London, it was a divisive compact from the outset. The Indian government was prepared to use it as an excuse to cut defence spending, but they didn't trust the Russians as far as they could throw them. Even those back in Whitehall, like Tyrrell, who originally thought the agreement could divert Russian energies towards Germany, only expected it to last so long as St. Petersburg fell weak. He was proved correct. As Russian power recovered, the empire continued its steady absorption of northern Persia and began to extend its influence into the neutral zone. Until 1914, the British had done their best to ignore this, accepting Russian assurances, too fearful of losing the agreement to upset the apple cart. But as Jennifer Siegel says, the steady Russian acquisition of land and privileges underway in northern Persia revealed the truth that Britain had wanted so badly to overlook. Official Russian policy was supporting a program of formal colonisation and absorption of Persian territory. No longer could Britain blame the realities of Russian expansion in Persia on the independent actions of rogue Russian men on the spot. This penetration of the neutral zone in particular was starting to cause nerve spasms in the British Foreign Office, for Russia was now actively threatening the area's one critical resource, oil. With the Royal Navy phasing out its traditional use of coal in favour of this more efficient fuel, oil had emerged as a critical consideration of British foreign policy. Coal, of course, had always been abundant in Great Britain itself, oil was not. Fortunately, the resource had been found in Persia by a British prospector in 1908. The industry there had developed rapidly by 1914, much of it conveniently within ease of access for London. In May that year, Churchill convinced the government to buy a controlling stake in Anglo-Persian oil. Unfortunately, it was now St. Petersburg's turn to complain Britain was penetrating the neutral zone. Grey quickly tried to appease the Russians, noting the Admiralty had gone so far as to advise Anglo-Persian to only exploit fields in the south rather than existing ones in the northern neutral zone. Sazonov, though, was happy for an excuse to talk and act in even more expansionist terms. The sense of panic that was beginning to creep into Whitehall was not helped by the fact these tensions were about to culminate in 1915 when the Anglo-Russian agreement was up for renewal. and the Russians were already musing about what they wanted. Nicholas II suggested an outright partition of the neutral zone to the British ambassador. Sazonov went even further, hinting not too subtly that he expected a wider foreign policy commitment in return for playing ball at the negotiations. In April 1914, he suggested turning the Triple Entente into a full military alliance. Only Nicholson supported this idea in Whitehall, but he was an increasingly isolated figure. True, the ambassador in Russia, Buchanan, did also reluctantly agree on the basis that Russia is rapidly becoming so powerful that we must retain her friendship at almost any cost. However, almost everyone else in London recoiled at the scheme. The British would have preferred to avoid any wider commitment and renew the agreement on terms that made Persia a buffer state, albeit one where their influence was predominant. But with the government in Tehran in rag order, Crowe expected the Russians to have taken over the neutral zone by mid-1915 if the British did nothing. I think it is quite futile to pretend that there is any distinction between the Russian government and the Russian officials in Persia. Russia has, in my opinion, deliberately taken the 5 northern provinces. If we go on, as we have done, looking on and doing nothing for ourselves, Russia will, within a 12-month, have taken over the neutral zone. He reluctantly concluded the only way to maintain the agreement was through the not very heroic course, as he put it, of partition. Partition, though, would have directly connected British-influenced territory with Russian, meaning a lot of arguments between London and Calcutta over whose responsibility defending the burden would be. But what other solution was there? In truth, Whitehall had soured on the Russian connection almost everywhere by 1914. Parallel negotiations that had begun over Tibet, for example, had become toxic because of the never-ending list of new and sometimes quite random demands the Russians came up with, such as allowing the Tsar's Buddhist converts passage to Lhasa via India. In all, the British were becoming extremely put off by Russia's insatiable appetite. R.T. Nugent of the Foreign Office Far Eastern Department complained, "Sazonov is behaving very badly. He makes proposals and, as soon as they are agreed to, raises fresh demands." Even those who had previously backed the Russian connection resented the way St. Petersburg behaved. Tyrrell, for example, now thought the Russian government was unreliable and that in general the whole Russian Empire was nothing but an uncivilized ethnic amalgam kept together only by terrorism. Sazonov complained that he could not go on making great sacrifices for the sake of friendship with Britain. The British responded with a memorandum asking what sacrifices he was under the impression Russia had made, underscoring the de facto acquisition by Russia of supreme political power and influence in northern Persia in strict violation of the Persian independence and integrity guaranteed in the 1907 agreement. Britain had been willing to overlook the gradual Russification of northern Persia, but the extension of Russian predominance into the neutral zone was entirely unacceptable. The Russians were unsurprisingly annoyed by the memorandum and blathered in their response about geographic necessities dictating their actions, and that only the Russian presence was saving Persia from anarchy. For sure, this latter point did have some justice to it. British utopian support for Persian constitutionalists was creating chaos in St. Petersburg's view, but this was small consolation to London. Tensions were not helped by the fact that in 1914 the moderate and pacific Kokotsov was removed in favour of Gurumikhin, who one British diplomat described as old, lazy, reactionary and not at all well disposed to us. Nor by the fact that the Russians had begun hinting that if Britain failed to renew the agreement on St. Petersburg's terms, Russia would instead look towards a German alliance once more. This, of course, was an unlikely prospect by 1914 in the wake of the Lehman Affair and Balkan Wars, but the suggestion of it certainly gave Grey pause. Sazonov did retreat from his bold suggestion of turning the Triple Entente into a formal alliance in the face of British hesitancy, but swung round to forcefully suggest that London should instead take part in naval talks with the Russians, similar to those undertaken with the French in 1912. In effect, he was asking the British to show some form of military commitment to Russia. Sazonov always thought that Britain was the key to deterring Germany. If Britain would formalise its military commitments to the Entente, Berlin would see it had no hope of winning a European war. The peace of the world will be secure only when the Triple Entente is transformed into a defensive alliance without secret clauses, he wrote to Beckendorf in February 1914. Then the danger of a German hegemony will be finally ended. This was, of course, a very dubious prediction by 1914. As we have seen, Moltke had a year earlier come to the conclusion Britain would intervene in any conflict, and it had not lessened his desire for war. Nonetheless, extracting from London a more formal commitment to the Entente was a key plank of Sazonov's diplomacy, and in this he had the full support of the French. Paris was not at all happy with the improvement in Anglo-German relations and the souring of the Anglo-Russian relationship. Poincaré was then just as willing to pressure the British into entering naval talks with St. Petersburg. Grey did not like the idea of naval talks at all, not least because you only have to look at a map to know they'd be basically useless considering Britain and Russia's respective geographic locations. He was also aware of the effect such formal military talks could have on Britain's rapprochement with Berlin if they were ever made public. Grey told the Russian ambassador, Count Beckendorf, that rumours of Anglo-Russian naval exchanges would do great harm in Germany and might impair our good relations with Germany, which had improved very much during the last Balkan crisis and which I wished to maintain. But neither did Grey want to see the Anglo-Russian agreement collapse, which might happen if he refused to throw Russia a bone towards military cooperation. Such a collapse would both risk St. Petersburg swinging into the German camp and require Britain to face down Russia in Persia and Afghanistan with force. Reluctantly then, Grey did enter into Anglo-Russian naval talks in May 1914, though the British were still stalling by the end of June. As with most things Grey did, the talks were meant to be held under the strictest secrecy. Naturally, Berlin knew of them within days after an agent lifted intelligence from the Russian embassy in London. This revealed that among the subjects discussed was a joint landing in Pomerania. This is an extremely critical point, for as Grey predicted, it was here that the Anglo-German détente failed, at least in Bethmann's mind. The Chancellor had been depressed about his grand strategy since the difficult negotiations over the Berlin to Baghdad railway with Britain. On a personal level, he was also very badly affected by the loss of his wife in 1914, which almost certainly left him more fatalistic than ever before. But what really knocked the wind out of him was the Anglo-Russian naval talks, which finally shattered his hopes of detaching Britain from the Entente, the last link in the chain, as he told his assistant in early July. The naval race was all but over. Both powers had cooperated closely over the previous 2 years, whilst Russia was now the most obvious threat to both powers, bearing down on Europe and the Far East. And still, Britain continued to tighten its links with the Entente. Detaching Britain had been Bethmann's one and only hope for rescuing Germany's position. His fears of Russia were already acute, but if England could not now be won over at any point in the near future, then perhaps Moltke was right. Germany's position would only grow worse, militarily and diplomatically. If there was to be a fight, better to have it sooner. One can see here how these interlocking diplomatic games were affecting the European balance. London hoped naval talks would be a minor concession to Russia that would give Britain leverage in the upcoming negotiations over Persia, but once leaked, they ended up alienating the Germans, who took them to mean Britain could not, in fact, be detached from the Entente. Tyrrell may have been able to smooth this dispute over had he met Yargau at the end of summer, but he never got the chance. Instead, Berlin was now increasingly dominated by men fatalistic about their country's future prospects. This was a point significantly reinforced by Austria's flailing position. Yargau believed the Habsburg alliance was the centrepiece of Germany's position in the world. Quite apart from anything else, he was horrified at the prospect of having to incorporate more Catholics into the Reich if the monarchy fell apart. But no one was under any illusions about the Austrian Empire. Schursky, the German ambassador in Vienna for example, was despairing as to the conglomerate's future, falling apart at the seams as he famously put it. On the flip side, as we saw at the end of the Balkan Wars, the Austrians were less than thrilled with the support their German ally had shown to them in 1912 and 1913. They felt particularly humiliated by Berlin's failure to support a revision of the Treaty of Bucharest in Vienna's favour. Concert diplomacy had once again failed Austria, and the results were disastrous. The Balkan Wars had tipped the balance of power in that unstable region dramatically against the Habsburgs. Serbia was now enlarged and, though temporarily exhausted, expected to recover over the coming years, potentially gaining access to the Adriatic via union with Montenegro. The expansion of Greece likewise threatened the ramshackle Albanian kingdom Austria was trying to prop up. A gentleman's agreement with Italy over spheres of influence within the country in April 1914 solved nothing and only led to more wrangling. As we have seen, Romania was also swinging into the Entente's camp. A Russian mission sent to Bucharest in 1912 concluded that whilst the country still resented the Tsar's seizure of Bessarabia in 1878, public opinion was far more concerned with attempts by the Hungarian government to Magyarize Transylvania's many Romanian speakers. Romania had ignored Austria's pro-Bulgarian policy to side with Serbia in the Second Balkan War, and was annoyed by Berchtold's failed attempts to rework the peace settlement in Bulgaria's favour. The Russophile Liberal Party secured a resounding victory in the January 1914 Romanian elections, and in June that year Nicholas II visited the country, accompanied by Sazonov, who in a remarkably provocative act toured the Romanian-Hungarian border. There was even talk of a marriage between the Crown Prince's son and one of the Imperial Grand Duchesses, though the Tsar made it clear his children would marry for love, not diplomacy. King Carol himself was loyal to the Triple Alliance so long as he could keep it secret, but when he died, as he was to do in October 1914, his nephew was expected to reorientate Romanian diplomacy towards the Entente. It must be emphasised that this was not a trivial concern for Vienna. As we saw in the previous chapter, losing Romania to the Entente would have created a genuine southern front against Austria and forced Conrad to catastrophically overextend his already weak army. Indeed, Paul Schroeder goes so far as to say it was the loss of Romania more than the assassination of Francis Ferdinand which made the decisive difference for Austria between further postponement, living with the Serbian challenge and hoping to somehow outlive it, and the determination to settle the problem once and for all at all costs. To be clear, I think Schroeder is overstating the case here. As we shall see in a moment, the Austrians did have a plan for dealing with Romania's defection diplomatically rather than militarily, but it does reflect the fact that the burgeoning encirclement of the Habsburg domains was starting to provoke genuine panic within Vienna. Berchtold was therefore horrified by Austria's position at the end of 1913. He fired off a slightly hysterical memorandum to Berlin, warning that the next Balkan League would be directed against Austria-Hungary, and demanding the Germans now give up their independent policy in the Balkans to align with Vienna. He was to be disappointed. Although Jagow valued the alliance immensely, German and Austrian aims were still too different, even contradictory at points, to ever develop into a genuine joint approach. Indeed, as the leading historian of Austrian foreign policy, F.R. Bridge, says, the last 9 months of peace saw the dual alliance descend to a new nadir as far as diplomatic achievements were concerned. German commercial penetration of the Balkans, along with her increasing military and economic involvement in Turkey, meant she was more entangled than ever in the politics of the peninsula, and was thus less, not more likely to outsource her foreign policy to Austria here. In A.J.P. Taylor's words, the Pomeranian Grenadier had been forgotten. When the Austrians mused in the spring of 1914 about preventing the unification of Serbia and Montenegro by force, the Kaiser declared that such a war would leave Berlin completely cold. The disintegration of the Balkan League was enough for Berlin for the time being. Vienna, on the other hand, was not pleased with the Lehmann von Sanders affair, which it regarded as an unnecessary provocation of Russia. The Balkans, of course, were such a mess that one nation maintaining a coherent policy would have been difficult, let alone trying to align the conflicting aims of two great powers in the aftermath of 2 wars. Unconditional German support for Austrian objectives was thus still a rarity, and therefore a prize to be treasured in the few circumstances Vienna received it. With German assistance so suspect, Berchtold did not go into 1914 looking to provoke a war. Indeed, the future of Austrian policy, as laid out only a few short weeks before the conflict, showed no hint of a plan to use force in the near future. The Macheco Memorandum, as it was known after the author, was commissioned by Berchtold as a document to outline the future of Habsburg policy for the Germans, whom he was still determined to align. It argued that first and foremost, Romania should be forced to show her hand. Bucharest must either publicly announce and reaffirm the hitherto secret alliance with Berlin and Vienna, or else Austria would consider it terminated and build up the frontier. Bulgaria and possibly Turkey should replace Romania as alliance partners. Serbia might then be convinced to behave itself, stamp out anti-Austrian terrorist organisations, and engage with Vienna commercially once more. Again, though the document's tone is shrill, F.R. Bridge argues the memorandum in its original form did not contain any hint of war being on the agenda. It was, however, a clear attempt to end the aimless drift that had characterised Austrian foreign policy since Aehrenthal death. Conrad, of course, continued to counsel aggression every chance he got, and there did remain a significant war party in Vienna to support him. But with the Balkan Wars over, Franz Ferdinand had decided to sack the Chief of the General Staff once he returned from an inspection of the Austrian army's manoeuvres in Bosnia that June. The Macheco Memorandum was finished on the 24th of June and on Berchtold's desk waiting for approval when Franz Ferdinand arrived in Sarajevo, a visit that would change everything. Still, the assassination did not particularly impact Berchtold's assessment of the disease, that Austria's position was bound to grow weaker in light of Russia's armament expansion and disintegration of her Balkan standing. It was his suggested cure that changed, and in this he was to finally get German backing. Ultimately, the dual alliance remained united by the fact that, if nothing else, both members needed Austria-Hungary to survive as a great power, and Vienna knew it had the ability to leverage this, even if its attempts to do so were clumsy. For example, a step towards the Macheco Memorandum's suggestion of bringing Bulgaria into an alliance was taken in June 1914, when Austria finally persuaded Germany to authorise a large loan to Sofia. Yet the obvious reluctance with which Berlin went about offering the loan was more a sign of disunity than anything. Germany showed not the slightest interest in Berchtold's plans to foster a Turco-Bulgarian entente, as this could well end up being anti-Greek, a country Germany was attempting to expand its influence in. Trying to humour both the Greeks and the Turks was a particular bit of German diplomatic genius that was frustrating Berchtold to no end, for there was not two European powers more hostile to one another by the summer of 1914, and that includes Serbia and Austria. Greece had seized the Aegean Islands in the Balkan Wars, and the Turks made no secret of the fact they intended to wrestle them back. To do that though, they would need a navy. As we have seen, the Italian and even the small Greek fleet had prevented the Turks shuttling troops between the different theatres of war in their recent campaigns. Naval rearmament thus became a top priority for the young Turks. Greece naturally looked to do the same. The result, as Paul Halpern says, was almost a parody of the larger arms races between the great powers. At points, the rivalry seemed to hang on a single ship rather than ratio of strength. Nonetheless, on the morning of the 28th of June 1914, this was the conflict all informed observers were expecting that summer. As they lacked the ability to build their own, the Ottomans ordered 2 dreadnoughts from Great Britain, which were to be delivered in late 1914. In July that year, they also ordered a 3rd dreadnought from Vickers to be ready in 22 months. Such heavy ships were of course not really ideal for the Aegean, but the dreadnoughts were as much a matter of prestige and national renewal as anything else. Indeed, they were paid for partly by enthusiastically embraced public subscriptions. Ultimately, even if they were perhaps suboptimal for Turkey's geography, the port expected dreadnoughts to more than do the job against the Greeks. Like the Ottomans, the Greeks started with a relatively antiquated fleet and little domestic shipbuilding capacity. The country's inhabitants did, however, have a reputation for being good seamen, and Athens, fresh from its Balkan War triumphs, moved to also enlarge its navy in response to the Turkish build-up. Alongside smaller orders for destroyers and gunboats, in 1912 they ordered a modern battle cruiser from Germany. Salamis, however, would not be finished until the spring of 1915, whereas the first Ottoman dreadnought was scheduled for completion in September 1914. The Turks would have a decisive advantage then for maybe 9 months, and they were expected to use it. Indeed, the foreign officers of the great powers were telling their diplomats in the south to take their vacations early in the summer, as they expected either the Greeks to launch a preemptive strike just before the arrival of the dreadnoughts, or the Turks to launch one once they had worked up their ships. The Greeks thus found themselves in the final months before the war, desperately shopping around the international market for ships. They did order a new dreadnought from France in June 1914, but this was expected to take 2.5 years, and Athens was soon attempting to wriggle out of the contract. Eventually, the Greeks settled on 2 pre-dreadnoughts from America, which though worn out, allowed them to breathe a little easier. Athens was not the only power concerned by the Turkish build-up. The Russians were understandably hysterical at the prospect of the Straits being closed to their trade yet again by another Balkan War. More generally, they were hardly pleased to see yet another obstacle placed in the way of their acquisition of Constantinople. Indeed, Grigorovich painted a bleak picture of what would happen if the Turks were able to gain mastery of the Black Sea. They would threaten the supply lines of any armies in the Caucasus, tie a vast number of Russian troops down in garrisons along the coast, and just cause a general nuisance. The Russians had responded by ordering 3 dreadnoughts of their own for their Black Sea fleet, with a 4th planned for 1917. As with the Baltic fleet though, they would have to be produced domestically at a much higher cost than had they bought from Britain like the Turks did. Even more worryingly, they would not begin coming into service until late 1915. Between the 8th and the 21st of February 1914, a special conference was held by the Russians to consider the preparations necessary for seizing the Straits, though it was decided that Germany would first have to be defeated for any conquest to be effected. Jean McMeekin, in an extremely controversial study, claimed that Russian designs on the Straits, fear of being outclassed by the Turkish navy, and desire to prevent this, partly prompted their escalation of the July crisis, which led in turn to the British commandeering both Turkish dreadnoughts. However, neither I nor most historians of the war agree with this thesis, even if it is no doubt an interesting read. Ultimately, Russian statesmen were increasingly convinced that both the Austrian and the Ottoman empires would soon face collapse because of their own internal contradictions. There was little need to precipitate a conflict before that time if it could be avoided. This is not to say Russia was inactive. As we've already seen, she was very much on the march in Persia and elsewhere in the Far East. By 1916, the Trans-Siberian Railway would have been double-tracked, which would have opened up enormous new opportunities for expanding Russian influence in China and challenging Japan again. Indeed, once the Great Programme had been completed and Russia felt secure in Europe, this would very likely have been where her energies were refocused. In 1914, though, the empire still had to be careful. True Russian power in the Balkans seemed to grow month on month, and Romania's defection from the Triple Alliance was only a matter of time. But Serbia remained a worry. The country was exhausted from the Balkan Wars, and Sazonov was hardly blind to the intense hostility and suspicion with which the country was viewed by Austria. Offering Vienna an excuse for military action could force Russia into the same difficult choices she had faced in the Balkan Wars. The good news was that should a showdown with Austria come, Russia would not have to face it alone. In 1912, Poincaré had extended the remit of the Franco-Russian alliance to cover the eventuality of a conflict originating from the Balkans, something the French had previously been far more guarded about. As we have seen, Russia's growing power meant the French, especially under Poincaré, were increasingly keen to tie the knots of the alliance as tight as possible. Poincaré thus personally assured the Russian ambassador, our old friend Izvolsky, that St. Petersburg could count on French support in the event of a war arising from an Austro-Serbian quarrel. This does not mean that France handed Russia a blank cheque to do as she liked. For all his fighting talk, there is no evidence that Poincaré ever actually sought or wanted a war, but the assurance of French support meant there would not be another Bosnian debacle, where Russia found itself isolated over a Balkan crisis. Poincaré's treatment of the Balkans, and Serbia in particular, as if they were a vital Russian interest, does however highlight a new problem that Sazonov was having to face in the aftermath of the Balkan Wars. Specifically, foreign observers increasingly saw Russia and Serbia as one and the same. So great was Russian influence within the country felt to be that the British minister in Belgrade, Sir Ralph Paget, said, "During the 3 years of my residence here, Serbia has never acted against the directions of the Russian minister." He thus sympathised with the Austrian view that Serbia is, practically speaking, a Russian province. As Dominic Lieven notes, this is to overstate Russian influence within the country. St. Petersburg struggled to even control its own representative in Hartwig, let alone the entire Serbian government. But there were extremely dangerous implications for Russia in becoming associated lock, stock and barrel with a country increasingly committed to an anti-Habsburg course and a government that struggled to control the dangerous subversive elements within the nation. We'll talk about Serb ultra-nationalist organisations like the Black Hand later, but it is important to note here that there is no evidence of any Russian involvement in the planning of assassinations on Austrian soil. And as Lieven says, had such evidence existed in the Russian archives, the Bolsheviks would without doubt have used it to discredit the old regime. Even so, the Habsburgs could almost be forgiven for their increasing paranoia regarding the Russo-Serb connection in this climate. Still, whilst Austro-Russian relations remained strained in 1914, there was no immediate crisis to worry about. Thus, Sazonov's policy towards Serbia was simply one of patience in 1914. Russian reports from Belgrade emphasised the Serbs' need for peace and a chance to recover from the recent strains of war. Apart from the Aegean then, the other crisis Sazonov was really concerned about in mid-1914 was not to do with the Balkans at all, rather the likely incapacity of his Triple Entente partner, for in Great Britain the Liberals' chickens had finally come home to roost. As we have seen, the 1910 elections allowed the Liberal government to remain in power, but it was dependent on the support of the Irish Parliamentary Party, whose one overriding ambition was to secure Home Rule for Ireland. The politics of Irish Home Rule is an intensely complicated subject, and I shall not go into more detail than I think necessary here. The idea of granting Ireland a devolved administration within the United Kingdom was first put before Parliament by William Gladstone in his usual messianic terms. But coming on the back of the Phoenix Park murders, the 1886 bill had split the Liberal Party and handed the Unionists 2 decades of almost uninterrupted power. Another attempt in 1893 was blocked by the House of Lords. The issue henceforth appeared to be dead. Major Irish economic grievances were alleviated by the Unionists through a series of land acts, which supplied tenants with generous mortgages to buy out their landlords. Ireland seemed to have been pacified, and few on the British mainland wanted the topic reopened. Thus, the Liberals paid only lip service to Ireland during the 1906 election campaign, and though they did flirt with some form of devolution, would not touch full Home Rule with a barge pole once in power. After 1910, however, their dependence on the IPP forced them to do just that, or lose any chance of governing. The problem was Irish Home Rule remained toxic to much of the British electorate, and the Liberals had thus not campaigned on the issue in either of the 1910 elections. Indeed, Asquith all but admitted he had no mandate for such a policy, and to break apart the younger Pitt's work without even consulting the country verged on the criminal for most Unionists. The other complicating factor was Ulster. Ireland as a whole was largely Catholic, but 6 of the 9 counties of this northern province were majority Protestant. Its population felt it would be under threat both culturally and economically if severed from the mother country and left to the whims of a Catholic-dominated parliament in Dublin. The Ne Temere decree, which in effect demanded children of mixed marriages be raised Catholic, had only been promulgated a few years earlier and was just one example of why Protestants tended to fear for their future status. This then added a religious fervour to an issue that already touched on the heart of the British Empire. Things were made worse for the Liberals by the resurgence of the Unionists as an electoral force. Balfour, tired after 3 failed elections, resigned as leader in 1911. He was replaced by a relatively obscure compromise candidate, Andrew Bonar Law. A dour Scottish widower, relentlessly pessimistic about everything and everyone, he was also a self-made businessman, chess champion, and formidably hard-working individual with an astonishing memory. "They have stumbled on the right man by accident," moaned Lloyd George. By 1914, the Unionists had overtaken the Liberals in seats thanks to a string of by-election victories, and everything pointed to a Unionist victory in the next general election. This meant the obvious way out of the crisis, calling such a general election to win an undeniable mandate for Home Rule, was not an option for the Liberals. The Home Rule Bill was thus introduced in September 1912 and passed through the Commons with the support of Labour and the IPP. Under the Parliament Act, the Lords could now only hold it up for 2 years, meaning it was due to come into law in the September of 1914. The next general election was not scheduled until 1915. To defeat the bill and force an early election, the Unionists were thus going to have to get nasty. Bonar Law centred his resistance around Ulster and its right to remain under British authority. As he said in January 1913, "If you say that the nationalists of Ireland have a right to claim to go out of the United Kingdom as a community, if you say that 5 or 6% of the whole of the United Kingdom have that right because they wish to have separate rule for themselves, how can you say that a body in Ireland, not 5 or 6% but 25% of the whole population, has not an equal right to separate treatment?" That argument has been put by many of us and by myself many times, and it has never been answered. He was assisted in his campaign by the brilliant and volatile mind of Sir Edward Carson, a tall, imposing figure with a commanding voice. He was one of the leading KCs of the day, widely known for helming the Marquess of Queensberry's defence against Oscar Wilde's libel case. As John Charmley puts it, Carson had one cause, the Empire, and he saw in the Home Rule debate the thin end of the wedge of imperial dissolution. A Southern Irish Protestant, he made the cause of Ulster his own and began a nationwide speaking tour, whipping up opposition to Home Rule throughout Great Britain. At an enormous rally held at Blenheim in 1912, Bonar Law announced he could imagine no length of resistance to which Ulster can go in which I should not be prepared to support them. Here was a first hint at the possibility of using violence to resist Home Rule. This was not idle talk. There has never been a debate in British politics more vicious and divisive. Parliamentary sessions regularly looked set to devolve into outright brawling matches between MPs. At one such event, Churchill, who had taken to mocking the opposition, was clonked on the head with a copy of the Standing Orders, hurled across the room by a Unionist backbencher. The distinguished jurist Sir William Anson openly argued that the liberal debauching of the Constitution with the Parliament Act meant the Unionists were justified in using any means to prevent them further destroying it with Home Rule. And from 1912 it really did seem as if any means were on the table. In September that year, nearly 500,000 people signed the Ulster Covenant's pledge to resist Home Rule, a few supposedly doing so in their own blood. In 1913, the Ulster Volunteer Force, effectively a paramilitary group, was founded to resist the implementation of Home Rule, implicitly with violence if necessary. An opposing group of nationalist Irish volunteers was set up in response. In spring 1914, the UVF smuggled in 20,000 rifles and 3 million rounds of ammunition from Germany, and in March nearly all of the British Army officers at Irish headquarters resigned rather than face being asked to enforce Home Rule. This was not actually a mutiny as the name of the event suggests, for no orders were disobeyed, but it was a remarkable display of how frayed the British state was by the summer of 1914. To quote Cholmondeley again, it was a mark of his success that to this day historians are unable to decide whether Carson's oblique threats of paramilitary action in the event of a Home Rule bill passing were part of an elaborate bluff. No one was meant to be able to decide whether he meant it or not. Certainly Carson, like Redmond, the leader of the IPP, seemed prepared to compromise at points. At one stage it looked like a formula may have been there, with part of Ulster either temporarily or permanently remaining under Westminster, while the rest of Ireland submitted to Dublin. But this produced endless squabbling over where exactly the border of any partition would be drawn, and even a last-minute conference held at Buckingham Palace in July 1914 could not produce an agreement. The result was that, as Europe prepared for war, the British government was more concerned with the fact that once Home Rule became law, civil war may actually have broken out in the country as Ulster attempted to resist its imposition by force. Irish Home Rule was not by any means the only problem afflicting British society. This period was also known as the Great Unrest for the strains that emerged elsewhere. In particular, the growth of trade unions and a slowly stagnating economy in the final few years of peace combined to make for a restless labour force. George Dangerfield said, "The date of the unrest's beginning is, by general agreement, January 1910, and the most obvious cause of it was the continued drop in real wages." As stated much earlier in this documentary, a Board of Trade report showed real wages in 1910 were back at 1900 levels. The number of workers on strike in a given year had consequently risen from 138,000 in 1899 to 1.2 million in 1912. Even cabinet members like Lloyd George were reduced to insider trading to make his mistress's ends meet. Again, the Liberals had no serious solutions. Their only real policy was to live off the vast wealth accrued by previous generations. Lloyd George's bizarre attempt at doing something constructive by introducing a form of Georgism in his 1914 budget was a debacle. On the day Franz Ferdinand was assassinated, it really seemed a question of whether the Unionists could eject the Liberals from office before they took the rest of the country down with them. Britain, though undoubtedly the most volatile, was not the only country facing domestic troubles in the final few years of peace. On the other side of Europe, Russia also found itself once more plagued by industrial action. The spark for this had been the Lena massacre in April 1912, where a few hundred striking goldfield workers were shot by the army. This broke the relative calm that had settled over the empire since 1907. The first 6 months of 1914 saw a wave of strikes hit Russian cities, and St. Petersburg in particular. Underlying this was a feeling that the healthy economic circumstances of the last few years were coming to an end. Foreign observers, especially the French, who had more of an interest than anybody, noticed signs of fragility. In particular, the fact that both the public and private sector were highly leveraged meant any serious recession had the potential to turn very nasty indeed. We've already seen the immense contradictions that, for all its undoubted growth between 1908 and 1914, continued to dog the Russian Empire, and historians, particularly of a left-wing persuasion, have tended to argue these tensions would have snowballed into revolution once again without the intervention of war. This was, for sure, possible, but there were differences between 1914 and 1905 or 1917. For one, the countryside was quiet in 1914, its hardships at least partly alleviated by the Stolypin reforms and good harvests. As Dominic Lieven says, nor was there anything like the common front that Tsarism had faced from most sections of Russian society in 1904 to 1905. Labour militancy in Petersburg in 1914 confronted united and resolute opposition from employers and government. In the last resort, the regime's survival depended on the army, which in 1914 showed no signs of disloyalty, but a sense of frustration and malaise hung over Russian political life. The country faced deep and contradictory problems. Thus, there should be no doubt that the Russian Empire faced abiding issues that were not going to sort themselves out anytime soon. But neither does it seem likely the regime was bound to fall apart, unless, of course, it suffered some great humiliation, perhaps in foreign policy once again. The German government likewise had its share of headaches. As we have already seen, the SPD had grown exponentially in the 1912 elections. The party was no longer the radical socialists of days gone by, but they were still a threat to the imperial status quo. Indeed, it has been argued that part of the reason for Germany's willingness to fight in 1914 was the desire of the Junker class to drum up a sense of patriotic national unity and outflank the SPD. The German ultranationalist Heinrich Class published If I Were Kaiser to argue for a good victorious war which would give the government an excuse to scrap universal suffrage. After all, Bismarck had used war in 1866 to smash the liberals, why not the socialists in 1914? Yet there is little sign of these views dominating official German thinking. As we have seen, the largest army expansion in German history was passed over SPD opposition in 1913, and the party's performance in the Prussian elections of May that year was disappointing. Whilst the Kaiser had occasionally mused about a military coup to do away with the Reichstag when a cabal of ultra-right-wingers led by Class suggested such a revolution in 1913, neither Wilhelm or Bethmann gave the proposal any serious consideration. Germany had its issues, not least in the Reichstag, where the parliamentary arithmetic was making life very difficult for the Kaiser's government, but this was hardly a nation-ending crisis in itself, even if it did make passing another army bill unrealistic. In reality then, all that could blunt Germany's continued rise was an international disaster. It seems almost banal to mention Austria-Hungary's domestic problems at this point. South Slav discontent was heightened in the wake of Serbia's triumphs and an increasingly toxic quarrel between Budapest and the Croatian Diet after 1912. Bickering between Germans and Czechs over language issues had led to the suspension of both the Diet in Prague and the Reichsrat in Vienna by the summer of 1914. But ultimately, so what? The sun rose in the east, the world continued to turn, Old Britannia missed all his video deadlines, and the Habsburgs minorities squabbled with each other. The internal disputes were not as bad as they had been in 1905, when there was complete deadlock between Austria and Hungary. True, many observers continued to think the monarchy was fraying rapidly, but as we've been through many times now, this was almost certainly too pessimistic a view. The Magyars were still loyal in 1914, and ultimately, so long as the army remained so as well, there would be enough to hold the empire together. This is not, however, to deny that statesmen in Vienna were worried about the internal cohesion of the monarchy, particularly with states like Serbia and Romania growing ever stronger on their borders. As to the Third Republic, it would probably be more unique to find a year when there was not some new crisis in this soap opera with a state attached. As we have seen, the increasingly jingoistic mood of the country was captured by the new president Raymond Poincaré. In 1913, a Prussian officer stationed in Alsace used slurs to describe the local population, and followed this up by battering a civilian. The event sparked a national scandal in Germany that ended with a censure vote against Bethmann Hollweg in the Reichstag, which was ignored by the government. The Zabern affair was widely covered by the French press and whipped up further anti-German sentiment in the country, yet the French public was a long way off actually advocating war against its old foe. Indeed, for all the talk of national revival, the main issue concerning Frenchmen in 1914 was not foreign affairs, but the trial of Henriette Caillaux, wife of the former Prime Minister who had assassinated the editor of Le Figaro in March. Thus, whilst every European nation had real political problems, only Britain, and potentially Russia depending on your point of view, was on the verge of total crisis. There was then little reason to suppose domestic considerations were driving governments towards a belligerent foreign policy before the 28th of June 1914. The last 18 months of peace was a period of contradictions. A European war was known to be possible, even perhaps likely at some undefined point in the future. Yet there was widespread acknowledgement by the summer of 1914 that the continent seemed to have come through the worst. The Anglo-German naval race was all but over, the Balkan Wars had been settled without a major escalation, and the power vacuum left by the weakness of Tsarist Russia since 1905 would have soon been at an end. Nonetheless, as we have seen, the crises had not gone away. The Lehman affair, disputes over Persia, Romania's diplomatic alignment, the future of the Habsburg and Ottoman empires, and the Anglo-Russian naval talks were just some of the factors still complicating international relations. Disputes in the Aegean and Ireland had a good chance of escalating into open conflict later in the year. Why the war came instead from the long-brewing Austro-Serbian quarrel we shall discuss next.